Chapter 607, 236 Little Junior Sister, Birthday Guest. Undershirt atop her head was a simple and old-fashioned wooden hairpin. Her fair skin was bathed in sunlight, creating a distinctly luminous effect. Both her temperament and appearance stood out notably. Just when the assistant was wondering if she might be a celebrity, the girl stopped in front of him. With her long eyelashes casting a shadow, she politely asked, "Are you the assistant to Academician Ma?" "Ah, yes I am." The sunlight was blinding and the assistant, overwhelmed by her stunning face, came back to his senses and turned to lead Bai Lian upstairs. "Academician Ma is waiting for you on the 11th floor. The 11th floor. Academician Ma poured Bai Lian a cup of water using a disposable cup. His computer was on, and Bai Lian, sitting in front of his computer, was opening a file. This is the team's new research proposal, adjusting the global entanglement gate. Bai Lian's interest piqued instantly, and she raised her languid brows slightly. Quantum benchmark testing? She understood immediately. No one dislikes a clever student. Academician Ma stood beside her, took a sip of water and said, "Right, the team's work. The paper will be published next week, they'll send it to you then." "Are you going to test for the Tongfeng class?" He suddenly remembered something. "Yes." Bai Lian nodded as she looked at the file. After placing down his disposable cup, Academician Ma felt considerably cheered and told the assistant to take over the class for him. Then he spoke in a gentle tone, "Take your time, there's no rush. I will take you down to the lab this afternoon to have a look. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask." The assistant, who had been listening to their conversation, finally let out a breath and cast a deep glance at Bai Lian. Lunchtime. In the institute's cafeteria, someone holding chopsticks asked Academician Ma's assistant, "Teacher Yun, why did Academician Ma suddenly come to the institute today?" The current quantum trio was the center of attention, with many people keeping tabs on their movements. Assistant Yun, holding his own meal plate, thought to himself, "What's this? He's going to the Tongfeng class to teach undergraduate new students about topological physics later? That news is even more explosive. There are only so many on Academician Ma's team, and he only mentors a few students, each a titan in their field. The last person he mentored was Director Huang." Assistant Yun knew that the scientific community in China didn't lack talent, it lacked first-rate top-notch talent. Academician Ma had always preferred to lack for quality rather than compromise for quantity. He hadn't taken on any students in recent years, leading most to assume he wouldn't take on any more disciples. If he really were to take on another student at this time, that would mean a little junior sister to a group of titans. He could already feel the immense pressure in advance. August 7th, Jianghu Mingfeng Airport. The flight from Beijing landed, and Director Qin, along with Jiheng, got off the plane. He took Jiheng to the baggage claim area and, while waiting for Jiheng's luggage, asked, "Uncle Ji, are you going fishing tomorrow? I haven't seen Brother Ji in a long time, and I wonder if he's been busy lately." Director Qin had been busy with the handover in Xiangqing and preparing election materials in Jiangjing. He hardly had any spare time. Thus, his fishing outings with Jiheng were scarce. Now that he had just returned to Jiangjing and was not busy, he planned to invite Ji Xiaojun and Jiheng to go fishing. Jiheng still had his tobacco pipe in hand. He had a strong addiction to smoking but refrained from lighting up in the airport, as he didn't have a lighter on him. His gaze was fixed on the luggage carousel. "I can't tomorrow, it's Alien's birthday. Let's go in a couple of days." Jiheng had timed his visit to arrive in Jiangjing the day before Bai Lian's birthday. "Bai Miss has a birthday tomorrow?" Director Qin just learned about this. He pondered what gift to prepare for Bai Lian, considering the tight schedule. Jiheng hadn't told Bai Lian about his trip to Jiangjing. In the parking lot, Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing came to pick up Jiheng. In the car, Ji Xiaojun discussed with Jiheng about Bai Lian's birthday. "Xiaohan is also in Jiangjing now, I'll be lively with classmates around." This was also the first time for Ji Xiaojun and the others to celebrate Bai Lian's birthday. Ji Xian's apartment complex. The building's butler came looking for Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing but came up empty-handed. Inside the house, Ren Wanxian received the gift. What Mu Yining had given her was a bag, and even without unwrapping it, she knew it was a limited edition that couldn't be ordered without being a premium member. Ren Wanxian hugged the gift box and honestly said, "Auntie and the others went to book a hotel." "Hotel?" The butler looked over with interest. Ren Wanxian said, "It's Bai Lian's birthday, isn't it?" She barely spoke with Ji Xiaojun, and Ji Xiaojun rarely initiated conversations with her, so she didn't know much. Hearing this, the butler didn't ask further, just shook his head. When he comes back, tell him to hand over the documents to the young lady as soon as possible. He still needs to be serious during this time." Okay, Ren Wanxian saw the butler out. Ren Wanxian lived upstairs. Since coming to Jiangjing, she had made a wide circle of friends and was hardly ever seen. Only after Ji Xiaojun returned did she go downstairs to convey the butler's message. The moment she opened the door and saw Ji Heng sitting on the sofa, Ren Wanxian was stunned. She had no idea that Ji Heng was going to be there today. She lowered her eyes and approached. "Grandpa." Ji Heng placed his tobacco pipe on the coffee table and grunted a response, not one for many words. Ren Wanxian saw Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing cooking in the kitchen. Despite the range hood, the kitchen was filled with smoke, so she stood at the door. "The butler said you should hand in the documents early." "Okay," Ji Xiaojun replied in a deep voice, carrying out a plate of food. His demeanor was cool and stern. However, it was Xin Qing who sheepishly smiled at Ren Wanxian. "Alien's birthday is tomorrow, are you coming, Wanxian?" "Bai Lian's birthday?" Ren Wanxian held her phone, shaking her head unconsciously. "I have plans with someone tomorrow." That night at Shanghai apartment. 302. When Jiang Fulai opened the door, he saw Jiang He sitting by the sofa with the small lamp on. Jiang He had finally finished his busy work and was sitting on the carpet drawing. Jiang Fulai put the keys aside, turned on the overhead light, and glanced up to see the door to the middle room also open. Bai Lian was lazily sitting beside the guzheng, one hand propping up her chin, the other holding a pen, her legs crossed, her eyes and brows exuding a casual air. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai return, she lazily lifted her head in a perfunctory greeting. "Why so listless?" Jiang Fulai turned on the lights in the music room as well and walked to the window to open the soundproof windows. A breeze came in, lifting the white papers beside her. Jiang Fulai lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow as he noticed the balled-up sheets of paper next to her. He bent down to pick them up, his well-defined fingers smoothing out the crumpled sheets. It was a simplified score. He gathered and flattened all the papers, then approached her, lowered his head to take the black pen from her hand, and guided her hand, his pale eyes intent. "Let's go eat first." His fingers were always cool to the touch, even in summer. On his fingertips was a thin layer of callus. Bai Lian looked up at him, briefly startled, before responding, "Oh." 303. When Bai Lian came over, Pu Xiaohan was lying on the sofa on the phone with Ding Jian. Ding Jian was talking to her about a new video. Pu Xiaohan switched the TV to another channel, lowering her voice. "The day after tomorrow then. I'm celebrating Alien's birthday tomorrow." Jiang Fulai stood with one hand in his pocket, following behind Bai Lian, his figure tall and proud, his presence noble and aloof. He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Academician Ma at a leisurely pace. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 608. 237 Sijing Club. What kind of people have come to Jiangjing? Second update. _1 Jiang Fulai sent the message, then put his phone back into his pocket. The phone vibrated several times, but he did not look at it immediately. When Ming Dongheng saw Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai come in, he took the dinner that was in the thermal box out again. Pu Xiaohan glanced at Jiang Fulai coming in from the corner of her eye, then climbed up from the sofa, sat up straight and spoke softly to Ding Jian. Only Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Jiang He hadn't eaten yet. Jiang Fulai lowered his eyes to the table where the food was laid out. The dishes were freshly heated and still steaming. Bai Lian sat down on the chair, picked up her chopsticks with a casual air, and seeing him still standing there, she couldn't help but raise her head. "Aren't you eating?" By her side, Jiang He took a sip of water from his bok choy cup, then looked up and blinked. Jiang Fulai came to his senses. He sat down next to Bai Lian. "Eat." The next day, the 8th of August. Bai Lian woke up very early, changed out of her pajamas and put on a sports shirt. The phone rang and she answered it, turned on the loudspeaker and casually set the phone aside. She bent down to open the bedside cabinet and took out 6 large blocks of iridium. "Sister," it was Xiaoqi on the phone, his voice polite. "Hall Master Jean has arrived and there's also a Mr. Su." She slowly tied the iridium onto her limbs with red ribbons, which made her wrists even whiter, and the red gems on them sparkled brilliantly. "That Su He, you coordinate with Hall Master Jean to make arrangements for him." She had now built up her physical strength, and aside from her morning exercises, she would usually remove the iridium. Xiaoqi knew her daily schedule and had called her on time. The location should be in Guangyuan district. Hall Master Jean said they are waiting for notification from above. "Okay." After finishing the call, she picked up her Bluetooth headset and opened the door to her room. She looked down. Jianghu was bending down and pushing a large gift box towards her door, which was 1 meter away from her. The blue gift box was square with a length of 80 centimeters, and he had a hard time holding it and did not want anyone to help. Ming Dongheng with an expressionless face followed behind him. Seeing Bai Lian come out before he had finished placing the gift, Jianghu lowered his head, and a cracked expression appeared on his delicate little face. Bai Lian hesitated for a moment as she looked at the butterfly knot on the blue gift box. She vaguely remembered today was the 8th of August. It was also the 2nd day of the 7th lunar month. Her birthday. For me. She crouched in front of Jianghu looking up at him. Jianghu let go, his dark eyes met hers and he spoke sulkily, yeah. He had gotten up particularly early today, intending to place the gift at her door before she came out. His keen sense of numbers had allowed him to guess everything, but the only thing he hadn't anticipated was his own physique. It wasn't enough to lift the gift box. Thank you. Bai Lian patted his head, crouched in front of him and opened the gift box. As she expected, inside was a piece of assembled Lego. It was the scene from the first time she met Jianghu with a water wheel in the back, a bus stop in front and further ahead, a black car. A massive project. She easily picked up the Lego and placed it on the bookshelf in her study. Bai Lian lifted it as if it were weightless, as though she was handling a mere feather, and Jianghu looked up at her, opened his mouth, and had the expression of someone watching a horror movie. Behind him, Ming Dongheng folded his arms and looked down at Jianghu's expression, his lips twitching. At noon in the study, Bai Lian propped her hand on the computer screen, her eyebrows and eyes drooping, while her other hand controlled the printing of documents on the screen. On her computer's WeChat page, messages from Hewen kept coming. Hewen, a study of topology, one of light quantum. Hewen, haven't you finished reading them yet? Hewen, Bai Lian extended 2 fingers, unhurriedly typing out one word. No, blunt. Jianghu sat on a stool next to her, holding a game console, swinging his legs as he played. Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming had left the apartment early in the morning. After the documents were printed, Bai Lian reached out to close Hewen's chat window, but at that moment her phone rang. It was Jiang Fulai, his voice lacking its usual coolness as it came across the electromagnetic waves. He'll be back in half an hour. Bai Lian was looking for a stapler, methodically stapling the documents together. Okay. What are you doing? Jiang Fulai heard the sound of the printer through the phone. Hewen has 2 documents. Bai Lian pressed down on the stapler with 2 fingers, her tone casual. I just printed them out, look at them tomorrow. Jiang Fulai's voice became a few degrees colder. 2 documents? What's the problem? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. Nothing. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai tapped the wooden box in his hand with an air of nonchalance, his face cool and detached. He didn't continue to discuss the issue of the 2 documents with her. I'll come over. He hung up the phone, his gaze fixed on a small garden ahead. Let's go. Behind him was a long corridor with carved railings. By his side, a middle-aged man was bowing his head respectfully. Yes. Hewen, who was looking at data in the lab, suddenly sneezed. The person next to him glanced at the air conditioning temperature, and though he didn't think it was high, he still offered, he'll have someone turn up the heat a bit. Yunshao district had been cracking down for over half a month. Most clubs and major bars hadn't recovered, the unaffected ones were only a few. Among them were Qinglong Bar and Xijing Club. There were many rumors about the backgrounds of these 2, and most people knew they were no simple matter. Xijing Club. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived with Jianghu. A manager was waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing the 2, he hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. Young Master Jiang, Miss Bai, the 3rd master is already waiting for you at the top floor. He bent at a 90-degree angle, not daring to look directly at Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. But as he bowed, he saw Jianghu being led by Bai Lian. The manager quickly flashed a friendly smile at Jianghu. Jianghu saw him bending his back 90 degrees. Xijing Club was only open for Bai Lian and her group today. The manager didn't recognize Bai Lian. But he knew exactly what kind of person this young Master Jiang was. He respectfully led them to the internal elevator and glanced at the girl by Jiang Fulai's side using his peripheral vision. Wanting to remember her face. Just catching a glimpse of her loosely tied-up dark hair and feeling the faint pressure emanating from the person next to her, the manager was alarmed, swiftly averted his gaze, and only after the oppressive sensation on his body had dissipated did he cautiously wipe the sweat from his own forehead. The rumors indeed had not deceived him. In the top-floor private room, Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming had arrived early to decorate the room. Pu Xiaohan held streamers directing Su third master and Ning Xiao, Master Su lower the a bit, scholar shift your R to the left a bit, right just like that. Not far away several core attendants were bringing in the items they needed. The core staff of Xijing Club were all too familiar with Su third master. Currently, as they watched Su Nanjing being instructed by a girl, they couldn't help but glance in that direction. Pu Xiaohan and Ning Xiao were unfamiliar faces, completely distinct from the well-known young masters and misses they were acquainted with. Who exactly were they? And they were commanding Su third master like this? The attendants set down their items and left with their heads lowered, just as they saw the manager personally escorting a few people over. Young Master Jiang, Miss Bai, this is the place. The manager personally opened the door, letting Bai Lian and her group enter. The attendants beside him kept their heads down, not daring to look around. Before the door closed, they thought they heard the voice of Master Su, "Alien, my dear sister?" Once the door was shut, the attendants looked up at the manager. "Manager, who are they?" The manager himself couldn't fathom the identities of these people. He just instructed, "Attend to them carefully, remember their names and faces." He lowered his head to retrieve a pager, sending out a message. Then, turning back to look at the private room, the past 2 months had not been peaceful, with several crackdowns that left him quivering with fear. And now, what kind of people had come to Jiangjing? Inside the private room, Pu Xiaohan pulled Bai Lian to take photos, and seeing there was nothing left for him to do, Su Nanjing walked over to Jianghu Lai's side, poured himself a glass of wine, and lazily swirled his glass. "Alien, are there still a few guests coming?" He had prepared a gift for everyone who came today. Her uncle, aunt, and grandfather. Jianghu Lai stood aside, his gaze on Bai Lian's direction, his tone indifferent. "There should also be a teacher coming." Uncle, aunt, grandfather? Su Nanjing was surprised. He knew Bai Lian's grandfather who lived on Purist Street, but now he had come to Jiangjing? "Xiaoqi and brother Mao haven't arrived yet," Tang Ming added as he moved a stool over. "Xiaoqi brother Mao?" Su Nanjing had thought Bai Lian only had a few friends like Tang Ming in Jiangjing, but now who were these two, Xiaoqi and brother Mao? He was pondering this when the door to the private room was again respectfully opened by the manager. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 609. Jianghu arrived in 238, a gift from the Ma Institute scholar. First update, _1 The manager respectfully led Xiao Bingwen inside. He had just gone downstairs to prepare the cake and upon entering, immediately saw Jianghu Lai's face, blurred by the lighting. The relaxed smile on his face vanished. "Mr. Jiang?" He greeted Jianghu Lai. Jianghu Lai lazily tilted his head, displaying an air of indolence. His pale eyes briefly swept over Xiao Bingwen. The usually imposing phoenix eyes were much softer today. He gave a slight nod to Xiao Bingwen and then continued to watch Bai Lian being photographed. Xiao Bingwen tensed up, not daring to look around anymore. He just sat next to Su Nanjing and asked in a low voice, "Why are they all in Jiangjing?" Xiao Bingwen was asking about Pu Xiaohan and her friends. "They all got into schools in Jiangjing," Su Nanjing heard from Pu Xiaohan, who said she was accepted into Media University. "How come they all study so well?" Xiao Bingwen was astonished. The Su family had recently been busy with the old master's birthday. Xiao Bingwen hadn't had a break with all the recent collaborative cases. He was only able to take some time off today to help plan for Bai Lian's birthday. The two were still talking. Jianghu Lai glanced at his phone beside them. Ji Xiaojun texted that they had arrived. He switched off his phone and opened the door to go out. Su Nanjing also stood up and said quietly, "It seems Alien's grandfather has arrived." As soon as Jianghu Lai stepped out, Xiao Bingwen let out a sigh of relief and also stood up, looking toward the door of the private room. "Miss Bei's grandfather, huh?" It wasn't long before the door to the private room opened again. A group of people came in from outside. Leading the way were two elderly men, one with a hand behind his back, the other carrying a smoking pipe, chatting together as they walked in. Behind them followed the composed Ji Xiaojun as well as Xin Qin, who barely dared look around. Jianghu Lai was speaking to the manager with his head down. Su Nanjing watched Ji Heng, then turned his eyes to Ding Jian, who seemed to be having a delightful conversation with Ji Heng. It took him a moment to recognize them. He knew Ding Jian. His mother had barely managed to set it up through old Master Qin, and eventually Bai Lian knew him personally. A representative of traditional Chinese music. So the man next to him must be Bai Lian's grandfather, right? How come he seemed so familiar with Ding Jian? The two chatted and laughed as if they were kindred spirits, resonating like a high mountain stream meets an understanding friend. It was not until they approached that Su Nanjing came to his senses. He set down his wine glass. Dean Jian, Grandfather Ji, Uncle Ji, Auntie, hello, I'm Su Nanjing. The lights in the private room were bright enough. Bai Lian, who had been coordinating with Jianghu for Pu Xiaohan to take pictures, also seemed to notice something and looked over, immediately spotting Ji Heng and Shen Qing among the group. She had left Xiangqing at the end of June and hadn't seen Ji Heng for a month and a half. Their communication was mostly through video calls. They had a call just the night before and Ji Heng was still at the familiar courtyard. She didn't expect to see him in Jiangqing today. Bai Lian stood up. Grandfather? At her call of grandfather, Pu Xiaohan turned around in surprise and upon seeing Ji Heng she immediately dropped her camera and ran over excitedly. Grandfather, how come you're here? Yes. Ji Heng, always serious, allowed a rare smile to cross his face. He greeted Pu Xiaohan and then turned to look at Bai Lian. She hadn't lost weight and she looked well. He nodded his head. Lastly, he looked down at Jianghu beside Bai Lian and smiled again. You've grown taller. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, after not seeing Dean Jian and Ji Heng for some time, greeted, Grandfather, Dean Jian. Compared to the more reserved Bai Lian, the sunny and outspoken Pu Xiaohan hugged Ji Heng's unoccupied arm. Grandfather, how long will you stay this time? Do I have a chance to get the Warring States robe now? The Warring States robe? Ji Heng looked at her with some interest. I want to make a video with Dean Jian, and we need the Warring States robe, Pu Xiaohan explained. I've been unable to find what I want online. As she spoke, Dean Jian added from the side, that's right. The group gathered and casually started chatting. Next to Su Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen finally snapped out of it. He didn't recognize Ji Heng but, Nanjing, he said looking at the senior whose back was to him with a dignified stance and an artistic aura about him, commanding respect without anger, that's Dean Jian, right? He was acquainted with Leng Shuhe, and naturally he knew of Dean Jian. His impression was that even Leng Shuhe faced a strict attitude from Dean Jian. Dean Jian had very high expectations for his students, and although the 3 students were carefully selected by him, he was not entirely satisfied and remained impartial. Aside from attending classes, his disciples could not dream of inviting Dean Jian to a meal. What was he doing here today? Yes, Su Nanjing had met Dean Jian before and was not surprised. What puzzled him was why people like Ji Heng and Pu Xiaohan seemed to be so familiar with Dean Jian. Alien plays the Guzheng well. She and Dean Jian have a friendship transcending age differences. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610. Ji Heng arrived in 238, a gift from the Ma Institute scholar, first update. _2 Xiao Bingwen was truly astonished now. An intergenerational friendship? Does Bai Lian play the Guzheng that well? He couldn't resist looking toward Bai Lian as well as the few people beside her. Pu Xiaohan put down the camera and brought up the fact that Ji Heng was going to stay here for a long time. So you're going to be residing here frequently? He'll be living here for a while. Ji Heng set down the pipe in his hand. Several people sat down around the coffee table. Xiao Bingwen sat next to Su Nanjing. Opposite to him was the director of the institute, and Jianghu Lai was also there. He felt as if sitting on pins and needles in contrast to Pu Xiaohan and Ning Xiao's group, who all seemed more at ease than he was. Calling Jianghu Lai Brother Jiang, and the institute director, Grandpa Jian. Even if he talked about this, it would be hard for people in the circle to believe it. Outside the private room, the manager brought 2 more people in. One blonde, one redhead. Quite a lively scene. As soon as Pu Xiaohan looked up, she saw Mao Kuan and Xiaowu. Brother Mao, you guys are a bit late. Did Xiaoqi not come? She looked back but didn't see Xiaoqi's figure. Su Nanjing set down his wine glass and recognized the blonde in the middle at a glance. It was the spirited youth he had briefly seen before at the intersection of Purist Street. How could this person also be in Jiangqing? Hall Master Jean has arrived. He is settling in those masters. Mao Kuan, wearing slippers, greeted Bai Lian and Ji Heng casually. Grandpa's sister. Mao Kuan often fought over washing dishes with Director Chen. Ji Heng had a deep impression of him. In his eyes, these were all lively juniors. Are you working in Jiangqing now too? Ji Heng invited Mao Kuan to sit down quickly. The moment he arrived in Jiangqing, it was so lively with the children's chattering voices all around. Ji Heng's smile was very evident. When Director Chen brought his decades-old wine collection over, A group of people were already sitting together in high spirits. His status nowadays had improved a lot, and after his return this time, being promoted to the top position in Yunshao district wouldn't be a problem. Of course, Director Qin had also caught the right moment. Yunshao district was cracking down hard this time, and there had been a thorough change from the top down. With his achievements and reporting back at this time, it was just right to take over the position at the top. Xiao Bingwen certainly knew his father now wanted to stand by his team. He quickly stood up and greeted Director Qin politely. "Director Qin." Director Qin nodded at Xiao Bingwen, and after greeting Jianghu Lai, Ji Heng, Bai Lian and the others, he said to Ji Heng, "Uncle Ji, we two should really have a good drink today." It had indeed been a long time since they last met. The group had a lot to talk about. To Bai Lian's left was Jiang He, to her right was Jianghu Lai, and next to Jiang He was Xin Qing, who was peeling shrimp for Bai Lian and Jiang He. "They want me in charge of the branch office." Ji Xiaojun sat next to Xin Qing, telling Ji Heng about the recent developments. Holding his wine glass, Ji Heng nodded upon hearing this. "It should indeed be yours." Ji Xiaojun poured some wine. "They want to hold an ancestry rite." After taking Ji Xiaojun out for a spin last time, most people in the circle were aware of Ji Xian's existence. What rite? Director Qin was always very keen on matters concerning Bai Lian's family. When he heard Ji Xiaojun speak, he looked up immediately. "It's not certain." Ji Xiaojun looked at Director Qin. "He'll let you know when it's confirmed." He spoke briefly and the conversation shifted back to fishing. The institute director, on the other hand, was discussing the guzheng with Bai Lian. "I think you can play desert." Bai Lian held her chopsticks, her brows and eyes lazy. "I can't practice it, I can't evoke that kind of feeling." She. Dean Jian didn't understand who Bai Lian was referring to with she, just offering a cliché. "Look at how high you set the bar for yourself. You're really suited for our ancient zither faction. Don't you really plan to take over?" Bai Lian remained silent. Across from Dean Jian, Xiao Bingwen simply couldn't hold back. Take over as the leader of the ancient zither community? How gifted must Bai Lian be? As they spoke, next to Ning Xiao, Jianghu Lai also put down his chopsticks, bowed his head and asked Ning Xiao and Tang Ming in a low voice, "Have you guys signed the contract?" The tone always conveyed a casual sense of detachment. "Signed with the physics department," Ning Xiao replied. Jianghu Lai nodded slightly, his wrist resting on the glass table, his pale fingertips tapping the table absent-mindedly. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Ning Xiao and Tang Ming feel tense. After a long while, Jianghu Lai spoke. "You guys know about Jiang University's Tongfeng class, right?" Tang Ming was not very clear, but Ning Xiao, having been in the provincial team, had heard of it. Smart as he was, as soon as Jianghu Lai mentioned it, he understood the young master's meaning. "Jiang brother, are you saying, yes?" Jianghu Lai stopped tapping, his voice as light as the breeze in the clouds. "I collected last year's questions for you last night. You guys will work on them tomorrow." Although it was summer vacation, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao hadn't stopped doing practice problems. While Bai Lian was soaking up in the library in Jiangjing, the two had already climbed the overall ranking ladder in Xiangqing. For them, doing practice problems had become the norm. Xijing Club was a lively place, and Su Nanjing had wanted to invite more people to warm up the scene, but Jianghu Lai said the Ji family didn't like it too rowdy, so Su Nanjing didn't invite anyone, not even Gao Yan, only bringing her gift. During a lull in the excitement, Xiao Bingwen quietly left and, with the manager, rolled the cake inside. A 4-layer cake. It was adorned with delicate, lifelike thin rose petals as well. The lights were turned off, leaving only the candlelight from the cake shining. Bai Lian stood in front of the cake, the candlelight blurring her features as she looked at the cake, with the voices of Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming among others in her ears. Jianghu Lai was opposite her, silently watching her through the flame. Since she came to Xiangqing, met Jiang He. Lived on Purish Street. Then changed her household registration, staying in class 15. After coming to Xiangqing, all these people were still around her, not one less except for Zhang Xiai's. Everything felt like glimpsing flowers on horseback. Meanwhile, downstairs, Assistant Yun parked the car, turning to look at Ma Institute in the back seat. "Ma Institute, is this the place?" As he asked, Assistant Yun looked at Xijing Club's level 9 staircase. Although he enjoyed accompanying Ma Institute in academic lectures for coffee breaks, he had never seen such a scene. Always in Chang'an district, but with the recent turmoil in Yunshao district, Assistant Yun had also heard about it. Ma Institute had just finished being busy, used to leaving the Research Institute at 11 or 12 in the evening as a routine. He also left the Research Institute early today. "This is the place," Ma Institute's gaze lingered on Sijing Club's building, then lowered to the address Jianghu Lai gave him, confirming it before telling Assistant Yun, "Wait for me here, he'll just deliver something and be right back." He picked up the slightly old-fashioned black notebook and a USB drive placed beside him and got out of the car. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 611, 239 Heritage, Gifts, National Top Scholars Grandeur, Part 2. _1 From the driver's seat, Assistant Yun watched as Academician Ma ascended the splendid golden steps. His gaze indeed fell on the notebook that Academician Ma carried in his hand. He had been following closely as an assistant professor alongside Academician Ma for quite some time. Academician Ma always carried that notebook with him, and although the assistant professor didn't know what the USB drive was, the notebook must represent the culmination of Academician Ma's work to date. Although the code numbers used were excessive, there was no doubt they were of a confidential level. At the entrance, the manager respectfully assisted the elderly man upstairs. As he turned, he seemed to catch a glimpse of infrared light on the steps. He paused momentarily, looked again, but it had disappeared. Today the Sijing Club was very quiet. The top floor. When Academician Ma arrived, Bai Lian had just blown out the candles, and Pu Xiaohan had turned on the main lights. Since Academician Ma couldn't stay long, he didn't go inside. He looked at the people in the room, his gaze sweeping past Jianghu Lai and Su Nanjing, waiting at the door for Bai Lian to come out. Xiao Bingwen was quietly discussing with Su Nanjing why Director Chen was so respectful towards that blonde. Before they could finish their discussion, the manager opened the door again. "Miss Bai, is there another guest yet to arrive?" Xiao Bingwen asked as he turned his head, only to see Academician Ma standing outside the door, his hair as unkempt as ever, holding a notebook in his hand. Academician Ma, an international authority on quantum physics. Laboratories abroad had violated countless regulations for him, yet they couldn't persuade him to join them. A living fossil of the physics department. Xiao Bingwen had only seen him at lectures or in university physics textbooks. Now here he was at Sijing. Xiao Bingwen blinked. By his side, Su Nanjing, who had met Shunyu, was more composed than Xiao Bingwen, though her inner questions were mounting, involving President Jian Zhongyo and Dean Xu. And now Academician Ma had shown up? Bai Lian was equally surprised. Academician Ma was typically unconcerned with worldly affairs. His circle was simple, consisting only of physics, with no regard for other social interactions. What was he doing here? She glanced at Jianghu Lai, who stood up first. Bai Lian then murmured to Ji Heng that she would go out with Jianghu Lai. "Academician Ma." Bai Lian approached the entrance. "Why have you come?" Jianghu Lai lazily followed behind Bai Lian. Academician Ma hadn't intended to come, but Jianghu Lai had mentioned that this year was particularly significant for her. "I heard it's your birthday," Academician Ma said, observing the quiet surroundings, free from any disturbance. "This place is quite suitable for reading and research." Bai Lian looked around. Normally it wouldn't be so quiet here. "Have you read through the algorithms?" Academician Ma didn't dwell on the environment. He routinely asked Bai Lian a few questions, which she answered one by one, each with her own insights. It was evident that she had studied them seriously after returning. Such top-tier geniuses were too rare in the country. Academician Ma had finally found one, entirely to his liking, who had not yet plunged headlong into the abyss of dark matter like Jianghu Lai had. He looked at Bai Lian as if seeing the near future, his voice becoming gentler. "These are some insights I've had since I started in this field, as well as the USB drive. It contains data I've stored. Take your time to go through it during your university days." Academician Ma handed over the notebook and USB drive to Bai Lian. "This?" Bai Lian lowered her eyelashes, looking at the notebook and USB drive. "Take them with confidence," Academician Ma said, looking at her and clearing his throat. "If this year is your starting point, then I hope you will carry our dreams to the mountaintop, and you will find the answers along the way." The corridor lighting in the club was not bright. Bai Lian looked at Academician Ma, whose eyes were cloudy yet warm. She had realized at their first meeting that Academician Ma was not in the best of health. But when she was about to leave Jiangjing, Academician Ma still came to see her off. "Thank you, sir." Bai Lian accepted the notebook. Always holding her teachers in high esteem, she observed the traditional respect for mentors. Academician Ma was not interested in social gatherings, so Jianghu Lai and Bai Lian accompanied him downstairs. Downstairs, Assistant Yun watched as Academician Ma came down in less than 10 minutes. accompanied by 2 others. Assistant Yun observed the girl with her hair loosely coiled up. He had not yet had time to be surprised that the academician had come to see Bai Lian. His gaze then fell on the man with a straight posture beside her, a man who looked down, his face indiscernible against the club's entrance light, revealing only sharp jawlines. His entire presence was noble and cold, like the distant moon hanging high in the clear night sky, aloof from the world. Such a cold aura, the assistant have only seen it in one other person. He stepped out of the car, opened the door for Academician Ma, looked up and sure enough he saw those pale, faint eyes, young Master Jiang. Assistant Yun respectfully greeted. After Assistant Yun drove off, he glanced in the rearview mirror. Jiang Fulai followed behind the young lady entering the club, speaking to her in a low voice. He saw clearly that in Bai Lian's hand was the notebook of Academician Ma. Don't spread the word about today's events. Academician Ma closed his eyes in the back seat. After seeing off Academician Ma, Bai Lian headed upstairs. Jiang Fulai walked on her left, his hand casually in his pocket, and the waiter was standing at the elevator, pressing the button as the two approached. They reached the top floor. Jiang Fulai turned his head to look at Bai Lian. "Want to go check out the terrace?" At that time it wasn't hot outside. The terrace was large, decorated with fresh flowers all around. Standing on the terrace of the Sijing Club, one could overlook the street bars and night market below. Bai Lian, with the notebook in her left hand, walked to the railing and leaned on it with one hand, gazing at the lights of thousands of homes below, while the flower pot beside her bloomed with pink roses. She used to enjoy standing on the city wall watching the sunset, the moon and the stars. Back then there were stars all over the sky. Below the terrace, a green lawn was laid out with a few wooden tables and gazebos scattered about, adorned with lights on all sides. Jiang Fulai glanced at her for a while. Then he lowered his gaze and covered her right hand with his. Jiang Fulai's palm was always cool, like a gentle stream flowing down slowly from a snowy mountain in summer. The rose beside them shuddered in the wind, casting a quivering shadow over their hands. With his lashes lowered, Jiang Fulai then spread open Bai Lian's fingers and placed a long wooden box that he had concealed for a long time into her palm. Looking up, the surrounding light shattered in his pale eyes, turning into a sky full of stars. He seemed quite casual, a gift. Bai Lian gazed into his eyes and gave a leisurely smile. "What is it?" Jiang Fulai let go of her hand, a fine laugh in his eyes. He rarely looked so gentle, and at this moment he appeared more strikingly graceful than even the vibrant roses around. "Take a look." Inside the box was a white jade hairpin, its texture fine and translucent. Under the subtle lighting, it seemed to be enveloped in a fluorescent glow, with a poppy carved into the tail of the pin. Meanwhile, back in the private room. "Why hasn't Sister Lian come back?" Pu Xiaohan handed a piece of cake to Su Nanjing. "Have some cake." Su Nanjing held the cake but didn't eat it, his gaze fixed on the door. Why did Academician Ma come looking for alien? Pu Xiaohan didn't recognize Academician Ma. But Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had already guessed something. Back at the Buyuan base, when Academician Ma suddenly attended a lecture and afterward Bai Lian took them to another seminar. Pu Xiaohan spoke. "Maybe he's asking her what she'll study in the future. I heard before that Dean Shu also wanted to ask Sister Lian if she'd like to go to the Chinese department." Pu Xiaohan then cut another piece of cake for Xiao Bingwen. Bai Lian's classmates all seemed casual about people coming to look for her and didn't seem to make much of it. Xiao Bingwen held his fork and didn't eat, but inquired subconsciously, "That was Academician Ma. Do you guys know what he does?" Ning Xiao looked at the problems on his phone without looking at Xiao Bingwen. Tang Ming patiently explained to Xiao Bingwen, "I know Academician Ma. I attended his lecture last year and even bought his book on condensed matter, though I haven't really understood it yet." The use of professional terms made it clear they knew of Academician Ma's reputation. So why were they still so unperturbed? Su Nanjing, hearing that he had attended Academician Ma's lecture, suddenly looked up. "Which university did you apply to?" "Jianghu University." Tang Ming scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't do as well as Sister Lian and Ning Xiao, only just meeting the physics department's requirements." Jianghu University was known for its physics department, the pinnacle within the country, with the department ranking high amongst global institutions. The score required was outrageously high, with most students being admitted through competitions. Su Nanjing had only managed to get into Jianghu University's economics department with the help of Jiang Fulai's tutoring. Seeing Tang Ming's bashful face, Xiao Bingwen thought they were all students from Xiangqing like Pu Xiaohan, who had only managed to get into universities in Jianghu. How could they all be in Jianghu University and moreover in the physics department? Since when had the Jianghu University physics department become so commonplace? Xiao Bingguan glanced at Tang Ming's youthful face, suddenly realizing that Bai Lian, his classmate, also became unfathomable. Su Nanjing caught on to something. He was aware of Bai Lian's ranking on the Jiangjing app last time, which was basically the same as the National College Entrance Exam ranking. Add to that his involvement in auctions and mineral matters, which had him flying abroad for several months, only finishing in early July. He hadn't paid much attention to the college entrance exam results. Finally catching on, Su Nanjing put down the small cake. Wait, how much did Alien score in the college entrance exam? Her? Pu Xiaohan casually sat down at the table, picked up a video camera beside her, and started reviewing footage. 750, a perfect score and the national top scorer. Go search the news in Beijing and Xiangqing. Back then, even the Beijing Education Bureau couldn't keep it under wraps. It was all over the place, such as the grandeur of a national top scorer, Diske. Having witnessed such a scene, Pu Xiaohan wasn't surprised by anyone who came looking for Bai Lian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612. The 240 hardest circle to fit into. Back to school. First update. _1 this year. Even with the screening system in place, the topic of the top scorer in the college entrance exam still caused quite a stir. But Su Nanjing and his peers naturally wouldn't pay much attention. He only found out about Bai Lian's news through Pu Xiaohan's social media updates. As for the rest, he didn't know much and he hadn't participated in the college entrance exam betting pools either. The Su family focuses on nurturing well-rounded individuals. Su Nanjing had hated it since he was a child when the Su family compared his grades to Su Jinyi's or Su Jin's. When he grew up, he also refused to become that kind of detestable parent. It was only now that he'd heard about Bai Lian being the college entrance exam top scorer from Pu Xiaohan. Although there is a top scorer every year, there's only one, and they are all extremely talented individuals. As Su Nanjing had grown up, there had only been one top scorer around him, Jianghu Lai. That year Jianghu Lai took the college entrance exam directly in his first year of high school, and Jiang Shijue became second on the list. The Chen family should be more concerned about this year's college entrance exam because there was a Liang Wuyu whom even Su Nanjing had heard of. The Chen family had invested a lot of efforts in promoting him. Now, Alien, a perfect score college entrance exam top scorer? Su Nanjing's understanding of Bai Lian was still stuck at her being ranked 199th. Then everything made sense. That's why when he went to the police station to find Bai Lian that night, Principal Shi rushed over in such a hurry. That's why even Elder Su said the commotion was big. Su Nanjing only thought back then that Jianghu Lai had gone too far, and since the Qin family was involved in politics, the Su family had collaborations with them. It wasn't until recently that he learned that almost everyone in Yunshao district had been replaced. Although Jianghu Lai was the catalyst, he probably only wanted to clean up those bars and clubs. As for those who were purged, they must have been related to Bai Lian. The patio. Bai Lian sat in the pavilion, her hands crossed in front of her chest, in a leisurely posture. Her hair was loose behind her back, the strands lustrous and fine, having grown to her waist over the past year. A light breeze stirred her skirt and long hair. Jianghu Lai meticulously arranged her hair, the raven strands slipping through his long, pale fingers. Can you actually manage? Bai Lian asked languidly. The cool light around the patio danced across her face, creating a hazy interplay of shadow and light. Stay still, Jianghu Lai calmly wound the hair he held around his finger. He was always serene, his voice even tempered as he spoke while coiling her hair. Tomorrow I need to join the group, which might take most of the month. Such research had confidentiality agreements in place from the beginning. Most of the month, Bai Lian spoke. When you come back, I should have started school. Jianghu University registration starts on the 29th of August. Bai Lian had a lot of hair, and Jianghu Lai wrapped it into a half updo, making the white jade hairpin in his hand appear even more pristine and immaculate, untouched by any speck of dust. His skill was not very polished and he dabbed at some stray hairs on the side. This time the result was much better than before, not so untidy. Not particularly striking but very neat. At the end of the white jade hairpin, the craftsmanship of the peony was quite pronounced, yet it seemed just right amidst her locks. Jianghu Lai stepped back, thinking the improvement from last time was substantial. Slowly he responded to Bai Lian's remark, "There, most of the time signals are jammed. They'll be going with Director Ma from the institute." He chose some aspects he could safely share with Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai recalled the incident at the bar last time. After a pause he advised, "Try to avoid fights if possible. If something happens, tell Su Nanjing right away. I've already discussed it with your grandfather. He lives on the first floor." Jiang Fulai had been renovating the first floor for quite a while. He preferred quiet and wasn't used to sharing elevators with others. Before coming here he bought all the units from the first to third floors of the apartment building. Of course he hadn't mentioned this to Bai Lian, but after realizing that the fourth and fifth floor units belonged to Su Nanjing and Ning Xiao, he didn't pursue them. Otherwise, without his consent, neither of them would have been able to get those units. During that time in Jiang he always stayed with Jiang. Jiang Fulai couldn't see what he was lacking. He had seen those 2 thin pages of residence registration and, after some consideration, decided to incorporate decorations Jiang was familiar with on the first floor. The first floor? Bai Lian's radar went off. She had seen the renovations on the first floor. As she listened to Jiang Fulai, she lifted her head. "You bought the first floor?" Things looked set to head in an unpredictable direction. Jiang Fulai smoothed down a stray strand of her hair lifted by the wind and subtly changed the subject. "I've given Ning Xiao the Tongfeng class exam questions from each year. I worked out the solutions for most of them. If they find something they don't understand, you explain it to them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 613, The Hardest Circle to Fit Into, Start of School, Another Update, _2 Bai Lian aimed to get into the Tongfeng class. She naturally hoped others could also make it. Yang Lin's ambition lay in biology, not within the class range. She considered Ning Xiao, but she was a bit worried about Tang Ming. Bai Lian wanted to say something more when her phone on the side moved. Su Nanjing had sent her a bunch of exclamation marks and shocked pig emojis. Realizing she had spent quite some time outside, Bai Lian smoothed out her sleeve and stood up, glancing at Jiang Fulai. "Let's go inside first." She walked ahead, while Jiang Fulai habitually stayed a step behind her. Jingjing watched her indifferent figure walking ahead. She gifted him with jade, and he returned her favor with a jade hairpin. Inside the private room. When Bai Lian returned, Chief Chen was drinking with Dean Jihengjian. That was someone from the Academy of Sciences. Chief Chen was talking about academician Ma with Ji Heng, aware of the commotion Bai Lian had caused. Is Miss Bai being booked by them? Chief Chen was also a native of Jiangjing, and although he had taken the military official path, he still understood a thing or two. Go to Ko, with her talent so high, she should be turned over to the country. Ji Heng held his glass, pouring himself another round and also filling up those for Dean Ji and Chief Chen. It's only right. When he said it was only right, there was always some sort of melancholy in his tone. Pride mixed with an inexplicable sense of solitude. Chief Chen nodded, raising his glass to speak with Ji Heng. Miss Bai, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, he glanced toward Ji Xiaojun, whose expression seemed a bit off. Brother Ji? Ji Xiaojun snapped back to reality. It's nothing. He picked up his chopsticks and said slowly, Alien will probably come back often. Look at Xiaojiang to know. As they were talking on this side. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing were still motionlessly staring at Bai Lian. Sister Ji said you were the top scorer of the college entrance exam? Yeah. Bai Lian casually sat next to Pu Xiaohan and asked Ning Xiao about the exam questions. Su Nanjing opened his mouth. Why didn't you ever mention this? Why mention such things? Bai Lian leaned back and looked up slightly, those deep black eyes making Su Nanjing's words come to a halt. To her, it seemed that scoring full marks on the college entrance exam was no more than an ordinary event, just one goal in her path through life, so there was no need to bring it up. Su Nanjing fell silent, thinking that if his mother knew she was the top exam scorer, she would definitely hold a grand banquet at Jiangjing University. Despite how long the Su family had been around, the family shrine only had one top scholar from hundreds of years ago. Bai Lian tapped on the table and looked at Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Have you guys roughly reviewed the questions? Ning Xiao raised his head to answer. I've skimmed through them. The overall difficulty is all right. He and Tang Ming had already huddled together to discuss the questions. Bai Lian occasionally chimed in with a few words, while Jiang Fulai quietly leaned on the armrest beside her, occasionally lowering his head to glance coolly at Ning Xiao's test. Pu Xiaohan was beside her, looking at the footage from the camera. Yellow Hair and Hong Mao couldn't understand, so the two took out a board game to play Gamoku, and after losing, Hong Mao would bring Jianghu over to command his moves, occasionally asking Bai Lian to help him with a move. Bai Lian leaned against the sofa, her white dress spread out beside her, fiddling with a chess piece in her hand. From 3 meters away she casually flicked it onto the chessboard. The piece landed precisely where it was meant to. Her features were delicate, and the word beautiful seemed too generic to describe her. There was a casual yet composed elegance about her as she made her directives. Pu Xiaohan would occasionally turn her head to show Bai Lian the footage on the camera. Jiang Fulai only exchanged a few words with Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. Among them, even Pu Xiaohan, who had the lowest grades, was from Media University. As for Ning Xiao, she was even more outstanding than those from the attached high school, not to mention Bai Lian. Over the past 2 years, Liang Wuyu, who had garnered much attention, was merely a stepping stone for her. Xiao Bingwen realized why Su Nanjing hadn't asked him to invite the young masters and misses from his circle to liven up the scene. The circle of these young people was far more fascinating than theirs. This group of young people was vibrant, full of high spirits. Xiao Bingwen couldn't help but exhale deeply. Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen said, looking at Bai Lian in the midst of the crowd, I always feel that these few people aren't so simple. Jiang Jing always said it was hard to get into Su Nanjing and Jiang Ziju's circle. Now, looking at them, he felt that the truly hard-to-reach circle in the future would be Bai Lian's. It's not just them. Su Nanjing was more familiar with Bai Lian than Xiao Bingwen. Recalling Pu Xiaohan's words, he said, there should be a few more people, probably Sister Lu, whom I haven't seen. Plus another good guy, I've only heard of him. Good guy. It was the first time Xiao Bingwen had heard of this. He was squatting in Xiangqing prison in his senior year. Su Nanjing lit a cigarette, glancing at Xiao Bingwen. Qi Lu personally fought the case and he was still sentenced to a year. During that time, Jiang brother kept tutoring him personally. He was truly a tough guy. Until now, Su Nanjing still didn't know what that good guy was called. Su Nanjing pressed down the lighter, blew a smoke ring, and his peach blossom eyes slightly squinted. Pu Xiaohan had just mentioned that 4 people got into Jiang University, and one of them was Yang Lin. In a situation where she was losing a lot of blood, she managed to calmly lay out the scene. Yang Lin, who had the resolve to take her father's life with a knife. Su Nanjing didn't know what drove her, but the resilience of someone who broke free from such a family was just like that good guy. Listening to this, Jiang Fulai personally going to prison for tutoring and Qi Yundai? The top legal team in Asia's legal circle? He tapped his knee, his gaze fixed on Bai Lian and the others. Jiangjing sure had become lively. 8:29. The day Jiangjing University freshmen reported for enrollment. Shanghai apartment, 1st floor. Ji Hung was watering the succulents and cabbage with one hand and holding his phone in the other, talking to Ji Xiaojun. No rush, I live right by Jiangda, there's plenty of time to get there. On the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun hung up. He grabbed his package and was about to leave. Shen Qing rarely stayed here anymore, often going to Bai Lian's place instead. He opened the door to see the building's butler and Xiaojia. It was Sunday, a day off, and the butler knew Ji Xiaojun was always disciplined, so he came to discuss banquet arrangements. Seeing him with the package, the butler was curious. Where are you heading? Let us drive you there? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6:14. Admission of 241, The Oppressive Feeling of the Big Shot, Second Update, _1 Rest Day. Ji Xiaojun didn't expect the butler to show up unannounced. Seeing him at the door, he was taken aback. Today is Alien's school opening and I'm going to take her to school. When it came to Bai Lian, the Ji family always took care of the smallest details. In the past, the Ji family didn't have such a strong atmosphere, and Ji Hung would always be alone, secluded on Purist Street. For the entire Ji family, everything used to be cold and detached. Ji Xiaojun would then take his drawing board and go teach his students. Ji Xiaorong seldom returned home, and Ren Wanxian didn't get along with the entire Ji family. Bai Lian seemed like a gift from heaven, linking the two cold families together. Even Ji Hung began to show some liveliness, with a group of children hopping around his yard all day. People in Xiangqing always believed that no matter how far their children flew away, the wind of Xiangqing would always protect them. What a coincidence, Bai Lian also had the surname Bai. The butler glanced at Ji Xiaojun, knowing he always placed great importance on his niece Bai Lian. She probably has a lot of stuff for school, right? Let Xiaojia take you guys to school in the business car we have prepared. Also, Miss has mentioned to you she wants to invite the old man and Miss Bai for a meal first. Jianghu had been living in Shanghai apartment ever since he came. Go to. Ko the butler only found out a few days ago that Jianghu had arrived in Jiangjing. I'll go by myself, Ji Xiaojun thought for a moment. Today being the opening of Jianghu University, Zier Avenue was definitely going to be jammed. Taking the car wouldn't be as smooth as the subway. I'll take the subway. The subway in Jiangjing was always crowded. Xiaojia took Ji Xiaojun to the subway station. He looked across to the other subway entrance, hesitated and asked, "Are you sure you don't want me to take you?" "No need." Ji Xiaojun looked down at the time on his phone, nodded to the butler and then walked directly to the opposite subway. This place was still some distance from Jianghu University. As they got closer to the university town, the subway was full of people, most of them happily taking their kids to report to the school, as the enrollment times of the major universities were quite aligned. When Ji Xiaojun got off at the Jianghu University station, there was even a reception set up by Jianghu University in the subway station itself, guiding the new students to Jianghu University. It was Ji Xian's first time feeling such a bustling atmosphere. He exited the subway station and saw Zier Avenue teeming with traffic. He then walked with a light step towards Shanghai apartment under the bright sunshine. Shanghai apartment. 303. In Bai Lian's room, Shenqing circled around her suitcase asking, "Is this all you're bringing? Are you taking your piano with you?" Even when in Xiangqing, Bai Lian didn't live on campus. Now, even though she had rented a house off campus, she still had to abide by the residential rules. Shenqing was helping her pack and always felt she wasn't bringing enough. Bai Lian leaned lazily against the windowsill with the curtains drawn back and the window cracked open to let in the strong light. "It's just registration, I won't bring the piano for now." The light exposed a clear path through the floating dust in the room. She squinted at Shenqing counting the items in her suitcase, everything appearing so tranquil. "Okay, then when is he coming back?" Shenqing paused her packing and looked up at Bai Lian. "Is Xiaojiang not coming back today either?" "I don't know." Bai Lian's gaze fell on the courtyard below. Jianghu was not quite used to the climate of Jiangjing. His small yard had a wooden-colored umbrella erected, casting a cool shade all around. She watched the umbrella, her eyes not quite focusing on anything tangible. The problems Jiang Fulai and Ning Xiao left for her were not difficult. She had been pushing the two to solve them lately, while also busy with the songs required by the director of the institute, and reviewing the thesis notes left by my institute scholar. She was too busy to be bothered by anything else. However, ever since coming to Jiangjing, Jiang Fulai had been there for all of it. Even back in Xiangqing, he would most often accompany her for a walk through the alleys of Purist Street at night. Sometimes when studying until the wee hours, she would occasionally send him one or two questions, and he would always respond promptly. But for the past half a month, he and Hewen seemed to have disappeared into thin air, only showing up online at specific times to reply to messages. Long ago, she had weathered through the trials of Abi hell alone, braved countless troubles on her own. As she was pondering, Ji Xiaojun appeared in her field of vision, carrying a small bag. Bai Lian snapped back to reality, turned to Shenqing and smiled languidly, "Uncle is here." Shenqing went downstairs to call for Ji Xiaojun. Bai Lian picked up her phone on the side, unlocked it slowly and opened WeChat. In the WeChat group for Class 15 the chat was lively, with Lu Lingxi also talking with everyone in the group. Bai Lian tapped on the two conversation boxes at the top, opening one of them. Her last conversation with Jiang Fulai was on the 20th. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 6:15. Admission of 241. The oppressive feeling of the big shot. Second update. _2 She took a photo of the vegetables downstairs, which were growing splendidly in the pleasant sunshine, sent it over and slowly typed a few words. "School starting, at the end of summer with clouds drifting and sunlight filtering through, the scene outside the window reflects the feelings in my heart, wondering if you are well? Room 303's hall." Ning Xiao had already packed his suitcase. Tang Ming's parents had arrived a couple of days ago, staying at a nearby guest house, and were taking Tang Ming to school today. Since nobody was sending Ning Xiao, he was going with Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan's school would start in a couple of days, and her parents had already arrived, currently touring around Jiangjing. At the moment she was holding a camera, planning to walk into the school with Bai Lian and shoot along the way. Ning Xiao didn't bring much. he planned to get his bedding from the administrative office. He intended to buy the rest of his stuff at the school's convenience store. Shen Qing had prepared a lot of things for Bai Lian, daily necessities that she had bought a few days prior, confident that with many people around, it wouldn't matter if the items were numerous and heavy. Today was the first day of registration, and many cars were already parked at the entrance of Jianghu University. Fearing the crowd might grow even larger if they waited any longer, Shen Qing and Jianghu took Bai Lian to register ahead of the rest. Although they lived right next to Jianghu University, they insisted on sending her off to school with such fanfare. Bai Lian happily went along with Shen Qing and Jianghu's mood. At the entrance of Jianghu University, the Tang family had already arrived. Tang Ming, wearing a duckbill cap, excitedly waved from a distance upon seeing Bai Lian. "Lian Jie, scholar, this way." But before he could finish, he saw that behind Bai Lian, Ming Dongheng was coolly carrying her biggest black suitcase, which was heavy with some of Bai Lian's books inside. Bai Lian and her group with Shen Qing seemed close, but Ming Dongheng, the tough and cold-looking guy, kept others at a distance. When Tang Ming saw Ming Dongheng, he dropped his hand and stopped waving. "What's gotten into you now?" Having greeted Tang Ming's family, Pu Xiaohan noticed Tang Ming's extremely solemn expression. After greeting Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan, Tang Ming's mother pinched Pu Xiaohan's face, and upon hearing this she glanced at Tang Ming. "Xiaohan, don't bother with him, he's always so unnecessary." The group made a grand entrance into the campus. This immediately drew attention. The appearance and demeanor of this group were remarkable, especially Bai Lian, who was wearing a new biwei long dress made by Jianghu today. With three-quarter sleeves, her delicate wrists peeked out. The sunlight fell on her bright green dress, dazzlingly bright. Green was a color that didn't suit everyone, but it seemed exceptionally appropriate on her, enhancing her fair complexion, and her long lashes lazily drooped. This kind of flashy yet restrained beauty was a showstopper. Not only the reception desks of various departments but even the freshmen and their parents couldn't help but turn their gaze toward her. They quietly discussed among themselves, wondering if she was some celebrity, with a big guy in a black t-shirt standing behind her. Although he was wearing sunglasses, it was apparent he was scanning the people around him. He looked very much like the well-trained bodyguards often seen on television. For a moment, nobody dared to approach. Bai Lian and the three were of the same major, and Tang Ming, looking at the bustling scene of new students that resembled a market, quickly found the physics department among a bunch of signs and hurried over there. A second before, the people at the physics department were wondering if this girl was a newly signed star, but the next they saw her heading their way. The crew-cut boy looked at Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian, mouth agape. "You, all of you are from the physics department?" "Yeah," Tang Ming replied with a smile. The crew-cut boy looked past Tang Ming to Bai Lian, who stood there nonchalantly, and the corners of his mouth instantly sprang up. "Junior, Gu Xiaoga, sophomore in the physics department and also from the student union's organization department. Come on, he'll take you to our department to register. Do you have any luggage?" Tang Ming, under the envious gaze of the other physics department members, Gu Xiaoga led Bai Lian's group to register with the physics department. Behind them, a group of upperclassmen waiting for other new students looked at the retreating figures of Bai Lian and her party, discussing among themselves. "She seems prettier than Sister Ming, doesn't she? Get rid of seems. Wait a minute, do you guys think the freshman girl just now looks like that girl who was popular on our school's forum last year?" Someone took out their phone immediately, glanced at it and said, "It really is her. She actually got into Jianghu University, and in the physics department." "Physics department? Is she that freaky?" "Freaky? The top scholar in this year's college entrance exam is the real freak, man. Thankfully I took my exams last year, or else being in the same batch as these folks." The registration area was in the auditorium, which wasn't too crowded at this time, with only a few new students lining up in front of each college's table. Ji Heng and Tang Ming's parents were standing aside waiting, while Ji Xiaojun talked to Ji Heng about being invited by Mu Yining for dinner. "Dinner, huh?" Ji Heng considered for a moment before suddenly remembering something. "They don't know Alien is now at Jianghu University, do they?" Ji Xiaojun nodded. "They don't." If the butler already knew of Bai Lian, would he be this enthusiastic? Thoughtful, Ji Heng held a bag in his hand containing Bai Lian's backpack. "Tell them tonight." Not far away, Gu Xiaoga was taking them to the physics department's reporting station and instructed the three new students in advance. "Have your ID cards and admission notices ready." There were 2 people ahead of them. Gu Xiaoga talked to the members of the physics department student union with ease. These three are from Beijing and they all got into our school. He then introduced Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to them. This is our faculty's junior brother Ba, president of our student union. Hehe, I hope you all can pass the assessment and join the school student union. Don't worry, freshman girl. President Ba, Gu Xiaoge turned back and asked Ba Ximing, is Liang Wuyu also from our department? When you see him later, remember to let us know and to definitely lure him into our student union. Not yet. President Ba finished registering the previous student's information, took Tang Ming's ID and exam admission ticket, entered Tang Ming's ID and exam admission number into the computer, and double-checked the information. When he saw Tang Ming's college entrance examination score, he looked up at Tang Ming and smiled, "Welcome to your studies." Next was Ning Xiao. When Ba Ximing saw Ning Xiao's score, he was momentarily stunned. After completing the registration, he initiated a conversation. "Student Ning, add me on WeChat so it's easier to contact me if you need anything." He took out his phone. Ning Xiao added him. Seeing him doing this, Gu Xiaoge couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiao. Bai Lian stood at the very end. She didn't have her admission notice and only presented her ID and exam admission ticket. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoge was chatting with the sociable Tang Ming. "You guys did well to get into Jianghu University this year, little bro, considering there are 2 freaks on top." "Ah," Tang Ming scratched his head. "Really?" Ba Ximing held Bai Lian's ID and exam admission ticket, entering them into the computer. Since there were fewer girls in the physics department, he looked at Bai Lian a bit longer, and noticing that her ID number was from Xiangqing just like the 2 guys before her, he hit the enter key. He saw Bai Lian's enrollment score, 750. He always knew that this year's top scholar had surpassed Liang Wuyu. Many thought that Liang Wuyu had made a mistake, and he only learned now that she had beaten him with a perfect score. Ba Ximing couldn't help but look up. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. She stood in front, leisurely tapping the screen of her phone, her languid gaze falling on him. Ba Ximing was the first to directly feel that pressure of looking down upon others from the summit, from the top scholar with the perfect score, from the elder sister of masters. Contempt for all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616. 242 Originally, she was at Jianghu University. First update, _1 Ba Ximing remained silent. The senior sitting beside him, waiting for Bai Lian to fill out the form, started to urge, "President, haven't you registered yet? Junior sister, come here and fill out the freshman report first." She had been watching Bai Lian's face, then passed the pen and paper to Bai Lian, with a voice gentle enough to melt water. "Junior sister, come on, fill out this form." Bai Lian expressed her thanks and took the paper and pen. She leaned forward slightly and left her basic information on it. "Junior sister, let's add each other on WeChat first, then you can go to your dorm. Your dorm is in Nanmei District, building number 4, room 407. The senior took out her phone, successfully added Bai Lian on WeChat. "I'm Yi Jingxian, a junior at the main campus. If you need anything you can come to me." Seeing Yi Jingxian adding Bai Lian on WeChat, Gu Xiaoge also took out his phone, but just as he had it in his hand he felt a gaze behind him. Gu Xiaoge looked up to see the man in the black t-shirt with a stern presence. Even through the sunglasses he could feel the hostility. Gu Xiaoge, stunned for a moment, missed the perfect opportunity to make a new friend. After everyone had left, Yi Jingxian picked up the form Bai Lian had filled out. Bai Lian's handwriting was bold and vigorous. The speed and roughness within her strokes had their own character. She could tell that Bai Lian had practiced regular script calligraphy, naturally seeing the power within the lines. She definitely learned calligraphy. "I must get her to join our literature and art department," Yi Jingxian declared with certainty as she looked at the paper. "Go to." Co beside her, Ba Ximing glanced at the computer screen and said softly, "Not necessarily." "What do you mean?" As the next student was about to line up, Ba Ximing pointed to the not yet refreshed computer screen for Yi Jingxian to see. "Look who she is." Yi Jingxian leaned over for a look and saw those dazzling entrance exam scores. "Damn, she's joined our college too? How come we haven't heard such big news?" This year, all the freshman girls were housed in the Nanmei district, in dormitories uniformly designed for 4 occupants with bunk beds and desks underneath, separated by sky blue partitions. The entire dormitory was extremely spacious, with a private bathroom. The balcony was quite large too and had a table and 2 wooden chairs on it. Bai Lian was one of the earliest to arrive. The other people in the dorm had not come yet, so she chose the bed near the balcony on the left side. Shen Qing took a basin to the bathroom to fetch water and wiped down Bai Lian's desk and chair, as well as those belonging to the other residents of the dormitory. Bai Lian arranged the books from her suitcase neatly on her desk. Her belongings were simple, books and clothes. As she didn't plan to stay on campus during the registration period, Bai Lian had not brought her computer. After registration, Bai Lian took Shen Qing and Jianghu around Jianghu University's campus, and Shen Qing took many photos. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao also came out of the men's dormitory. More people were coming to register at this time, and the school was filled with students everywhere. The celebrity statue square was especially crowded, swarming with luggage. Bai Lian and Ning Xiao both liked quiet places like the library coffee shop. However, Shen Qing and Tang Ming's parents enjoyed the busy atmosphere. After lunch, having checked out the Jianghu University statue square, the library, the science building and the teaching buildings, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Tang Ming's parents had an 8 o'clock flight and left first. By this time, past the peak of new student arrivals, there were still quite a few people at the entrance of Jianghu University. Bai Lian stood lazily by the roadside, watching Shen Qing take photos of Jianghu University's main gate with her phone. Yang Lin's dorm is in Building 5, Pu Xiaohan said, watching Tang Ming seeing his parents off, then turned back to speak to Bai Lian, but she went to the neighboring art college today. The art college? Bai Lian tilted her head slightly. She remembered the meticulous painting she had once seen in Yang Lin's biology notebook. Yeah, Pu Xiaohan said without thinking much further. Grandfather finished making the clothes. I'm going to find Grandpa Jian later, and I plan to finish shooting this part of the video before school starts. Bai Lian took out her phone, looking down at it. Okay. On her phone, Yen Lu sent a message saying that her new show would finish filming in a week, and after that Shed returned to Xiangqing, waiting for Zhang Xiai's to get out. Bai Lian tapped on the phone screen with her fingertips. Next to her, Ji Heng lit a cigarette, smiled at Pu Xiaohan as he greeted her, then approached Bai Lian and after a moment of thought said, "Alien, come have dinner with us tonight. It's the lady who gave you the bag last time she's treating." Bai Lian watched Pu Xiaohan leave the school gate and also remembered the bag that Ji Xiaojun had brought back last time. It was a unique design, but because it was leather she had studied it and figured that if she put slightly more books in it might deform, so she left it and used its Shanghai apartment. She generally preferred the canvas bag Ji Heng had made for her. More could fit in it and it was less likely to get damaged. The phone rang and Bai Lian looked down to see it was Director Huang's call. She answered, "Director Huang? You came to register today?" On the other side of the call, Dean Huang walked to the window looking down at the new students coming and going below. Today was the new student registration, and as the dean of the physics college, he was naturally in attendance. Upon arriving at the university, he overheard some professors discussing Liang Wuyu and Bai Lian. Upon further inspection, Bai Lian had chosen their physics college. "That's right, the sooner the better," Bai Lian said to Shen Qing, who was still taking photos as she casually leaned against the nearby railing, her green dress trailing on the ground. Ji Xiaojun also had the day off and just happened to have time, so Ji Heng decided to drop Bai Lian off for registration first. "How are you preparing for the Tongfeng class exams?" Dean Huang remembered to ask. Bai Lian's leg was casually propped up and upon hearing this she laughed lazily. "It's going okay." The "okay," uttered by a top student was generally not to be taken at face value. Upon hearing her tone, Dean Huang roughly knew what that meant. He nodded, his tone much warmer. "Then that's good. The teacher will be back in a few days and if you encounter any issues just give me a call." Of course, the teacher he referred to was Academician Ma. "Sure." Bai Lian looked up at the sky and replied indifferently. On the other end of the phone, inside Dean Huang's office, the two professors listened to Dean Huang's tone and exchanged glances. Once Dean Huang hung up the phone, the laboratory professor finally spoke up. "Dean Huang, were you talking to Academician Zhou on the phone?" Academician Zhou was from the aerospace department and was also one of the first students led by Academician Ma, the eldest apprentice in Academician Ma's lineage. At 47 he was the youngest academician. After all, since Dean Huang called Academician Ma teacher, on the phone along with the other party, they guessed it was somebody from Dean Huang's own circle. Upon hearing this, Dean Huang did not reply, but just shook his head to them and rarely cracked a smile. No. That was not Academician Zhou, but rather their future junior sister. Mu Yining's office. She was wearing a black professional suit, tilting her head slightly while looking at her assistant beside her. "Are you sure it's Mr. Chen? The documents just came out this morning, The assistant closed the file. It's confirmed that he's the top man in Yunshao district. This is really... Mu Yining looked downstairs, lost in thought. A batch of replacements had just been made from top to bottom in Yunshao district, causing a disconnection in the networking web among the inner circle. Just when Yunshao district's new leading official had been assigned a year ago, the circle had become impeccably clean. The economic lifelines and policies were all firmly in their grasp. But indeed it wasn't an easy circle to mingle in. It's not just us hitting a wall. The assistant looked at Mu Yining's furrowed brow and spoke up. Most have hit a wall, all except for one family. Mu Yining turned her head. Are you talking about that Su family?
Yes.
Mu Yining looked downstairs and fell silent. The assistant flipped through the schedule and continued to report to her. Mu, I couldn't book the Kangyu Tower, so I booked the U private room at Qingxin Building, 7 o'clock this evening. Jiheng was one of Mu Yining's elders. Mu Yining had met Jiheng when she was old enough to remember, and she had an impression of him as a very capable person. However, after he went on to separate from the Mu family, there were no more news from him. Knowing that Jiheng was coming to Jianghu, Mu Yining would naturally treat him with high standards. Kangyu Tower was difficult to book, and getting a reservation at Qingxin Building during this time frame was already quite good. Mu Yining raised her wrist, looking down at the time on her watch decisively. Assistant Wang, you go pick them up first. I'll drive over myself in a bit. Assistant Wang had Ji Xian's WeChat and inquired for their address. Ji Xiaojun sent a location directly. Assistant Wang got into the driver's seat, checked the location on his phone, and saw it was Jianghu University. Ji Xiaojun had told him that he was taking his niece to register today. Ren Wangshuan's records had been collected by him. Her achievements were decent but weren't considered among the top talents. It was said that one looks to Jianghu University for domestic talent, but within Jianghu University, one looks to Class 3 for exceptional talent. Not to mention Ren Wanxian, even Mu Zhao was not among the top talents. After meeting Ren Wanxian, they hardly had any expectations for the other girl. The entrance of Jianghu University wasn't as congested as before, but there were still plenty of taxis. Assistant Wang drove the car to the university gates, his gaze fixed on Jiheng and the others who had just emerged from the entrance, as he thought absent-mindedly. He and the Mu family butler had always known that Miss Bai had been admitted to Jianghu but had never asked which school she was at. So it turned out she was at Jianghu University. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617. 243 Jianghu University Physics Department. Brother Jiang is back, second update, _1 Jianghu University's entrance. Ji Xiaojun had ridden in Assistant Wang's car before, so he recognized the license plate and turned to Ming Dongheng. Xiaoming, someone has come to pick us up, you don't need to give a ride. Ming Dongheng nodded, standing aside without leaving, his gaze piercing through his sunglasses to look at Assistant Wang's license plate. Assistant Wang got out from the driver's seat. He walked over to the other side, his eyes watching Ji Xiaojun and his group. He had met both Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing before, his eyes settling on the girl standing next to Xin Qing. The summer sun sets late, so at that time the light was not harsh, with the entire sun appearing as if veiled in a layer of soft mist, the cool golden rays slanting onto her, her emerald dress fluttering with the wind. Her brows and eyes were lazy yet unbridled. It was the pride of her blooming age, yet also a rare composure in pointing out the hills and rivers of this age. Such bearing of a great general. Assistant Wang stood still, his gaze upon Bai Lian, almost losing his voice as he watched her. Assistant Wang, Ji Xiaojun approached, introducing Jiheng to him. This is my dad. Go to. Co-assistant Wang finally snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting from Bai Lian and greeting Jiheng. Honored elder, hello, I am assistant manager Mu's assistant. You can just call me Xiao Wang. His gaze landed on Jiheng and to his surprise, he found this Mr. Ji also had an extraordinary bearing. Assistant Wang opened the car door and ushered the large Ji family inside. He took his seat at the wheel and drove onto the main road. Since it wasn't a workday, traffic wasn't as heavy, and he looked in the rearview mirror. Bai Lian sat close to the door and after getting in the car, put on her Bluetooth earpiece. She lowered the window, resting her elbow casually on it. Miss Bai, which major are you in at Jianghu University? Assistant Wang politely inquired. Xin Qing, looking down at the photos they had taken throughout the day, heard and answered for Bai Lian. Alien has enrolled in the Department of Physics. Jianghu University's Department of Physics, one of the 3 premier majors. The car quickly arrived at the Qingxin building. Mu Yining had arrived a few minutes early and was waiting for Jianghu downstairs. Assistant Wang parked the car at the entrance of Qingxin building. Seeing Jianghu in the passenger seat, she promptly opened the door for him. "Uncle, I am Yining." Jianghu got out of the car, his brows and eyes filled with admiration. "You've grown up so much." Mu Yining pursed her lips and smiled, glancing to the side and pausing when she saw Bai Lian and Shin Qing getting out of the car. After getting out of the car, Bai Lian saw Mu Yining looking over and slightly inclined her body to greet her, her half-tied black hair consequently spilling over her chest. "Hello." Mu Yining had seen Ren Wanxian. Although cultivated, she still couldn't shake off an air of pettiness in every move she made. In fact, aside from Shin Qing, everyone from the Ji family possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Ren Wanxian, however, seemed a bit out of place in the Ji family. Mu Yining initially thought that Ji Xian's other niece would be similar, but she couldn't find anyone else in Jianghu who could match Bai Lian's appearance and demeanor. The group arrived at the Rain character private room in Qingxin building. The room was difficult to book, and as soon as they entered, the staff served them tea and snacks. Bai Lian obediently sat down next to Shin Qing, having already taken off her earpiece, and started to check the problems on an app on her phone. Mu Yining sat next to Jianghu, pouring him a cup of tea, reminiscing about some childhood anecdotes, her eyes occasionally drifting towards Bai Lian sitting opposite to her, slightly lost in thought. The knock on the door rang again. Assistant Wang went to open the door and was somewhat surprised. "Manager Pang?" Because Mu Yining often booked the room for important guests, Assistant Wang had a membership card and naturally recognized the manager of Qingxin building. Qingxin building was only second to Kangyu Tower in Jianghu, favored by political and business elites for booking private rooms. However, Assistant Wang wasn't familiar with the staff at Qingxin building, and neither he nor Mu Yining were at the level to warrant personal reception by the manager, so he was naturally surprised. "Assistant Wang, I've brought some pastries for your private room." Manager Pang allowed the staff behind him to enter, smiling. "These are the pastries we provide complimentary to our Rain character room guests." The pastries from Qingxin building were famous, much like the breakfast at Kangyu Tower. Reservations were usually tough to get, and Assistant Wang watched the staff bring in the pastries, stepping aside. The staff served the pastries to everyone at the table. Bai Lian lowered her head, recognizing it as the same pastry she had extra last time when she and Jiang Fulai had a meal with Gao Yan. She lifted her head and the manager of Qingxin building gave her a smile. Jianghu didn't eat much, having spent the time talking to Mu Yining, his brow slightly furrowed. "How has your father been lately? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 6:18. 243 Jianghu University Physics Department. Brother Jiang is back. Second update. _2 The people of great families have always been very united since ancient times. Back then, there was even the concept of collective punishment, where if one person committed a crime punishable by death, it would implicate 9 generations of the family. Shared glory and shared loss, this notion has been passed down to the present. Jianghu also greatly admired this half-brother of his and never thought of competing with him, knowing that with Mu Xiangguang there, the Mu family would become even more prosperous. It was only upon returning to Jianghu that he heard a few words from Ji Xiaojun. Having taken a sip of tea, Mu Yining remarked, "You know, he still hasn't gotten over it. That time, my brother didn't want to go with the scientific expedition team. He felt he wasn't experienced enough, but our father pulled some strings and forcefully got them in. Due to his interference, Mu Qiong, whom Mu Xiangguang had been grooming with devotion, died, and since then he has almost never left the Buddhist temple." Jianghu was clearly hearing this for the first time as he set down his smoking pipe. Compared to Mu Qiong's death, he himself was the final executioner, and this was the real reason Mu Xiangguang could not forgive himself. The atmosphere grew heavy upon mentioning this. After finishing the meal, Mu Yining escorted Jianghu and the others downstairs and had her driver take them back to Shanghai apartment. "Be careful on the road." Ji Xiaojun and Shin Qing were returning to their place and didn't go back with Jianghu. Mu Yining called a Qingxin building car to take Ji Xiaojun back, and only after everyone had left did she return to her car. Pressing her temples, she asked, "Did Mu Zhao go to school today?" "Go to." Co-assistant Wang was driving and he replied respectfully, "The young master said he'd go on the last day." Mu Zhao was also applying to Jianghu University, but he was in the economics department. Upon the mention of Jianghu University, Assistant Wang drove to the intersection and slowly said, "Mr. Mu, Miss Bai is also at Jianghu University." "What? She's at Jianghu University?" Mu Yining rolled down the window feeling a bit more alert. She had been observing Bai Lian for a long time that day. Assistant Wang answered, "Yes, Jianghu University Physics Department." As a member of the Mu family, who didn't know about the physics department at Jianghu University? Mu Qiong used to be in the physics department at Jianghu University, participated in a direct Ph.D. program, and joined the scientific expedition team. Listening to the familiar major, Mu Yining stared blankly out the window. She actually got into Jianghu University on her own, and it's the physics department of Jianghu University. As far as she knew, Bai Lian was also from Xiangqing. Mu Qiong had been receiving the finest education since he was young, but Mu Yining could guess the conditions Bai Lian faced in Xiangqing without having to think about it. "Do you think?" At the red light, Assistant Wang stopped the car. "If the master knows she's in the physics department, will he come out?" Mu Yining pulled herself back from her thoughts. "I don't know, the problem is not just my dad. Look, she has never visited the Mu family either." Mu Yining leaned back in her seat, suddenly looking up. "Does the butler know about this?" She was inquiring whether the butler was aware of this situation. Mu Yining's focus had already shifted towards economics, and she didn't understand the matters of the scientific community. The leading figures of the major research institutions were probably known only to Mu Xiangguang. But without Mu Xiangguang coming out, there was nothing Mu Yining could do. "He probably doesn't know," whispered Assistant Wang. The registration period for Jianghu University lasted 3 days, from the 29th to the 31st. On the 31st in the evening, Bai Lian returned to room 407 with her black computer and a small pot of succulents. The door was ajar, and as she entered, 2 of her roommates were by the desk on the left side of the door, yelling frantically at the computer, "It's not loading. Come on, come on. You're Jianghu University's network, how can you be this bad? You're a huge letdown, Jianghu University network. I will never choose Jianghu University again." The voice was hysterical. The girl wearing a white t-shirt and a ponytail had just finished shouting when she saw a beautiful girl standing at the door, clad in white and black, with pretty yet languid eyes and eyebrows. "Friday, friend, who are you looking for?" Bai Lian, holding her computer, nodded politely. "Hello, I'm Bai Lian, I arrived on the first day of school." The girl with the ponytail realized this was her roommate. "Ah, hello, my name is Kong Wei," and pointing to the round-faced girl sitting in front of the computer, "Her name is Yu Simin, both of us are from Xiqing." Yu Simin also turned her head and greeted warmly, "So you are our last mysterious roommate. Add me on WeChat and he'll pull you into our dorm group." The 3 of them introduced themselves and Kong Wei touched her nose, trying to save face. "Sorry about earlier, I was competing with Yu Simin for our Idols album. Did we scare you? And not usually like this." Bai Lian glanced and saw that Yu Simin's computer was on the page for the Gambling with Liquor album release. Xinjia had included all of Yen Lu's songs in the Gambling with Liquor album, contending for the Chinese Music Awards, so she also released a collector's edition for the fans. It wasn't expensive, it was just hard to get. "No worries," Bai Lian said to Kong Wei, smiling slightly with a casual look in her eyes. Zhang Xiai's was even more extreme when it came to chasing after stars. Kong Wei stared at her as she smiled at her with a radiant face, and she was somewhat stunned. Bai Lian walked to her desk. The bed opposite hers was made up with curtains around it, but there was no one there. She paused at the desk, thought for a moment, and then lifted her hand to place her computer on the bed. She had transferred the data given to her by Academician Ma onto her computer. Although Jiang Fulai had told her that her computer's security was high and there was no need to worry about data leakage, she was still very cautious. She arranged the succulents on the desk and on the left, Kong Wei finally snapped back to reality. She opened a friend request message. It was from Bai Lian with a very simple WeChat name, Bai Jian. "Ah, are you also a fan of Yen Lu?" Kong Wei gripped her phone tightly, suppressing her excitement. Bai Lian slowly pulled out a chair to sit and took a book from the side. Hearing the question, she raised an eyebrow, sort of. Finding a common interest, the distance between them closed instantly. Kong Wei and Yu Simin had competed for 5 minutes. The campus network at Jianghu University was so bad that neither could get the album, and they swore not to recommend juniors to apply to Jianghu University. "The person across from you is Sun Qian," Kong Wei said listlessly, hugging a bag of potato chips and gossiping with Bai Lian. "She came yesterday with a butler and bodyguards, she has a butler at her home." The Sun family? Yu Simin pushed her glasses, clearly knowing some people in Jiangjing, and analyzed seriously, it must be that Sun family. Which one? Gossip was Kong Wei's nature. Yu Simin glanced at Bai Lian's book, which was in a foreign language that she did not understand, and continued to reason while touching her chin. There are only so many families in Jiangjing. My maternal grandfather warned me about causing trouble in Jiangjing and mentioned a few things. Generally, families with marital connections to the Su family have royal lineage. By extension, our dorm could also be considered royalty, right? Bai Lian looked down, slowly flipping through the book. She wasn't listening carefully, but when Yu Simin mentioned the Su family, she couldn't help but think of Su Nanjing and his entourage. Outside Jiang University's gates, a car with no logo slowly drove in. The gatekeeper, seeing the license plate, was startled and quickly let it through from afar, wondering to himself why the car was at Jiangjing today. With many people taking walks around Jiang University at that time, and more cars entering and exiting the university during those days, most did not recognize the internal car plates and did not pay much attention. Still, a few were pondering why the character in front of the plate was not Jiang, but Yan. The car avoided the crowd and slowly drove from the west gate toward Nanmei district. When the car stopped, Academician Ma was still on his computer, the fluorescent light reflecting on his face. Without looking up as the car door opened, he asked, "You're not attending the summary meeting?" Jiang Fulai got out of the car, looked towards the street corner, casually putting on a baseball cap, his tone cold. "What's the point if they need me for everything? What use is it to keep them? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 619, Meet at 244, incident occurred at _1 Academician Ma tapped on the keyboard, typing out a line of text, and upon hearing the monitor's words, he slowly pushed up his glasses with a hand. "Okay, you are the boss, Jiang, what you say goes." The door behind slowly closed. In the front, the driver looked toward the co-pilot, where Yun assistant was seated, afraid of disturbing Academician Ma. He lowered his voice. "Professor Yun, do we still wait for young Master Jiang?" "No need." Yun assistant gazed at Jiang Fulai's retreating back, a figure as solitary and indifferent as ever. He withdrew his gaze, head straight to the headquarters. Some problems arose with a few people in the project team, leading to a delay. In recent times, the chill emanating from Jiang's body was heavier than that of a ghost, leaving no blade of grass growing wherever he passed. After the car drove away, Yun assistant checked his mobile phone and suddenly remembered something. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Not everyone knew that Academician Ma was going to teach the Tongfeng class this year, but those with information channels had known about it early on. There shouldn't be many applying for the Buyuan class this year, but the number of students applying for the Tongfeng class is expected to grow exponentially. Upstairs, the few in room 407 were still chatting. "Go to. I heard our new freshmen have 2 big shots in the physics department this year, and neither went abroad." Kong Wei, who had just arrived at this legendary top educational institution, couldn't settle down. All 3 of them were not locals, 2 from Xiqing and 1 from Beijing, and they all shared a passion for physics. They felt an immediate closeness, especially with Kong Wei being an active person. As Bai Lian listened to their conversation, she read her book, lazily turning the pages and occasionally responding with a word or two when Kong Wei asked her something. Until her mobile phone lit up briefly, she glanced at it. It was a message from Su En. "We are leaving now." Today he and Ji Mulan had accompanied Su Jiue to the school. Upon arrival he wanted to meet Bai Lian, but she chose not to see them. Su En didn't insist. He only had Su assistant pass the gift they had brought for Bai Lian to her. "Bai Lian, okay." On the other side of the phone, Su En picked up the car keys, looking at Ji Mulan beside him, whose belly was now quite large. "Alien didn't say she wanted to see us." Ji Mulan fell silent for a moment. She reached out to touch her belly and shook her head. "Let's go back." She had anticipated it all. If Su En had been alone, Bai Lian would certainly have met with him. Ji Mulan found it harder and harder to read Bai Lian now. After replying with a single word, Bai Lian just put down her phone when another call came through. She glanced at it indifferently. There was no contact name, just a Jiangjing local number. Her fingers, which were about to flip the page, paused on the paper, cold white fingertips resting on the sky-blue tabletop. She hesitated for a few seconds before lifting her head and picking up the phone to answer on the balcony. On the other end of the phone, the voice was as calm as ever, speaking unhurriedly. "Have you returned to the dormitory?" When Jianghu was busy with engineering work with Academician Ma and others, he couldn't make calls, and even for external contact he needed to use the special mobile phone from that place. You could tell from his voice that he was a bit worn out. Bai Lian leaned casually on the balcony railing, looking down at the flower bed below. "Just got back to the dorm. I'm reading about quantum many-body theory. It was related to quantum field theory and condensed matter physics of high-energy particles." Jianghu quietly listened to her speak. School had just started, and many older students were selling second-hand books and trinkets downstairs by the female dormitory, creating a bustling scene at this moment. Through the phone some noise could be heard. "Where are you?" Bai Lian heard some raucous noise. He seldom made phone calls from the lab, and even when he sent voice messages, the background was always extremely quiet. Holding the phone, Jianghu's gaze rested on the entrance to the female dormitory, and he inadvertently said, "Bai Lian, I'm outside the female dormitory building." Outside the entrance to the female dormitory was a main road flanked by sweetgum trees that formed a dense canopy, with the nearby solar lamps providing dim illumination. Near the entrance, there was a convenience store to the left and an eyeglass shop that was still open. At the moment, down the stairs to the supermarket, many senior students had set up stalls selling second-hand items to junior students. As Bai Lian emerged from the dormitory entrance, she immediately saw a towering figure standing under a sweetgum tree to the right, dressed in black including a newsboy cap which did little to hide his haughty demeanor. The figure was faintly enshrouded in the cool light from the back, not looking up, yet radiating an intense presence. Students delivering food on campus instinctively stayed away from this direction. He was looking down at his phone, its screen still brightly lit. Seeming to sense someone coming out, he looked up, his gaze precisely finding the person who had just emerged, cutting through the crowd. Dressed in an ivory-colored garment with a slanting collar, the material was soft, only the cuffs and the hem were embroidered with large patches of green tendrils, making the girl's face look as luminous as jade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Meet at 244, Incident occurred at _2. She was the epitome of casual and relaxed. Just walking from the dormitory gate to the corner, she drew the gaze of everyone around her. The not-so-bright street lights cast shaking tree shadows on the ground. The moon hung high above the treetops, so faint it was nearly indiscernible. "Did Grandpa make you new clothes?" Jianghu asked, eyeing the garment she wore that he hadn't seen before. The clothes had been brought over by Jianghu from Xiangqing last time. Looking down at the turquoise vine on her dress, Bai Lian replied simply, "Am." Before she could finish, Jianghu wrapped his left arm around her waist from behind, his long, strong fingers clasped at her side, drawing her close. "Congratulations on the new semester. Have you finished work?" Bai Lian touched his slightly cool fingers with her fingertips. "Sort of." Jianghu quietly embraced her for a moment before asking, "Have you eaten dinner?" "I had dinner at Grandpa's before coming here." "Oh." Jianghu held her hand and went straight to the point, "I haven't eaten yet." "Go to." The girls' dorm in the Nanmei district was closer to the second canteen. At this hour, the privately owned stores on the second floor of the canteen were likely still open. Bai Lian lifted her head, "Let's go to the second canteen." Jianghu wasn't picky about food. He would eat the fine dishes selected in Kangyu Tower as well as the boxed meals distributed in the lab. Bai Lian ordered 2 dishes for him and got a bowl of rice. He brought the food back, sitting in the cafeteria that didn't quite suit his aura. He leisurely took out his phone, snapped a photo of the 2 dishes and sent it to Academician Ma. "Have you had dinner yet?" Academician Ma, who had just got out of the car, spared a moment to reply with a symbol. When Bai Lian returned with 2 bottles of water, he was still typing at his leisure. Upon seeing her, he put away his phone discreetly and changed the subject. "How are they doing with their studies? How is the exam preparation going?" Jianghu was referring to the second round of admissions for the Tongfeng class. Since leaving the base, he hadn't sent so much as a punctuation mark to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Bai Lian twisted the cap on the water bottle, glanced at his phone, placed the water beside him and casually sat down. "Not bad." "Oh." Jianghu had just been making conversation, asking casually. "If those 2 didn't get in, they'd have to face him." Kong Wei was too lazy to go downstairs and asked Bai Lian to bring back a pack of trash bags from the supermarket on the ground floor when she returned. By the time Bai Lian got back to the dorm, the roommate across from her, Sun Qian, had already returned from the library. Sun Qian was tall, with chestnut-colored curly hair, and she seemed a bit distant. "Thanks." Kong Wei took the trash bags, fitted one onto her bin, and remembering the earlier discussion, introduced Bai Lian to Sun Qian. "Bai Lian, this is Sun Qian, a local from Jianghu who just came back from the library. But Sun Qian, are you really considering the Tongfeng class?" After greeting Sun Qian, Bai Lian messaged Jiang Fulai to tell him she was back in the dorm. Sun Qian, hearing that Bai Lian was from Beijing, withdrew her gaze. "I'm just giving it a try." Sun Qian picked up her nightgown, nodded slightly to Kong Wei, and pushed the door to enter the bathroom. Not much for conversation. Beauty brings a sense of distance, and it's rare these days to find someone as beautiful and approachable as Bai Lian. After Sun Qian entered the bathroom, Yu Ximin spoke to the two of them. "The Tongfeng class only tests mathematics and physics. The national team goes a bit more extreme, like a second-round admission test. The Tongfeng class is the real deal. Most of them can get into a lab as first years. Those from the national team were directly specially recruited into the Tongfeng class. The other spots were few and far between. Those who entered Jianghu University through the normal college entrance exam had to take a second-round admission test to get in." Bai Lian looked down at her phone, where He Wen, who hadn't shown up for a while, had sent her several documents. She took the laptop from the bed, logged into WeChat, and downloaded the document He Wen had sent her. Kong Wei looked at Bai Lian's laptop with its default background. Aside from a few graphic design programs, there was also a video app. There were no games or other entertainment software icons. Meanwhile, in the residence of Xin Qing and Ji Xiaojun had just finished training, and Xiao Jia and others had just left. Ji Xian's phone rang. It was a call from Ji Heng, and his voice was very grave. "Go to the Jianghu University-affiliated hospital. Mulan was in a car accident on the road, she's still in the operating room." "What?" Ji Xiaojun immediately stood up. If Ji Heng was calling him, there was only one reason. Ji Mulan needed a blood transfusion. Part of the reason he had married Xin Qing was because she also had panda blood. Hearing that Ji Mulan was in the hospital, Xin Qing also grabbed her bag and hurriedly followed Ji Xiaojun out. The last time in Xiangqing, if not for Ji Mulan and Bai Lian, she would have lost her life in an instant. They hurriedly rushed to the hospital. The nurse led Xin Qing away to draw blood and said, "We've already called the person in charge of the panda blood record, but we don't know if anyone will come. You should be prepared, the patient is in great danger." Panda blood was always fearful of any incident. Ji Heng was still able to remain calm at this moment. He looked at the heavily injured Suen. "You go and get your wound treated first." Suen looked at the lit operating room and just shook his head. "That car." Ji Heng patted his shoulder and looked intently at the entrance of the emergency room. Old Madame Su had just arrived, leaning on her cane, her expression panicked. What on earth happened? Xin Qing had 2 large tubes of blood drawn. Inside the emergency room, the doctor came out with the patient consent form for surgery, and a crowd of people immediately gathered around. "Does the patient have any family medical history?" "Her mother," Ji Heng took a sharp breath, "died of malignant hyperthermia." The doctor looked up at Ji Heng with a changed expression, then immediately called out for the nurse. "Go and check if the anesthesiology department has dantrolene." Then he turned back in a rush. "Both the mother and the fetus are in great danger right now, and no volunteers have come to donate blood. I suggest transferring to the Jiangjing General Hospital in Xinjiang District, where they have the best facilities and the most advanced research institutes. Well, report to our superiors as quickly as possible." The danger was evident from his words. "Let's transfer hospitals quickly," Xin Qing said anxiously, pressing her wrist, and looked towards Ji Xiaojun. "Mr. Lance, would it work if you said head come?" They still didn't know what malignant hyperthermia was. Ji Xiaojun soothed her. "Mr. Lance is a surgeon, not a gynecologist." Xin Qing, when anxious, tended to blurt out rashly. Old Madame Su got a headache listening to her. "What, Lance or not Lance?" "Stop the noise," Old Madame Su directed her gaze at Su-en and calmly instructed. "You call Director Li and ask if he could arrange an emergency transfer." Director Li was a physician known to Su-en from Jiangjing General Hospital. Previously in Xiangqing, Su-en had also called him. Taking out his phone, Su-en dialed the chief physician. It was very late, and the matter was urgent. Car accident? Panda blood? Pregnant woman? Malignant hyperthermia? Any hospital would dare not accept just a combination of any two of these factors, not to mention 4 buffs together. It would be fit for publishing in Nature. Old friend, why is it that every time something happens, it's this complicated? The chief physician was also troubled. Even in our hospital, it's a life and death situation. They'll ask the anesthesiology department if they have dantrolene and send it over to you immediately. Obviously they couldn't transfer hospitals. Jianghu decisively turned around and asked, Xiaochen? The butler supported the old lady and addressed Jianghu very respectfully. Eldest Master Ji, the general hospital is not managed by the Chen family. It's part of Xinjiang General Hospital. The hospital also has its own protocols. Mr. Chen can't do anything? Shen Qing twirled her fingers. I'll draw some more blood for her. Shall we call Alien over? Bai Lian also had panda blood. Although Shen Qing did not want her to donate blood for Ji Mulan, the nurse was refusing her blood donation now. Bai Lian. Upon mentioning Bai Lian, the agitated Jianghu finally remembered. He recalled the night from many years ago, his eyes deep and determined as he took out his phone and called Bai Lian. He didn't ask her to come and donate blood but simply asked, Alien, can you get in touch with Xiaojiang? Jiang Fulai had just returned. Nobody had been informed, not even Jiang He. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621. 245 finally has a chance to perform. _1 Dormitory 407. Bai Lian leaned against the balcony, her hair all hanging behind her head. She casually thrust one hand into her pocket while stray strands of hair fell across her forehead. In her other hand she held a cell phone, her pale fingers tapping on the screen. A truck? Her eyes narrowed slightly. With many newcomers at Jianghu University these days, there were more vehicles, and all were driving slowly, careful not to accidentally collide with a new student. How could there be a car accident at this critical time? She walked into the dormitory, picked up the jade hairpin on the table, and began to slowly twist her hair up. Her dark, abyss-like eyes seemed unfathomably deep. Bai Lian had planned to wait for Sun Qian to come out before taking a shower. Just as she removed the hairpin from her head, Jianghu's call came through. Yu Simin had just taken her pajamas out and climbed down from the bed when she saw Bai Lian putting her hair back up, puzzled. Are you going out? Yes. Bai Lian secured her hair. No need to leave the door unlocked for me tonight. She reached out, took her laptop and cell phone and left. After she'd gone, Kong Wei looked at her retreating figure and clicked her tongue. Why do I feel like Bai Lian has an even stronger presence than Sun Qian? After speaking, another thought struck her. If we don't leave the door for her, where is she going to stay? After all, Bai Lian was not from Jiangjing. Source, web novel. Com updated on. Speaking of which, it seemed that Bai Lian was the first to arrive in their dormitory. Downstairs, Bai Lian headed straight for the west gate. She was messaging Lance as she walked. She wasn't very familiar with modern hospitals, but Lance was, so she called him. Malignant hyperthermia? It's no problem if you have dantrolene. Lance immediately knew what was happening based on the description. But you said the patient has panda blood. Bai Lian's tone was unhurried. A pregnant woman plus a car accident. The one in trouble was Ji Mulan, but Bai Lian was not worried. That is indeed dangerous, but if she's saved, that's an SCI paper right there. Lance communicated fluently with Bai Lian in English. Such a case is rare, a beautiful emergency, a 1 in a million chance of survival. Who's the patient? She's essentially this Bodis biological mother, Bai Lian replied. Despite the awkwardness, Lance, who understood, was speechless. Messages can be revoked, but spoken words cannot. He opened his mouth and began to search for some adjectives. It's not necessarily too late if your doctors are well trained and manage to physically bring down the fever until dantrolene arrives, there's a good chance. Alright, there is a doctor in my lab who was involved in a malignant hyperthermia case. I'll contact him for you, he could give you some constructive advice during the surgery. Ji Mulan's condition was nowhere near as complicated as Shen Qing's. With a bit of luck, she could be saved. The key was the medication and the presence of someone with experience in treating malignant hyperthermia. Compared to Shen Qing, she had more buffs to her advantage. After all, there weren't many doctors in Jiangjing who had experience with malignant hyperthermia. Bai Lian, not far away, Dean Huang was talking to a professor from the physics department with his hands behind his back, but when he saw Bai Lian he stopped. Bai Lian, holding her computer, greeted Dean Huang politely. Dean Huang. Dean Huang's gaze fell on the computer in her hands and his brows twitched. Zhongxing has research in various fields and this computer had no logo. It was a very simple, ordinary-looking black ultra-thin laptop, unlike the ones Zhongxing released to the public. But as a student of academician Ma, Dean Huang had seen this computer more than once. Where are you headed? Dean Huang struggled to shift his gaze away from the laptop. I'm leaving the campus. Even when facing the dean of her college, Bai Lian was straightforward. I have something to attend to. Be safe, Dean Huang said warmly, unsure whether Bai Lian was going to meet academician Ma. How is your exam preparation going? Not bad. Bai Lian spotted the car turning from the left and bid farewell to Dean Huang. Dean Huang, my ride's here, I must go. She got into the car. Dean Huang stood in place, watching the black car Bai Lian boarded with a very distinctive license plate. He had a hunch. The professor standing next to Dean Huang had remained silent up until now, and only after the black car had driven away did he speak. Bai Lian. Is she this year's high school valedictorian? Upon hearing this, Dean Huang smiled. The professor walked behind Dean Huang and couldn't help but glance back in the direction the black car had taken. The driver was Ming Dongheng. He had just driven Jiang Fulai away from Jianghu University when Bai Lian's call came in. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai didn't open the window but was talking calmly on the phone. Butler Jiang, I won't be coming back for the time being. I will go straight to Shanghai apartment later. Ming Dongheng drove the car steadily. Bai Lian sat next to Jiang Fulai, opened her laptop, and leisurely flipped through the research papers she had saved. Why did you bring the computer out? Jiang Fulai asked as he hung up the phone, seeing Bai Lian looking at her computer, her profile illuminated by the soft glow of the screen. I'm used to it. The laptop contained a hard drive's worth of data left to her by an academician from Ma Institute, which she didn't feel comfortable leaving in her dorm. Jiang Fulai rested his wrist on his knee, turning to look at the research papers on her laptop. Very familiar. He narrowed his eyes. Only Ming Dongheng in the driver's seat found it odd. Wasn't Ji Mulan supposed to be critically ill? Yet Miss Bai and Jiang Fulai didn't seem very anxious. There wasn't much traffic at this time, and the Jianghu University-affiliated hospital was nearby. They quickly arrived at the hospital. At the emergency room entrance, the police were still negotiating with Su En. Su En's grandmother stood by the emergency room door, turning her Buddha beads and praying for Ji Mulan and the child in her womb to be safe. Ever since she learned that Bai Lian had topped the college entrance exam, she had taken a keen interest in the fetus carried by Ji Mulan. After all, having given birth to someone as intelligent as Bai Lian, Ji Mulan's genes must be very good. Su Shujia and Su Wenyao had already arrived. She held a folder and whispered to Zu's assistant, "What's the situation? How could there be a car out of control near Jianghu University?" "Don't know." Zu's assistant hadn't accompanied Su En today and had only arrived shortly before. The current issue is, which hospital has dancuxarin? Malignant hyperthermia was a rare condition. Dancuxarin had a short shelf life, and the drug itself was expensive, so few hospitals kept it in stock. Su En had already sought the chief physician of the main hospital. The doctor came out of the emergency room, glancing back at the clock outside the operating room. The patient urgently needs a blood transfusion and dancuxarin. The main hospital just used their last vial last month. We're still contacting other hospitals. If you have any connections, ask the research institutes if they have any in stock. Oddly enough, the main hospital would usually have a stock, but it just happened to have used one last month. Su En's grandmother turned to Su Wenyao, anxious. "Wenyao, don't you know some lab people? Ask them if they know anything." Su Wenyao bowed his head, pressing on WeChat. "I'm already asking. They're also trying to find a way." Given the urgency of the situation, Shen Qing went to draw another tube of blood, pressing her arm as she approached. Ji Heng simply kept his gaze fixed on the interior of the emergency room, maintaining this posture since the beginning. "What does the building butler say?" Ji Xiaojun hung up the phone and shook his head. "He says he's making contacts." The two conversed while, beside them for the first time, Su En's grandmother and Su Shujie heard of the matter. Who was the building butler? Just then, the elevator doors beside them opened, and a girl in white clothes walked out with her eyes downcast. Jiang Fulai walked on her left, with Ming Dongheng following behind, carrying car keys. After such a long time, seeing Jiang Fulai's exceptionally handsome and cold face again, both Su Shujie and Su En's grandmother couldn't help but stop and take a step back. The noisy exterior of the emergency room was, at this moment, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Bai Lian stopped beside Jianghu, standing there indolently. As long as Jianghu and Ji Xiaojun were all right, Bai Lian was easy to deal with. She even politely greeted Su En and Su Wenyao. "How's it going?" Su Wenyao glanced at the messages on his phone and shook his head, his face showing difficulty. "The situation isn't good, there's a shortage of the drug. Chen Hong said his cousin hasn't found the lab's medicine." Ah. Su En's grandmother got a bit panicked as Su Wenyao was the only one who had connections in the labs. "Is this medicine really so scarce? Tell them that our Su family has money, we must find a way to get it." "Grandma, if we could get it, we would definitely use it to save her," a nurse explained to the elderly lady, "but the drug is rare to begin with. The one stored in the main hospital was used up, and if those labs don't have it, then we really have no other options." Jiang Fulai followed Bai Lian at an unhurried pace. He lowered his baseball cap and didn't look at the others speaking on the phone. However, Xinqing looked at Bai Lian. "Alien, your mother? She still needs blood." Su Wenyao paused. "You two have panda blood? You are Rh negative?" The nurse, a bit anxious, hurriedly said, "Come with me quickly." Bai Lian glanced at the emergency room and rolled up her sleeve nonchalantly. "Sure." Her state was nearly polar opposite to the last time Xinqing was injured. Beside her, Jiang Fulai accurately caught her wrist and looked up at the emergency room, 7th floor emergency room. After speaking a few more words in a low voice, he hung up the phone, his eyes coldly sweeping past the nurse beside him. Under the light, his sharp facial contours became even more defined. "There's a Rh-negative blood bank in Jiangjing." His voice was cold as well. The nurse didn't dare look at him and didn't hurry Bai Lian to have her blood drawn anymore, only puzzled. When did they start having a blood bank for something as rare as Rh-negative blood? At this moment. Downstairs, an elderly man with graying hair pressed the elevator button, unaware to others. Beneath his calm exterior beat an exceedingly excited heart. He had been sent back the last time he arrived in Danping City, but this time he finally had an opportunity to prove himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622. Which ginger is it? They want to ask Mr. Mu to come out of retirement _17th floor. Su En had lost the mood to negotiate with the police, and Ming Dongheng took the officer aside. Bai Lian's phone rang, this time with a WeChat video call. "Lance." "Bai," said Lance, now wearing a suit made for him by Jianghu as he spoke to Bai Lian. "I had a student who was involved in a case of malignant hyperthermia." Because he had complimented Bai Lian's mother as a beautiful case, Lance went to the lab to make amends. Jiang Fulai lowered his head and when Lance saw him, he greeted, "Hey Jiang." "Bai." Lance looked at the Jiang University Hospital emblem behind Bai Lian, his eyes lit up. "You're in Jiangjing?" "Yes, I'm studying here." Since there was a blood bank, Bai Lian wasn't in a hurry to draw blood anymore. "The AIS International Medical Summit is being held in Jiangjing." Lance was talking to Bai Lian. Just then the door to the operating room opened again. The anesthetist raised his hand as he came out of the surgery room, looking palely at the people present. "Mr. Su, the patient's temperature has reached 42 degrees, and the fetus inside might." Source: web novel. Com updated on. Cold Madame Zu's fingers holding the cane were trembling. If it wasn't for Bai Lian and Jianghu being there, she would want to ask if it was possible to take the child out first. Su En had already called Dr. Li again asking about Dankwilorin. "Doctor, please hang in there, we're already looking for it." Right then the elevator doors opened. An elderly man with graying hair stepped out towards the doorway, his gaze sweeping the corridor before finally resting on Jiang Fulai. "Young Master Jiang." In his hand he was holding a box exuding coldness with a blue exterior. The anesthetist, looking at the elder with graying hair, hesitated for a moment before recognizing him. "Dean Gu?" Dean Gu looked at the anesthetist and handed over the blue box. "Dankwilorin still frozen, hurry and save someone." The anesthetist glanced down at the medicine box in Dean Gu's hand, and without having time to wonder why the head of the main hospital was here, he quickly turned and dashed towards the emergency room. Bai Lian casually lowered her eyes and spoke to Lance before handing her phone to a nurse who had just brought over a bag of blood. "A teacher has done research on malignant hyperthermia, take it in, it might help." If it were any other patient's relative who took out a phone and said a teacher could help, the nurse would call security to drag away the patient's family. But this relative of the patient could adjust the Rh-negative blood supply and manage to get Dankwilorin in a short period of time. The nurse did not immediately take the phone but instead pushed the blood in first, then came out to get Bai Lian's phone for disinfection, and re-entered the emergency room. "Doctor," said old Madame Su, stepping forward with her cane, "is there hope now? We can't be certain, but with Danquillorin there's a great chance," the nurse said hastily before going inside. The door to the operating room closed again. With the medicine's arrival, the people in the hallway could finally relax again. Suan looked at Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai, who was now wearing a duckbill cap and standing to Bai Lian's left. He had his head slightly down, his clean and slender fingers pressing on the phone, exuding an unapproachable aura. Suan whispered to Bai Lian, "Thank you." Jianghu finally reacted. His dark eyes showed different colors as he thanked Jianghu Lai. "Xiaojiang, we owe you a lot this time making you take this trip." He knew Jianghu Lai must have just returned not long ago. Jianghu Lai put down his phone, acting gracefully, "It's no big deal." Sighed. Dean Gus' gaze landed on Bai Lian again for a moment, and he didn't dare say anything, only asking Ming Dongheng in a low voice, "No head injury?" Ming Dongheng nodded coolly. "Well, it seems you don't need my help." Dean Gu paused, then stood with his hands behind his back. "Then may I take my leave first?" Ming Dongheng watched him expressionlessly. Dean Gu, "Okay." Half an hour later. The anesthetist returned with Bai Lian's phone and handed it back to her. "The patient's temperature has dropped and she is no longer in life-threatening danger. We need to thank Mr. Albert for giving us critical guidance." Mr. Albert was the doctor Lance had found for Bai Lian, who had researched malignant hyperthermia. A narrow escape, a nightmare for all the doctors in the emergency room. Fortunately, the rescue was successful. Jianghu Lai finally looked at Bai Lian. "Shall we go back?" It was already 11 o'clock, and since there was no more danger to life, Bai Lian didn't linger. She took her phone and left for Shanghai apartment with Jianghu Lai. By this time the dormitory doors were already closed. After they left, Suan appeared very wearied, having been tense all night long, and his spirits were not good. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought her out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 623. Which ginger is it? They want to ask Mr. Mu to come out of retirement under? It has nothing to do with you. Jianghu simply looked intently at the emergency room, uttering only this phrase, his thoughts unknown. Su Shujie and Su Wenyao, seeing that Ji Mulan's life was not in danger, also relaxed. Su Shujie turned to the Su assistant. "Do you know the doctor Bai Lian mentioned?" The Su assistant remembered Lance, relieved. "It must be one of Dr. Lance's people." "Lance? Who was that?" Just as Su Shujie was curious, Ji Mulan's attending physician came out again to report that all was well. "Doctor, thank you so much." Su En and the Su family repeatedly expressed their gratitude. "We were just doing our duty," the doctor shook his head. "Mainly it was because the blood from the main hospital's blood bank arrived in time, and the hospital director personally delivered the Danquirolin, with guidance from an MTR doctor." As he spoke, the doctor's manners toward the Su family became increasingly polite. "Rh-negative blood bank, Director Gu, people from MTR." The old MTR lady hadn't heard of it. She simply turned her head to ask Su Wenyao. "Wenyao, was that elderly gentleman just now the director of the main hospital?" "He one personally guided the mathematical modeling." Director Huang added him on WeChat. Academician Ma from Ma Institute saw Bai Lian off at the airport. Su Wenyao could still accept today's event as it had unfolded. "That should be him. It's good that everyone is all right now." It was late, and Su Wenyao didn't go back to the dorms, hitching a ride in Su Shujie's car instead. Bai Lian and that person by her side. Su Shujie was driving onto the highway when she turned to Su Wenyao and asked, "Jiang? Which Jiang is he?" Source, web novel. Com updated on. The Jiang from Meng Jiang. Su Wenyao looked down at his phone. 2 hours earlier, Director Huang had sent him a message. "Send me the mathematical modeling results after they're out." Mathematical modeling? Su Wenyao sat up straight. He had great respect for Director Huang. After completing the mathematical modeling during the summer, he and Shin Hong spent a lot of time in the library, reading many papers and books sent by He Wen. Su Wenyao, Director Huang, I understand. Jiang was also a prominent surname. Ever since the wedding last time, Su Shujie had vaguely heard Jianghu calling that man Xiaojiang. She had always thought it was Jiang, or something similar, but since Su Wenyao had just mentioned Jiang, Su Shujie, connecting the dots with Director Chen, suddenly stepped on the brakes and stopped the car by the roadside. She turned to Su Wenyao in shock. He couldn't possibly be. The next day early morning, Bai Lian got up for breakfast and she'd have to go to school later. Su Wenyao called just in time, informing Bai Lian that Ji Mulan's baby had been successfully delivered by C-section and was now in the incubator. Oh. Bai Lian, with her dark hair partially gathered at the back of her head, casually picked up a bun sent over by Kangyu Tower, her response indifferent. Su Wenyao was calling so early not just because of this. Do you know the results of the mathematical modeling competition will be out this morning? This Bai Lian really didn't know. Upon hearing no response from Bai Lian, Su Wenyao knew she wasn't concerned with these matters, and probably wouldn't bother to check the results. The winners need to do a defense presentation. Qin Hong is already preparing his defense PPT. He'll send you the results as soon as they come out. Su Wenyao mainly wanted to talk to Bai Lian about the mathematical modeling. He was confident about winning an award, he just wasn't sure if it could be a first prize. Jiang Fulai stood on Bai Lian's balcony, dressed in a white shirt today with the cufflinks removed and the sleeves rolled up several times. His delicate brows and eyes were lowered, his voice low and pressured as he spoke with someone on the other end of the phone. Don't want to go to school? Wait for me to come back. Bai Lian hung up the phone to hear his voice. Knowing he was talking about Jianghu, he's just in first grade, isn't it too hard on him? He also needs to integrate into society. Jiang Fulai hung up the phone, returned to the living room and sat down beside Bai Lian, slowly picking up some chopsticks. Bai Lian paused, lazily tilting her head. What if he ends up thinking, what on earth am I doing in a classroom with these things? As she spoke, Jiang Fulai's brow began to twitch. Eat, Miss Bai. Jiang Fulai raised his hand, elegantly picking up a crystal dumpling and placing it in her bowl. That physics notebook was still with Bai Lian, who would take it out and flip through it occasionally. How could Jiang Fulai not know Miss Bai's remarkable memory? He guessed she had memorized every single one of his scribbled complaints in there. After breakfast, Bai Lian printed out the papers he had given her in the study room. Jiang Fulai stood by, unhurriedly using the stapler to bind her papers together, his gaze coolly skimming over the documents. Dormitory. When Bai Lian returned, Kong Wei was talking to someone at the staircase entrance. Seeing Bai Lian, she waved excitedly. Bai Lian, come over, this student is from your hometown. From my hometown? Bai Lian replied to Tang Ming in the group chat, saying she would grab a book and then join them. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had already secured a spot in the library. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624. Which ginger is it? They want to ask Mr. Mu to come out of retirement. 3 Jianghu University's freshmen had no classes these 2 days, with military training not scheduled until sophomore year. Yes, same surname as you, Bai, named Bai Shaoqi, Kong Wei whispered to Bai Lian, who had walked up beside her. She mentioned that her brother's teacher is a student of our dean. Bai Lian just looked up, her gaze meeting Bai Shaoqi's across the way. Bai Shaoqi, who made many friends at school, watched Bai Lian without speaking. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze, greeted Kong Wei, and headed for dorm room 407. Then we'll have a chance to talk another time. Kong Wei felt something was off, so she gave Bai Shaoqi a smile and hurried after Bai Lian back to 407. Inside the dormitory, Bai Lian placed her laptop and printed references on the table, along with a small pot of succulents that Jiang Fulai had insisted she take with her. Kong Wei brought up Bai Shaoqi to Yu Simin. Yu Simin was clearly aware of the dean of the physics department. Her brother's teacher is our physics department's dean. That impressive? But everyone at Jianghu University is impressive. Just look at our senior He-Wen. Su Qian came out of the bathroom and heard them talking about He-Wen. She looked up. You know He-Wen? We know of senior He-Wen, but he doesn't know us, Kong Wei said with an amused smile. Senior He-Wen is the idol of us from Xiqing. We're planning to go to the number 1 doctoral building for a visit later. Are you coming? I won't be going. You guys have fun. Su Qian looked away and grabbed her books before leaving. Source: web novel. Updated on Omicron New. Beneath the dormitory building, Song Min was waiting for Bai Shaoqi, and the two of them went to find Bai Shaoqi together. I just saw Bai Lian, Bai Shaoqi said quietly, glancing at him. We're in the same dorm building. Song Min paused for a moment, his gaze falling, but he didn't say anything. Jianghu University was filled with talents. Song Min had become just an ordinary person there, something he had realized since his last visit to Jiangjing. Soon the two of them arrived at the building where Bai Shaoqi was staying, and Bai Shaoqi called him from downstairs. Wait for me a moment. Bai Xiaoke was looking for Dr. Zhua, he said in a hushed tone on his phone. He'll come down right away. After speaking, he hung up and entered the office. Inside the office, Dr. Zhua looked up and towards Bai Xiaoke. The teacher is very concerned about the outcome of this math modeling competition. Dr. Zhua's teacher was Dean Huang. Above Dean Huang, that would be Academician Ma. Bai Xiaoke replied, a first prize might be a bit difficult. You're only a sophomore. There are also international students participating this time, not to mention numerous juniors and seniors. Dr. Zhua opened an email. Getting a second prize would already be outstanding. When the time comes, I will apply for a recommendation for graduate study for you and take you to meet the teacher. Thank you, Dr. Zhua. Dr. Zhua smiled. A good result in the competition also benefits my application for professional title review. Waiting for the results of this competition wasn't just Bai Xiaoke. Qi Jun and a few others were also waiting. They were seniors now with not many classes left. Yu Sheng and Qi Jun left the dormitory building heading to the computer room, when Su Wenyao and Qin Hong returned from outside. Qin Hong's voice sounded excited. Wenyao, you told the junior, right? The results are out today. Yeah, she's at the library with her classmate. Well, find her later. Su Wenyao had just come from the hospital, carrying the faint smell of disinfectant. Walking beside Qi Jun, Yu Xing heard Qin Hong mention the math modeling competition. Qin Hong, you guys are so happy. Did you get the second prize in the competition? Qin Hong looked up to see Qi Jun and others. He paused, having barely interacted with them since Qi Jun dropped out of the team before the competition. Should be no problem. Su Wenyao nodded to a few acquaintances and then went upstairs to his dorm to grab books and find Bai Lian. Even Qi Jun felt not so certain about the second prize this time. Hearing Qin Hong's words, Yu Xing couldn't help but complain to Qi Jun. He actually says there's no problem with the second prize. Never mind that they've got a freshman on their team. The key point is they don't even have a supervising teacher. But Qi Jun, your team should be secure for the second prize, right? Should be. Qi Jun adjusted his black-framed glasses. Then you should be able to secure the recommendation for graduate study? Yu Xing said enviously. Qi Jun shook his head. A first prize would secure it. A second prize depends on the chances. You're so smart, you definitely will be recommended. Qi Miss has introduced you to Dr. Zhua. Meanwhile, at the Mu family residence, the butler was reporting Jiang Xian's matter to Mu Yining, who looked up. His sister is also in Jiangjing? Yes, she's the mother of Miss Bai. The butler had made contact with the right people last night. By the time we found the laboratory, they had already obtained the medication. People are now out of danger, and it's said that the baby she gave birth to is still in the incubator. As long as the person is okay, prepare a gift for me. How could there suddenly be a car accident? Did you check it out? Hearing it was Bai Lian's mother, Mu Yining stopped in her tracks. Still under investigation, a break issue. The Mu family always took these matters seriously, especially after a major incident in the past. However, Ji Mulan had never returned to the Mu family home, so the butler thought it was an accident. She took the coat handed to her by a servant and put it on herself. Speaking of accidents, Mu Yining fell silent for a moment. Where's my dad? Did he come out today? When it came to this, the butler took hold of his cane and walked a few steps forward, speaking with concern. You know, these days he won't leave the Buddhist hall. Yesterday was the anniversary of the death of Mu Qiong and her group of young talents. These days Mu Xiangguang barely ate anything. As they were talking, at the gate of the residence, Assistant Wang ran in without a prior notice. Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu. The Mu family was always strict about rules, and the butler, seeing his flustered appearance, said, Assistant Wang, why all the fuss? Assistant Wang was too short of breath to explain to the butler, merely handing a set of documents over to Mu Yining. We couldn't find news about Miss Bai, but there's a lot of news about her in Xiangqing. As soon as Mu Yining heard it was about Bai Lian, she reached out her hand. The butler was still unaware that Mu Yining had dined with Bai Lian, looking at Mu Yining in surprise. Miss, you met with Miss Bai? Mu Yining didn't respond. She opened the envelope and inside were several photographs and news clippings. The first picture was a screenshot of a news broadcast from Xiangqing No. 1 High School, with the background of the school gates adorned with several banners, the first one in red with white characters strikingly noticeable. Congratulations to our student Bai Lian for achieving the national top score in the science section of the college entrance examination. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, 247 First Prizes, You'll Get Used to It _1 The Mu Family, Mu Xiangwang's courtyard. At 8 in the morning, wafts of sandalwood scent drifted through the bead curtain. When Mu Yining arrived, a servant was carrying out a stack of meals untouched. Seeing her, he stepped aside and bowed slightly. Mu Yining extended her hand to part the bead curtain and entered. Inside, the light was dim and smoke curled through the air. She crossed the hall and walked into the adjoining room. The small room had no windows, only a dim yellow lamp. Mu Xiangwang, donned in a gray monk's robe, knelt with his back to her before a Buddha statue, murmuring, 32 features, 80 kinds of excellence, all perfectly possessed, to inspire immeasurable beings to arise. Mu Yining, holding an envelope, knelt quietly behind him to the right, hands joined together, gazing at the Buddha statue. After Mu Xiangwang finished reciting that section, he gently turned a page of the scripture in front of him. Only when he stopped did Mu Yining speak. Dad, a few days ago I met Uncle's granddaughter. Her name is Bai Lian and she looks very spirited. Mu Xiangwang rotated the Buddha beads, his voice deep and filled with vicissitudes. Have they all returned to Jianghu? Pick some gifts for them from the storeroom. She is a freshman in the physics department at Jianghu University this year. Mu Yining watched his silhouette. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 0 Mu Xiangwang continued to turn the Buddha beads without hesitation, only nodding. From Beijing she took the college entrance exam in Xiangqing. Mu Yining lowered her head to glance at the photo in her hand, but this year she surpassed the Liang family and became the valedictorian of the high school exam. Most people, upon hearing the surname Liang, would think of it as a ceiling of intellect. After all, the world knows of Liang Zuan. Mu Xiangwang's hand paused for a moment, his murky eyes fixed on the scripture in front of him, his voice wavering slightly. The valedictorian, Dad. Mu Yining clenched the envelope. Please come out. And Zhao Zhao too, we're all still waiting for you. Mu Xiangwang once led the family forward. After the Mu family's catastrophe, it seemed to take him away too. Me? Mu Xiangwang's self-deprecating voice emerged as he closed his eyes, beating the wooden fish rhythmically. Yining, I'm just a broken man now. What more can I offer the family? These young people, they can't all be ruined by my hands. Mu Yining looked at Mu Xiangwang's back, he never once turned around from beginning to end. She placed the sealed envelope beside him and after bowing 3 times to the Buddha statue, she rose and left. Outside on the path, the butler was still waiting for Mu Yining. Seeing her emerge, his aged face was full of hope. How did it go? Mu Yining looked up at the rising sun above and shook her head without a word. The butler, reading her expression, understood the situation. He saw Mu Yining out and Assistant Wang was already waiting for her at the gate. The butler placed a gift box into the car. Miss, try to drink less, and then instructed Assistant Wang, be smart and help Miss block more drinks. The butler stood still watching Mu Yining's car drive away. Once she was gone, the butler turned to Xiaojie beside him and murmured, Mr. J's niece is the high school valedictorian, Jianghu University has 8 libraries. Bai Lian visited the one at the intersection of Nanmei District and Rose District. Just after getting off the school bus, she received a voice message from Yi Jingxian on WeChat. Senior sister? Bai Lian, still wearing her Bluetooth headset, was very polite. Junior sister, Yi Jingxian's voice was gentle. For this year's welcome party, why don't you perform an act? There's a formidable newcomer in the finance department who is a student of a professor from Jiangyin. Other departments are also preparing big moves. I've counted our department's new students this year, and it's only you and Sun Qian. Senior sister, I'm a bit busy. Bai Lian was not making excuses. She had exams for her Tongfeng class and also a mathematical modeling defense to prepare for. Junior sister, Yi Jingxian pleaded over the phone, could you just sing a simple song? Our department has always had more boys. It's been years since we had someone impressive like you. You're also our representative new student this year. Never mind, are you in your dorm? They'll come to find you and we can talk in detail. Bai Lian stood under a camphor tree at the library entrance, looking at the address Tang Ming had sent, located in a small study room on the 4th floor. Senior sister, I'm at the library and I have things to do this afternoon as well. The library? Yi Jingxian hadn't expected her to hit the library on the first day of school. Obviously a top student. Well, junior sister, I will come to visit you tonight to discuss this in detail. Please help, junior sister. Okay, Bai Lian hung up the WeChat call, slowly removed a leaf that had fallen on her arm, and waited outside the library for a while. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, 247 First Prizes, You'll Get Used to It _2 Qin Hong and Su Wenyao quickly came over. Alien, Su Wenyao greeted Bai Lian. The junior girl and her classmates are really studious. Qin Hong, who needed to refine the defense PPT presentation, had some issues to discuss with Bai Lian and Su Wenyao. He greeted Bai Lian and whispered with Su Wenyao. He wasn't nearly as conscientious as Bai Lian and the others during his freshman year. The university years are the best opportunity to break away from one's family background and class barriers. The three of them walked into the library together. Jianghu University had many libraries, so there was no shortage of study spaces, public areas, small seminar rooms, and individual study booths. The separated single study booths were perfect for group discussions. Bai Lian went upstairs through the spiral staircase. The card reader outside the discussion room was off, indicating that there was already a small group inside. The discussion room wasn't large. There was a rectangular table. Tang Ming sat on the left side, Ning Xiao to his right, with Yang Lin a few seats away from Ning Xiao. She pushed open the glass door, and Tang Ming, who was facing the computer, looked up and said in a low voice, "Sister Lian." His gaze moved past Bai Lian, noticing Su Wenyao and Qin Hong. He greeted them both, Senior Su, Senior Qin. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron 0. They had already met several times over the summer. Hearing the sound, Yang Lin also briefly looked up and pushed her glasses up her nose. She was reading molecular biology with a chemistry book by her side. Both subjects were Bai Lian's weak spots. She quietly pulled out a chair next to Yang Lin, took off her Bluetooth earbuds and set them aside, then pulled out her canvas bag. Inside the bag were her laptop and some freshly printed documents. "Which problem are you stuck on?" she asked Tang Ming in a soft voice. Tang Ming directly slid the problem he was working on towards her. Bai Lian looked down and saw it was a mechanics problem involving parabolic motion, with two small masses fixed on a metal wire in the shape of a parabola. There were 3 sub-questions and Tang Ming had solved the first 2. Only the last sub-question remained, the time it took for a mouse to climb upwards. He had done most of it, just missing the final step. Bai Lian had never done this problem before. She took out paper and a pen from her canvas bag and began to calculate step by step. After finishing, she explained to him, "You're right to take D as the reference point, which makes their torque 0, allowing you to write the equilibrium condition for the rod." As she spoke, Bai Lian wrote a beautiful distance formula on the paper, and she worked through this formula while explaining. All the conditions derived earlier satisfy this one. Express the time it takes for it to climb as T. It turns out to be just a periodic function. Qin Hong, sitting opposite Bai Lian, was working and listened to her quiet explanation, feeling astonished. Her clear explanation was even more lucid and understandable than the lectures by the professors at the time. Qin Hong's gaze shifted from his computer screen, looking toward Bai Lian curiously. Tang Ming, a freshman, was dealing with basic mechanics problems as well as the energy levels and wave functions of particles. What were these freshmen up to, compared to the others present? Qin Hong's focus obviously fell a bit short. While he worked on the PPT, he kept an eye on the time on the bottom right corner of the computer screen. 10:58. He then stopped what he was doing. He opened the Buyuan base website, where the winners list would be posted at 11 o'clock. At this point, the website was already lagging, with many people refreshing the page. Jianghu University's computer science department has so many people. How can both the academic affairs website and Buyuan website be this laggy? Qin Hong started complaining again. Even the railway website can handle millions of hits without being this slow. Su Wenyao looked up from his book to the computer screen. If you invest a few billion in the academic affairs website, someone will specifically develop it. Each year, when he raced to register for elective courses, Qin Hong complained about Jianghu University's system crashing due to high traffic. "Old Su," his voice lowered with nervous tension, "do you think we can win first prize in the math modeling competition this time?" If it were just him and Su Wenyao, even a second prize might be tough to secure. It was mainly because he was dragging them down. Though Bai Lian was a freshman, her fundamentals were still decent. "This year's problem A is tough." Su Wenyao pondered over the difficulty of this math modeling competition's problem A, noting that not many people would probably choose it. "We could have an advantage." As they were talking, Chen Hong refreshed the page again. The system was a bit slow but finally refreshed to reveal a banner. Wuyuan Base International Summer Camp Mathematical Modeling Application List. Chen Hong clicked directly into it. The first line listed the participating schools, competitors, advisors, and the awards applied for. Chen Hong saw his own group's name in the fourth line. Participating school, Jianghu University competitors. Su Wenyao, Chen Hong, Bailian advisory teacher. He won applied award. First prize, the Wuyuan Base's math modeling was highly valued, with even international students participating, aiming to better their chances of applying for postgraduate studies at Jianghu University. Chen Hong did think that they were certain to win at least a second prize. But a first prize was a different story altogether. A first prize in Boywan's math modeling could add points to their postgraduate entrance exam. Old Su, Chen Hong tilted his head. I think trying out for the postgraduate entrance exam doesn't seem too bad for me. Looking at the first prize, Su Wenyao also fell silent for a moment, then took out his phone to take a photo, and sent it to Bai Lian across from him as well as to Dean Huang. Chen Hong continued to scroll down, looking for the names of Qi Jun and a few others. All the first prizes were on the first page. Right after that were the second and third prizes. He found Qi Jun's name on the third page. Second prize isn't bad either, hee, but it's not as good as ours. Chen Hong was grinning. If it weren't for the fact that Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, and the others were seriously working on the problems, Chen Hong would have wanted to shout out loud. By 11:30, Chen Hong started packing up, ready to treat the juniors to a meal outside. He and Su Wenyao were happy, and Bai Lian didn't dampen their spirits. She took her phone, put on her Bluetooth earbuds and followed behind, texting Jianghu Lai, who asked where she was going for lunch. In the afternoon, Bai Lian was going to help Pu Xiaohan shoot a video. Pu Xiaohan had only signed up yesterday, and since she would soon have military training in her freshman year, she wanted to film the video before that started. Jianghu Lai was going with her. While listening to English, Bai Lian replied leisurely, Chen Hong is treating, I don't know where, Jiang teacher. Send me your location. Bai Lian wasn't very familiar with the stores around the school. Chen Hong and Tang Ming walked at the front, Chen Hong draping his arm around Tang Ming's shoulders. You are not in the same major as the freshmen, right? How is it, how many girls do you have in your class? 3. Tang Ming spotted his class group talking about this. We really don't have many women in engineering. Right, but this year our department has a new girl, definitely a standout, Chen Hong said. He then went on to talk to Tang Ming about treating them to a meal for the math modeling, mentioning how exceptional Bai Lian was this time. She's just a freshman, and on the A problem this time about astronomical telescopes, I didn't even understand the question at first glance. You're her classmate, do you know how she grew up to be such a freak? Tang Ming wasn't surprised though. Hey, you'll get used to it at Jianghu University too. Tang Ming clicked his tongue. You're not from Xiangqing so you wouldn't know. A year ago, Sister Lian was a liberal arts student before she transferred to our school to study the sciences. Do you understand the significance of switching from liberal arts to sciences, scoring 0 in biology and chemistry, then becoming the first in our school, first in Beijing, and finally scoring first in the country for the National College Entrance Exam? During the senior year, the teachers from the liberal arts classes didn't know how many times they had switched over to their class 15. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627. Are you trying to compete with Jianghu University for talent? A meeting gift of one Chen Hong led them to the Yunhai restaurant on the pedestrian street. The Nanmei district and Rose district of the school were right next to each other, mainly areas where undergraduates were active, close to the West Gate. Just outside the West Gate was a snack street. The several of them didn't need to take the school bus, only a few minutes walk was required. The snack street was crowded with vendors, and at this time the road was filled with a mix of new and returning students. Tang Ming headed to a milk tea shop to line up and buy drinks for everyone. Chen Hong went ahead to the restaurant to order dishes. Wenyao, is the junior girl from arts switched to sciences? Su Wenyao nodded, recalling that Assistant Su had mentioned this to him the first time he was in Xiangqing. Chen Hong and his dorm mates often came to this restaurant for gatherings and knew the owner, who had reserved a spot for them in advance near the window. He handed Su Wenyao the menu, asking him to order for Bai Lian and the others. His gaze involuntarily turned toward the entrance, landing on Bai Lian. She had her hair half tied up, wearing a beige linen maxi dress that seemed loose and lazy, with a belt of the same color casually tied around her waist. She was slightly tilting her head and speaking softly with Yang Lin, their composed demeanor understated and modest, yet the straightness of her back revealed an innate pride. The turnback rate was 200%. She was different from those famous geniuses within their faculty. She seemed much more approachable. In the past few days, Bai Lian had been seldom seen around the school. Chen Hong figured that it wouldn't take long for that sunk thread on the Jianghu University forum to resurface. Finally, when Tang Ming and Ning Xiao arrived, Chen Hong asked them to add a few more dishes. Source: web novel. Com. Updated on new. After the meal, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao planned to continue to the library to study. Su Wenyo's club was recruiting new members, and as a founding member he needed to return to handle some matters. By the way, juniors and freshers, old Su was the president of last year's debating society. He's helping the new president who's not very familiar with the business, Chen Hong told Bai Lian and the others. If you are interested in joining the debating society, you are always welcome. The debating society at Jianghu University was highly prestigious and often organized intercollegiate debates. Two of its regular members were guests on an online variety show that was very popular. The debating society was very popular at Jianghu University, along with the literary societies, attracting many applicants, making it difficult to get in. Tang Ming was somewhat interested, and he went to discuss the details with Su Wenyao. Yang Lin said goodbye to Bai Lian and then nodded towards Su Wenyao and Chen Hong before turning around and leaving, her silhouette exuding a cool detachment that made her seem difficult to approach. Chen Hong had seen Yang Lin looking over sophomore books earlier in the morning. He withdrew his gaze and said to Tang Ming, "Your classmate is so cool." Ning Xiao and Yang Lin, one was cooler than the other. He had only felt it from he one before. Tang Ming, ah? And what do you think of me? You? Chen Hong glanced back at Tang Ming's stern face, let out a hey, and then smiled. "Junior, you must be joking with me." Tang Ming, the Westgate intersection. There was a lot of student and vehicle traffic coming and going. Jiang Fulai got out of a very low-key car, parked it on the zebra crossing at the school entrance and set his eyes on the entrance to the pedestrian street. In early September, the midday sun in Jianghu was very intense, but it did nothing to slow down the steps of Jianghu University new students. Within the crowd, Jiang Fulai spotted Bai Lian. Vehicles weren't allowed to park by Jianghu University for long, and he didn't turn off the engine, but simply honked the horn. Bai Lian opened the door to the passenger seat, sat down, and slowly fastened her seat belt before lazily leaning back against the seat. "Chang'an District Central Park, they're over there," she said. She provided an address. "Why there?" Jiang Fulai had the whole map of Jianghu in his mind. He didn't need to use navigation and immediately drove off. She said the scenery there is pretty. The air conditioning was on in the car. Bai Lian didn't open the windows and leaned slightly to the side, resting against the door. It wasn't long before they reached the park. At this hour, the sunlight was strong and not many people were in the park, which was known for its beautiful scenery and attracting many to take artistic photos at this time. The location chosen by Pu Xiaohan was an outdoor scene for artistic photography. It was a quiet bamboo grove. A stone path led through the grove to an old-fashioned little hut used for artistic photography. When Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, Pu Xiaohan was standing outside the hut discussing with a camera and the dean with his assistant, Old Hu, by his side. The two stood in front of a stone table with a guzheng placed on it. Upon seeing Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, she quickly raised her hand. "Bai Lian, over here." Today Jiang Fulai was wearing the silver antique-style shirt made by Ji Heng, which augmented his cool detachment. Pu Xiaohan's voice lowered involuntarily as she handed Bai Lian a package. "Bai Lian, this dress is tailor-made for you by my grandfather. Go change in the dressing room inside first and he'll do a simple makeup for you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 628. Are you trying to compete with Jianghu University for talent? A meeting gift of two. She took Bai Lian inside to change clothes, and outside, only Jiang Fulai was left with Dean Jian. The two of them had little to say. Even though young Master Jiang restrained himself, his presence was still strong, so Dean Jian chatted with Old Hu at his side. The costume change didn't take long, but Pu Xiaohan wanted to give Bai Lian a simple makeup look. so 20 minutes passed before they came out. At the sound of movement, Jianghu, who was leaning against a Dracaena plant, finally looked up. Bai Lian walked ahead, parting the floral curtain and stepping out. Her hair was long and a single hairpin couldn't hold it all up, so she had taken strands from both sides and pinned them behind her head. As she parted the curtain, her hair cascaded down in front of her chest. The Crimson Warring States robe meandered on the ground. Pu Xiaohan spent half a month determining this location. The lighting was truly a killer feature, without overly harsh rays or deliberate additional lighting, and natural and simple. Jianghu stood silently at the entrance, watching. Even Ding Jian and Old Hu by his side momentarily forgot what they were discussing as they looked at Bai Lian. She seemed like a noble woman from 1,000 years ago, casually stepping out from the house, as light pierced through gaps in the bamboo grove, filtering through dust all the way down. Source: Web Novel. Com, updated on N0 New Omicron. The light speckled her face, her complexion pale and clear, long lashes slightly lowered, her eyes and eyebrows more beautiful than any painting, with the sound of insects and the whisper of the wind by her ears, occasionally punctuated by the laughter of passers-by outside the bamboo grove. Everything was harmonious and quiet. Dressed in a tracksuit, Pu Xiaohan followed closely behind Bai Lian, pulling everyone back from the painting into reality. Sister Lian, Pu Xiaohan, who had already stayed inside once, still stared at Bai Lian's face. You should sit in front of this stone table. Be careful, your dress is a bit long. Pu Xiaohan watched Bai Lian descend the steps, reminding her. The Warring States robe was very long, trailing the ground. Modern people wearing it could easily step on the hem. She had just been speaking when she saw Bai Lian step down the stairs, walking as if on flat ground, her skirt without a wrinkle. Pu Xiaohan had always heard netizens complain that none of this year's period dramas, except for Great Yong, featured truly graceful deportment. Now, seeing Bai Lian, she finally understood what deportment meant. She swallowed the words on her lips and used the camera to capture Bai Lian playing the guzheng. Bai Lian sat at the stone table, idly strumming the strings of the instrument, appearing quite natural. She was the only one in Pu Xiaohan's lens who didn't need deliberate directing. One Big Bowl aimed to collaborate with the Jianghu Music Academy to produce a video feature on traditional musical instruments. This wasn't Pu Xiaohan's first time collaborating with officials. She was creating an ancient modern vibe that would include instruments like the pipa and bamboo flute, in addition to the guzheng. Bai Lian occupied very little screen time. It was recorded quickly. The entire scene was very quiet. Ding Jian and Old Hu said nothing. She didn't perform Desert Melody, as Ding Jian had expected, but instead improvised a segment of The White Robe Journey. This time around, she was more familiar with the guzheng than during the performance at the Xiangqing anniversary celebration. Thus, her playing was also more skillful, with her fingertips stirring the strings as if summoning a galloping army of thousands. After playing a short segment, Pu Xiaohan played back the video she had recorded for Bai Lian. It was then that Old Hu finally snapped back to reality. This was his first time hearing Bai Lian play. Before, he thought Bai Lian was Yan Lu's composer and that Ding Jian held her in high regard for that reason. It was only after he heard Bai Lian play that he understood what Ding Jian meant by his comment. Old Hu, following Ding Jian, naturally had an understanding of music too. This presence, even Ding Jian's 3 disciples couldn't match it. After changing clothes, Bai Lian didn't leave. Jianghu saw sugar-coated haws being sold at the park entrance and led her over there. Old Hu watched their retreating figures and finally turned to Ding Jian. Ding Jian, do you know who Miss Bei's teacher is? In the world of traditional musical instruments, there are only a few key figures. There may be debate over who is the foremost in other factions, but when it comes to the guzheng faction, it could only be Jian Zhongyou. And yet, Bai Lian's playing style doesn't quite match that of Ding Jian's lineage. Who exactly is her teacher? Her? Ding Jian thought of Bai Lian's mention of Qin Jiu, and paused. She must be a master who has retreated to live quietly in the mountains. As you know, there are quite a few folk experts around Xiangqing. Ding Jian was somewhat eager to hear Bai Lian play The White Robe Journey in full. But seeing Bai Lian, she didn't seem very willing. So he asked Pu Xiaohan to send him the footage shot that day. Jiangyin. When Ding Jian returned, the president of Jianghu University was writing a speech for the opening ceremony. Ding Jian transferred all the footage taken by Pu Xiaohan to the president. That's about it. I'll also send you her video project plan. It'll all be edited in the next couple of days, then she can forward the finished version to you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629. Are you trying to compete with Jianghu University for talent? A meeting gift of 3, I've looked over the plan, nodded the principal of Jiangyin. It's a very novel approach. He minimized the Word document and opened a video. It was a clip of Bai Lian that Pu Xiaohan had just recorded. This is the White Robe Journey. Why isn't it the complete clip? As soon as the principal of Jiangyin heard it, he recognized it. Although the video showed Pu Xiaohan from the side, he could vaguely make out Bai Lian's face. The girl who came to the school with Yan Lu before, our school's new student this year? Being a music school, how could he not know how well this piece of the White Robe Journey was played? Pu Xiaohan's video included students playing the pipa and flute from Jiangyin, so he subconsciously assumed Bai Lian was also one of their students. No. Not. The principal looked at Dean Jian and said, you realize Jiangyin hasn't seen such a talented student of traditional instruments for a long time, right? Dean Jian took off his own headphones and shook his head. You think I haven't considered it? But have you thought about how the admissions office at Jianghu University would feel about us recruiting their top Gaokao scorer? He wasn't afraid that Jianghu University's principal would band together with the University of Political Science and Law to send Jiangyin a cease and desist letter. The principal of Jiangyin, source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New. The Central Garden in Chang'an District. At the gateway, Jiang Fulai took out his mobile phone to open WeChat, while the sugar gourd seller nervously produced a QR code from his pocket for him to scan. Jiang Fulai bowed his head, the sunlight casting his profile in an icy hue. After scanning the code, he leisurely picked up 2 sugar gourds. One was for Bai Lian. The other was for appeasing Jiang Xiaonya when picking him up from school later. Bai Lian was standing in the shade of a tree at the intersection waiting for him. Her canvas bag was placed on the passenger seat of his car. Having taken only her phone and folding fan with her, she was speaking with Ji Heng on the phone. In her other hand, she casually flicked a jade fan open and shut. Old men passing by the gate gazed curiously at the folding fan in her hand. When Jiang Fulai approached, Bai Lian had just finished her call, and he handed her one of the sugar gourds. Bai Lian pocketed her phone and took the sugar gourd. She leisurely browsed through her phone. Kong Wei had sent a message in the dormitory group chat. Kong Wei, at Bai Lian at Sun Qian, our advisor wants us to gather at 7 p.m. tonight in room 302 of the physics building. Both of you come back early. Okay. Kong Wei, Bai Lian and Sun Qian were all in theoretical physics class too. On the first day of school, they typically needed to assemble for a large meeting. Yu Simin was in the plasma class. Bai Jian, 1, Sun Qian, thanks, let's go, said Jiang Fulai after she finished replying. Looking briefly at the time, Jiang Xiaonya will be getting out of school. Jiang he didn't go to school in the morning until Bai Lian sent him a message that she would pick him up in the evening. Only then did he head to school. A private elementary school in Xinjiang district. 4:30 p.m. The road outside the elementary school was lined with a multitude of nanny cars and luxury vehicles. Jiang Fulai's black car seemed out of place among them. He parked at the corner and walked with Bai Lian to the school gate. Both tall and elegant, Bai Lian's beige cotton linen dress flattered her figure, while Jiang Fulai's shirt was tailor-made by Ji Heng. The two stood out amidst the crowd. Some parents wanted to greet them, but were deterred by Jiang Fulai's unapproachable demeanor. Jiang he was in class 1 of the first grade. The first grade students were the first to come out, led by their teacher who held up a sign and guided a line of kids out, all with their hands on the shoulders of the child in front. The kids, despite it being their first day, were in high spirits. They looked very much like elementary students. As Bai Lian wondered if Jiang he would come out looking as playfully silly as the others, she saw the last child in the line of class 1. He wore a dark blue school uniform and carried a backpack. Hands in his pockets and chin up, his eyes like dark glass marbles coldly regarded the students in front, with a touch of, "Why am I in this stupid line?" in his demeanor. Bai Lian couldn't help but laugh when she imagined a certain notebook. Hearing the barely audible laughter, Jiang Fulai's lips tightened slightly, and he collected Jiang he from the teacher, his stern jaw relaxing a bit. Upon seeing Bai Lian, Jiang he automatically moved to her side, took hold of her dress and initiated auto-follow. Jiang Fulai disdainfully held the sugar gourd destined for Jiang he between 2 fingers. On seeing Jiang he passed the sugar gourd over. Jiang Fulai drove back to Shanghai apartment. Now that he was back, Jiang he didn't have to return to the Jiang family house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630. Are you trying to compete with Jianghu University for talent? A meeting gift of four. Both of them loved living in the mountains and by the sea. The car had just parked downstairs. Bai Lian had just seen a white Volkswagen with local license plates stopping in front of the building. She opened the passenger side door and thought that the figure of the person in the driver's seat looked familiar. The man in the driver's seat of the Volkswagen had just gotten out of the car, opened the trunk to get his luggage, and on seeing Bai Lian he wasn't at all surprised and greeted her, "Classmate Bai." Bai Lian closed the passenger door and looked up, very surprised. "Uncle Zhang?" She had heard from Tang Ming that Zhang Shi's father was in Jianghu, but it had never occurred to her that he would appear here. Jiang He jumped down and went to hold Bai Lian's dress. He was biting on the last candied hawthorn, looking up. "Hey he," Uncle Zhang greeted Jiang He and then turned to Bai Lian. "Classmate Bai, I've rented a place here on the 6th floor. Xiaoza is getting out of prison tomorrow. I will head back to Shanqing later, just moving the luggage over today." "Isn't it mid-month?" What else had Zhang Shi's done to get released early? Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to room 303. In 303, Su Nanjing was sitting on the couch watching TV and greeted them as they returned. Alien. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New 0. C0. After Bai Lian greeted him, she then asked Jiang Fulai about Zhang Shi's situation. Jiang Fulai wasn't surprised, putting her canvas bag in her study. He helped Xing Lihong develop a new product, contributed 5% to the science, so he got a 10-day reduction in sentence. Ming Dongheng had the tea brewed and then repacked a portion for her to take to the university. He also packed up 3 gift boxes for Bai Lian to give to her roommates as meeting presents. Next to them, Su Nanjing couldn't help patting Ming Dongheng's shoulder, his head full of question marks. A new product developed while working on a sewing machine? No, who are all these people? 6 o'clock. Bai Lian finished dinner and Jiang Fulai drove her back to the university. She had a new student assembly in the physics building at 7. She couldn't be late. When she returned to the dorm, the other 3 were already back. As soon as she arrived, she heard Yu Simin's voice. "I saw President Bo today. He really is handsome. I heard that President Bo welcomes new students on the first day of reporting. If I had known, I would have come on the first day." Sun Qian was sitting in her spot reading a book. "If you want to see him, you could apply to join the student union." "I was thinking about that, but a lot of people from our department have applied," Yu Simin pondered. "I also want to join the literature club, but the assessment is so tough. Anyone willing to accompany me?" New students always come to the university full of energy and spirit. A science student applying for the literature club? You'd be better off applying for the debate club. "I'm not going, no way." Kong Wei quickly waved her hand, but upon seeing Bai Lian return, she pointed to the milk tea on her desk. "Bai Lian, Yu Simin and I brought you and Sun Qian milk tea when we came back." "Thank you." Bai Lian placed her canvas bag and a box of tea in pottery jars on the table and took out 3 gift boxes from the white paper bag, handing them to the other people in the room. "I might come back late sometimes and the lights on my desk might be on late too. If I ever disturb you, please let me know." The gift boxes were ordinary with a blue floral pattern wrapped with a blue ribbon, and the ribbon wasn't tied very smoothly. No brand markings. Kong Wei and Yu Simin thought they were from a boutique and accepted them. "The desk light isn't bright, no problem, I often watch TV or play games until 2 in the morning." In the dorm room, only Yu Simin and Sun Qian came from well-off households. Bai Lian's luggage was simple, and her computer wasn't the popular pair brand, so they didn't decline Bai Lian's small welcome gifts, simply considering them ordinary tokens of friendship. Sun Qian also thanked Bai Lian with reserve. As Bai Lian took out things from her canvas bag, Sun Qian and Yu Simin saw that it was a computer, along with several A4 papers with Jiangxi written on them, not knowing what it meant. Someone knocked on the door outside the dorm room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631. 249 Jiangjing's Ceiling, A Chance Encounter. _1 Kong Wei was unwrapping a gift on her seat. Yu Simin, who was behind her, opened the door to the dormitory and immediately saw the girl standing at the door. "Senior Yi?" This year there were only a handful of female students in the physics department, and Yi Jingxian could remember those few. She smiled as she walked into 407, I'm here to look for Sun Qian and Bai Lian. Kang Wei always respected her seniors, so she got up to greet Yi Jingxian. Yi Jingxian had come to persuade Bai Lian and Sun Qian to participate in the freshman evening event. It's at the end of the month, our program lineup hasn't been finalized yet, there's still plenty of time. Sun Qian, aren't you good at dancing? Yi Jingxian said to Sun Qian, it's not easy for our physics department to have a group of juniors like you this year. We've joined forces with the finance department, and I heard they have a campus beauty who's an internet celebrity, a music minor. It's rare for us in physics to rise like this. In past years, the freshmen would all compete to perform, especially the boys. Having said that, Yi Jingxian turned to look at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was sitting at her desk, her laptop pushed to one side, a beige dress spread out on her chair, holding a black pen in her hand, writing reduced musical notation. Seeing a book on the basics of music theory to the left, Yi Jingxian thought that she must understand rhythm. Junior, why don't you sing a song? Perform with Sun Qian. Sun Qian put down her pen and lifted her head. Senior, well, think about it. Considering meant there was a chance, Yi Jingxian nodded her head, and she also exchanged phone numbers with Sun Qian. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. And Yi Jingxian recalled something else and spoke to Bai Lian. If you're interested in joining any student associations or clubs, not just the student union of our department, but also the youth society, you can ask me for help if needed. Okay, thank you, senior, replied Bai Lian politely. After Yi Jingxian left, Kang Wei and Yu Simin exchanged glances with each other, recognizing the disparities among people. Kang Wei continued to unwrap the gift box, which contained a silk dust bag. Inside the bag was a small-sized fringe hair clip in the shape of a delicate butterfly. The left wing of the butterfly was a complete, polished, light-colored transparent pink crystal, while the right wing was studded with clear rhinestones. It sparkled brilliantly under the dormitory lights. Although Kang Wei didn't have long hair, she fell in love with this hair clip at first sight. Isn't this beautiful? Bai Lian, you really know how to choose. She compared it with the mirror and clipped the hair clip to her fringe. Seeing the beautiful hair clip, Yu Simin also unwrapped her gift. Her hair clip was the same as Kang Wei's but in a different color. Hers was light green crystal. Only Sun Qian, who was behind Bai Lian, upon opening her gift and seeing the hair clip in the box, placed the hair clip on the draft paper, observing the refraction on the diamonds on the other butterfly wing. With the hair clip placed as such, the black ink on the draft paper couldn't be seen at all. Sun Qian bent her head to observe the little hair clip. It was pure handmade craftsmanship, and she couldn't find a brand that matched it. At 7 o'clock, the class gathered. Yu Simin and Kang Wei had touched up their makeup and changed clothes. When they called Bai Lian, she was still reading a book. The physics building was a bit far from the freshman girls' dorm. At 6:40, the four from the dorm set off. Yu Simin's gathering spot was upstairs. Kang Wei, Sun Qian, and Bai Lian reached classroom 302. The door of 302 was ajar, and they could hear voices inside before even entering. Kang Wei led the two of them in, sitting in the back row. The people from the class were sitting together, grouped by dormitory rooms. Almost everyone had already arrived. The number of girls in theoretical class 1 was slightly higher than in other classes. There were 7 girls. The other 4 had already arrived, sitting a bit forward, already chatting lively with their classmates. The arrival of the 3 new girls, Bai Lian's group, still attracted quite a bit of attention. Kang Wei was friendly with everyone, Sun Qian appeared a bit aloof, and Bai Lian had an extraordinary face. The boys in the penultimate row glanced back and, after seeing Bai Lian's group, paused for a few seconds before reacting. For a moment, they began to doubt whether these individuals were really part of their physics department. At the front, a boy leaned over to tap his neighbor's shoulder. Our theoretical class has freshmen with top-notch looks this year, not falling short of the English or finance departments. Many glances turned in their direction, but Bai Lian calmly lowered her head to flip through her original text, undisturbed. Just then the front door was pushed open. The instructor for theoretical class entered, a middle-aged man, not very tall, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose. He brought nothing but his cell phone into the room and introduced himself with a touch of humor. Chapter 632, 249 Jiangjing's Ceiling, A Chance Encounter. _2 Then he surveyed the entire class and spoke directly. Bai Lian, would you come up and introduce yourself? Upon hearing the name Bai Lian, some were quite unfamiliar with it, but some from Jianghu-affiliated middle school knew it very well and began to whisper among themselves. Although Bai Lian had been reading, she was always good at multitasking. Hearing the instructor's voice, she stood up from her seat, wearing a beige cotton and linen dress, with her dark hair simply half-tied with a jade hairpin. Her eyebrows had just been groomed by Pu Xiaohan in the afternoon, trimmed a bit too fine, which added a touch of delicate classical beauty to her originally lazy, pretty, and slightly wild look. Taking up the chalk, she introduced herself in a leisurely manner and methodically wrote her name on the blackboard, Bai Lian. All of a sudden, the usually languid theoretical physics class became lively. Damn. Isn't this the sister who went viral on the Jianghu University forum this afternoon? I even came across her thread, which has hundreds of layers. A male student recognized her and whispered to his neighbor, and she's in our theoretical physics major. The students of class 302 discussed this among themselves. The instructor didn't stop them. He just cocked his head to look at the girl standing straight beside him, clicked his tongue and thought, let them discuss. In a few days she probably wouldn't belong to their theoretical major anymore. Wuxia world. Side outside. A professor in an oversized t-shirt passed by room 302 and hearing the noise inside couldn't help but turn his head. Which class is this? They have so much energy. Professor Zhou, these are students taught by teacher Xia from the theoretical physics major, the assistant beside him replied. Theoretical physics was known as a major with relatively lower entrance scores within the physics department. Zhou Wenqing was the instructor in charge of the Tongfeng class this year, as well as a doctoral advisor. He glanced at room 302, walked past this class without saying anything else. The assistant handed a list to him. Professor Zhou, Heiress the list of candidates who applied for the Tongfeng class, 67 in total, with the exam scheduled for Saturday morning at 8 in the Golden Report Hall. The Tongfeng class was made up mostly of students from the national team. In the past, not many high school graduates applied for the Tongfeng class, a maximum of 10, and after finalizing the results, only 4 or 5 would be admitted, entirely based on scores, sometimes admitting only 1 or 2 applicants. This year, the number of applicants far exceeded previous years, increasing by 7 or 8 times. After the new students had finished their self-introductions, Bai Lian headed to the library with her books. Yang Lin had already saved seats for them. Sun Qian didn't continue to the library that evening. Kong Wei returned to room 407 with Sun Qian. You and Bai Lian are really working too hard. School has just started and you're already studying so intensively. I've basically given up already, Sun Qian said as she looked at the casual hairpin in Kong Wei's bangs. So soon. The topic this year is hard and it's not my strongest suit. Sun Qian withdrew her gaze. Kong Wei wasn't familiar with the Tongfeng class exam questions. She chatted with Sun Qian while searching on her phone for Jianghu University's and the University Town's forums. She only knew Jiangjing University's official BBS, where most of the posts were official announcements. It was only after hearing a tip from the students in the theoretical physics class that evening that she found out about Jiangjing University's forum. The forum had been created by the computer science department's top talents and was also managed by them. Kong Wei found out the forum address from her classmates and eventually found her community. There weren't any advertisements on the forum, but there were many posts about physics, accounting, postgraduate entrance exam past papers, and the like. Aside from those, there were also a few hot posts marked in red. I heard there are a lot of people applying for the Tongfeng class this year. What's going on? These godly battles had nothing to do with them, mere mortals. The freshers in the finance department are not bad this year. There are a few good-looking juniors and sophomores. And another? Who still remembers the sister who passed by Jianghu University last year? She has become our junior this year. Kong Wei clicked in and saw 2 anchor images. The first was a profile picture of a girl wearing a white tunic with her hands in her pockets, standing nonchalantly under a tree, a strand of black hair lazily hanging over her chest, with her almond-shaped eyes half closed, much like a cat lazily basking in the sun under a tree on a winter day. The other image was of a photo taken earlier that afternoon at the West Gate. Kong Wei slowly scrolled down, noticing that the posters were all seniors and juniors as per their forum rankings. Why isn't she from our chemistry department? Why isn't she from our chemistry department? Why isn't she from our chemistry department? 100 yuan reward for the freshman's phone number and WeChat. Latest news, seems like she's a fresher in the physics department. Chapter 633, 249 Jianghu Ceiling, A Chance Encounter. Underscore ID say she's the beauty standard for this year's freshman, and nobody would argue, right? The gossiping ability of the students at the school should not be underestimated. They quickly dug up Bai Lian's name. Kang Wei even saw a picture of Bai Lian's back as she wrote her name. It must have been sent out by someone in her class. Kang Wei browsed the posts, and she wasn't the only new student who had learned the address of the unofficial forum. Under this hot post, gradually, additional content began to appear. Still a newbie, Wang Su. Bai Lian, isn't she pretty? Isn't her name nice? Didn't any freshman feel breathless seeing that name? A fellow freshman? How could I not recognize her? The moment I saw her photo, I knew it was her. Luckily, she's gone to study physics, not our math department. Chemistry seniors, please spare us, sobbing. What is this situation? Surf-loving upperclassmen took an interest and dug deeper. Wuxia World. Site Wuxia World. Site. Bai Lian, she exceeded Liang Wuyu with a perfect score on this year's national exam, becoming the top scorer. Heiress her score, screenshot, and also she and Liang Wuyu both registered for the Tongfeng class exams this year, registration screenshot. Because of this last reply, the post completely blew up. Bai Lian wasn't aware of any of this. She was carrying her books and laptop to the library, located between Rose District and Nanmei District. There were quite a few students on the road at this time. Not far away, members of the Song family and Bai Qiming were still on campus. They were currently escorting Song Min and Bai Shaoqi back to their dormitory. Bai Qiming and Mr. Yin walked side by side, discussing business matters. Bai Qiming's mood had somewhat improved recently. Hearing that Bai Shaoqi was favorably regarded by Dr. Zhua, he didn't dwell on Bai Lian so much anymore. Still, occasionally he would wake up in the middle of the night, remembering her. Mrs. Song walked behind, conversing with Bai Shaoqi. For the new students' party, are you going to play the guzheng? Bai Shaoqi nodded. I've heard that the college leaders will also be there to watch. Both upperclassmen and classmates have asked me to perform. Her video account had always been popular on social media. She brought her own popularity and was very good at socializing. For the past few days in the finance department, she had already become quite well known. Song Min's grades were not as good as Bai Lian's, but he had been involved with the Song family and Mr. Yin's business from a young age and was a hotshot in the financial world. Among the new students in the finance department, his popularity was no less than that of Bai Shaoqi. Along the way, they greeted many from the finance department who recognized Bai Shaoqi and Song Min. Is your dean coming? Dean Feng is the chair of the Jianghu Federation of Industry and Commerce. Mr. Yin overheard these conversations and turned his head back. He was there specifically to accompany Bai Qiming to see Bai Shaoqi today. They had just finished eating with Bai Shaoqi and were escorting him to the library. I don't know, Song Min shook his head. I only heard the upperclassmen say that several leaders will come. Mr. Yin advised, try to secure an offer from your finance department student council. Mr. Yin accompanied the two to the school not only because of Bai Shaoqi but also due to Bai Shaoqi and Song Min's relationship. While they were walking, Song Min suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed ahead. Mrs. Song was a bit puzzled and lifted her head just in time to see the girl wearing Bluetooth earphones. She was slightly bowing her head, her long lashes casting a shadow, exuding a languid and casual demeanor, yet steady and restrained, walking towards the library. That was Bai Lian. Bai Qiming also stopped. Looking at the girl approaching, it seemed as if he was transported back 2 months. Over these 2 months, Bai Lian's name had been mentioned countless times by the people in the Bai family ancestral hall. Mr. Yin didn't recognize Bai Lian and just thought that Jianghu University students this year were really good-looking. Mrs. Song's smile faltered slightly as she began. Bai Lian? Bai Lian nonchalantly tapped through her English reading material on the page, glancing over the group in front of her. Beside them, the middle-aged man, hearing a familiar name, couldn't help but stop and greeted Bai Lian with a relieved smile. Bai Lian, good to see you. Bai Lian also recognized the man. She took off her earphones and passed by the line of Bai Qiming and Mr. Yin on her way up the stairs, greeting the man politely, Dean Shu. Coming to the library so late? Dean Shu stood on the steps, noting the laptop and books in her hand with some understanding. Going for the Tongfeng class? Bai Lian put away her Bluetooth earphones and took out her school card. Yes. Confident. Bai Lian's fingers idly tapped the school card, and upon hearing the question, she raised an eyebrow. Dean Shu expressed understanding. He smiled with a sigh. Of course, I would still hope you'd come to our school. After their brief exchange, Bai Lian swiped her school card to enter the library, and Dean Shu naturally wouldn't greet strangers. He passed by Bai Qiming and the others and left. It was the first time Bai Qiming had heard of Tongfeng class, and watching Bai Lian's retreating figure he hadn't snapped out of it yet. What's Tongfeng class? Isn't there a saying? To find a genius in China, look at Jianghu University. At Jianghu University, look for the Tongfeng class. Tongfeng class is the pinnacle of Jianghu University. Their resources are incomparable to ordinary students. From freshman year they can apply to work in labs, Mr. Yin remarked on the side, suddenly remembering something, and he asked Mrs. Song, "That girl who is going for the Tongfeng class, do you know her?" Chapter 634. 250 good people come to Beijing. Where did these two pop up from? _1 When Mr. Yin made this statement, no one else in the room said a word. Bai Qiming's gaze fell once again on the entrance of the library, where he watched Bai Lian's retreating figure. She looked nothing like the person he remembered. Clad in a long dress, she was in deep conversation with someone who appeared to be the dean. Under the library's outdoor lights, she exuded confidence and composure, warmth without lacking strength, and an indomitable spirit seemed to permeate her every word and gesture. Before laying eyes on Bai Lian today, Bai Qiming had been comforting himself with the thought that Bai Xiaoke was already exceptionally good. As a member of the Bai family he should have been content. Yet now that Bai Lian had appeared, he felt as though both Bai Xiaoke and Bai Xiaoqi were lacking something. He shifted his gaze away and continued his conversation with Mr. Yin, but Mr. Yin could tell that Bai Qiming's mind was elsewhere. Lady Song gently patted Bai Xiaoqi on the shoulder and asked in a soft voice, "Have you chosen your performance dress yet? Do you have time this week? I could take you to look at dresses." Bai Xiaoqi's expression remained unchanged as she walked forward with Lady Song. "Auntie, let's go on Saturday then, I don't have classes." Having sent Bai Xiaoqi back to her dorm, Song Min returned to the male dormitory on his own. Bai Qiming stayed at a hotel in Chang'an district and did not reside with the Yin family. After he left, Mr. Yin asked Lady Song about the matter concerning Bai Lian. "Bai Lian, she is the one who was previously engaged to Amin." Outside the west gate of Jianghu University, the driver opened the car door. Lady Song and Mr. Yin sat in the car as she began to share the story of Bai Lian. "You know, Amin has always been proud and high-spirited, and her topping the exams was a significant pressure on him." Wuxia world. Sight after hearing Lady Song out, Mr. Yin exclaimed in shock, "So, she is Bai Qiming's other daughter? What were you all thinking?" Lady Song had already lost the ability to listen further. Back when Bai Lian had not yet left Beijing, their relationship was fairly good. They could talk comfortably when Bai Lian came to Beijing to cancel her residency registration. Recalling the time she took Song Min to Xiangqing to retrieve the jade pendant from Bai Lian, she had still been weighing the pros and cons, feeling that Bai Lian was in no way a match for Song Min in any aspect. Whoever would have imagined that in less than a year, Bai Lian had left Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min far behind. When the marriage agreement with Bai Lian was initially made, Song Min had always been indifferent about it. It wasn't until Gui Yueqing brought Bai Xiaoqi into the picture, and Bai Xiaoqi being smart enough to hold a conversation with Song Min, especially excelled in mathematical logic. Song Min enjoyed interacting with such individuals. Highly intelligent people have always attracted Song Min. Lady Song lowered the car window, gazing at the fading silhouette of Jianghu University, and somewhere inside her, a faint feeling emerged. Bai Lian was the epitome of this type of person. When Bai Lian returned to room 407 from the library, the three people in the room had not yet gone to sleep. To the left, Kong Wei had earphones in, scrolling through a variety show. Most of Jianghu University's students were gifted, including her. She balanced her studies with dramas and games without falling behind and still managed to earn a place at Jianghu University. Hearing the noise, she paused the variety show and turned to look at Bai Lian. Yu Simin was already in bed, though she hadn't fallen asleep, merely peeking out from above her covers. Sun Qian was watching a lecture video by a professor but wasn't focusing. Noticing the sound of the door, she looked back as well. Having three pairs of eyes upon her didn't seem to bother Bai Lian, who casually closed the door behind her. She went to her own desk, pulled open the wardrobe and looked for pajamas to change into for her bath. Ultimately it was Kong Wei who couldn't hold back first. She took off her earphones, swiveled her chair toward Bai Lian, and propped her arm on the armrest. "Are you this year's top scorer?" "Yes," Bai Lian replied calmly, pulling out a towel. "Have you been going to the library also because you've signed up for the Tongfeng class?" Having gathered her clothes, Bai Lian walked to the washroom door, resting her hand on the doorknob and contemplated for a moment, more or less. Any other questions? Kang Wei shook her head. No, that's it. Okay, Bai Lian said and then pushed open the door to the washroom and entered. Once again the dormitory fell silent for a moment. Kang Wei pulled out her phone and started browsing the forum again. The post she had been reading earlier had now gained prominence on the homepage. Besides that, there were several other threads about the new students this year. These two cover photos really have a sense of destiny. Liang Wuyu Bai Lian, this year's freshmen seem very impressive. Come, place your bets. How many do you think will pass the Tongfeng class test this year? Objectively speaking, there are 39 national team members in this year's Tongfeng class, which generally only accepts 40 students. I've looked at the grades of these freshmen, and 67 people are competing for that one spot. Of course, it's possible Tongfeng class might make an exception and admit one more. Other than Bai Lian and Liang Wuyu, is there any other controversy? Chapter 635. 250 good people come to Beijing. Where did these two pop up from? _2. At most, I mean we could add a Su Jiyue, but I don't think anyone else will have a chance. Because of Bai Lian, the Tongfeng class second enrollment, which usually didn't get much attention from freshmen, was especially popular this year. Is it that hard to get in? Kang Wei looked at the promotional material for the Tongfeng class. Of course, no one in the dormitory knew better than Sun Qian about its difficulty. The Tongfeng class is full of national competition participants. We spent 3 years in high school studying, while they were always training for the national team, taught by a group of professorial superstars. The selection process is very tough. These were all top-notch science warriors. They couldn't outperform Bai Lian and Liang Wuyu in the college entrance exam. But in their fields of specialty they were the benchmarks. That's why not many people try for the Tongfeng class each year, as even top scholars from the college entrance exam felt intimidated by these national contestants, so there were rarely participants for the second trial in previous years. After finishing her shower, Bai Lian came out, casually drying her hair. She didn't use a hairdryer, waiting for her hair to air dry naturally as she checked her phone and saw a message from Jianghu sent 10 minutes earlier, to which she replied. In less than a minute, Jianghu called her. Bai Lian put on her Bluetooth headset, resting her wrist on the blue desk. Is Jiang Xiaoniao asleep? She fell asleep downstairs. Jianghu was in Bai Lian's study. He stood by the windowsill looking at the dim lights below, his voice sounding slightly idle as he guessed the time she took to shower. You didn't blow-dry your hair? Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New Omicron. Her hair was long now and hard to dry with just a towel. And because she usually studied late into the night, she would shower very late, so her hair would hardly be dry by the time she went to sleep. Bai Lian picked up a basic music theory book and flipped through it at ease. Responding without changing her expression, I did. She now had a general understanding of modern musical notation, but still preferred using shorthand notation when writing down music. Jianghu didn't speak, instead he ended the call. The next second, a WeChat video call rang out. Bai Lian, she calmly hung up. Teacher Jiang sent a poignant full stop. Bai Lian replied with a comma. Then she stood up, took the hairdryer from the wardrobe and walked back to the bathroom unconcernedly to blow-dry her hair for 2 minutes. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Yan Lu arrived in Xiangqing. She was wearing a white trench coat, black skinny jeans, a mask and a fisherman's hat on top, stopping in front of a florist to pick up a bouquet the owner had wrapped for her. Then she turned around looking at Xiaotian and a Huang who were standing behind her. You two go back to Jiangjing first. I'm giving you 2 days off. Has Xinjie told you about it already? She has. As Xiaotian looked at the flowers in Yan Lu's hands, he didn't dare ask who they were for. Then Sister Lu, are you okay on your own? I'll be fine by myself. Yan Lu held her phone calling a taxi. Heading to Xiangqing prison. The blue taxi drove away and Xiaotian exchanged glances with a Huang. Who is Sister Lu going to see? It's not going to cause any trouble, right? A Huang looked at the receding car. Yan Lu was now a celebrity with a huge fan following, including many obsessive fans. Xiaotian looked at Xinji's reply, put away his phone. Xinjie said it's fine. Let's go. 10 o'clock, the sun shone brightly. Inside the prison, a guard handed a package to Zhang Xiai's, patting him on the shoulder with a force. Go change into your own clothes and make sure you live a good life after getting out. Inside the package were clothes that the Zhang family had brought for Zhang Xiais. Zhang Xiais took the package to the changing room, changed into his own clothes and accompanied by the guard, he approached the heavy iron gate. The guards on both sides took out their keys and opened the gate. Outside the iron gate, the sky was a brilliant blue. Zhang's father and mother stood side by side, with tears in Zhang's mother's eyes. Zhang Xiais quickened his step and reached out to embrace them. Dad, Mom? After the family spoke, Zhang Xiais looked up to see Yen Lu on his left. She had cut her hair short, shoulder length, with a lock of hair tucked behind one ear, holding a large bouquet of white iris flowers in her arms. Under the sun, they glittered brightly. As Zhang Xiais looked at her, she handed him the iris flowers. Fortunately, I made it on time. Zhang Xiais took the flowers. The past year had not diminished his vibrant spirit. Standing under the morning sun, he was radiant and elegant, his deep brown eyes hiding a rebellious streak. He held the flowers, laughed once, still as spirited as ever. Sister Yen? Saturday. Today was the selection competition for the Tongfeng class candidates. 6 o'clock in the morning, Bai Lian got up as usual, while the others in the dorm were still asleep. At 6:30, Sun Qian woke up to find Bai Lian quietly reading a book below. She glanced back and saw that Bai Lian wasn't solving problems but flipping through a basic music theory book. Sun Qian, who had just woken up and was curious about what the study god was learning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636. 250 good people come to Beijing. Where did these two pop up from? _3 Sun Qian had essentially given up on the second test for the Tongfeng class, but still went with Bai Lian to participate in the exam at the Golden Report Hall. At 7:40 in the morning, the two arrived at the entrance of the Golden Report Hall. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were waiting to enter with her. Bai Lian stood at the entrance, quietly looking at the Golden Report Hall. The lecture hall was quite ancient. The gateway had been renovated, with 4 golden characters inscribed above, Master of the World. Those 4 very familiar characters had endured for 1,000 years, and having been renovated countless times, one could faintly see an old man with a book rolled up and strapped to his back, stroking his beard with one hand as he slowly walked up to her. That kind of sensation of meeting and parting. Tang Ming saw her from a distance. Lianjie, the Golden Report Hall, was previously where Liang Zuan lectured, said to be opened only for the seminars of academicians. He also wanted to discuss Zhang Xiais, who had arrived in Jianghu this morning. Seeing that Bai Lian seemed a bit silent, he immediately shut up and greeted Sun Qian, who was by Bai Lian's side. Hi, I'm Tang Ming, Lianjie's high school classmate. This is Ning Shui. Ning Xiao, haha, beauty don't mind, he's always been cool like that. So cool to the point of not speaking, expecting him to stand there looking foolish, right? Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New. 1 week into the semester at Jianghu University, most freshmen had heated up, like Bai Lian, like Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue, and this year's finance department Gemini stars by Xiaoqi and Song Min. Sun Qian had not heard of Tang Ming and Ning Xiao before, as she was usually slow to warm up to people. She merely introduced herself, Sun Qian. Sun Qian was just surprised that all of Bai Lian's friends had managed to get into Jianghu University. The lecture hall was very spacious, with every row seating 5 people, but only 2 people sat in each row. Bai Lian sat at the very back. Of the 67 examinees, most knew Bai Lian and Liang Wuyu. The arrival of both attracted the attention of the other candidates in the lecture hall. The chief examiner was Zhou Wenqing and a professor from the physics department, and the professor involved in setting the paper quickly fixed his eyes on Bai Lian, murmuring, "Look, that's the student who scored full marks in the college entrance physics exam." Zhou Wenqing's gaze fell on the last row, where a window in front was closed, and the sunlight shined through the glass, making the dust visible in the light beam. The girl had brought nothing but a pen, and at that moment she was calmly uncapping the black pen lid. Quite perceptive, why didn't she join the national team? Zhou Wenqing's voice was very soft. Lacking 3 years of training, she would fall far behind others, which was a bit of a pity. 8 o'clock. The professor distributed 2 exam papers, 4 questions for mathematics and 4 for physics, with the exam time from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. A total of 8 questions, given 4 hours to them, was sufficient to indicate the difficulty of these questions. Picking up the paper, Bai Lian first glanced down, The second selection test for the Tongfeng class had completely departed from high school knowledge, with the first major math question being about definite integrals, a very short formula. The numbers inside were only 0 and 1, everything else was arctanks. Computations like this had no other method, and had to be slogged through. Just unfolding this integral used up half a page, followed by the harder integrals that involved differentiation with respect to a parameter. Bai Lian proceeded to write down each question. Her handwriting was neat and pleasant. Zhou Wenqing came around to the last row several times to look, but he didn't see much and he didn't want to affect the students' emotions. 11 o'clock. Bai Lian capped her black pen, handing in the 4 sheets of answer paper. Next to her was Sun Qian, who still had one mathematics question undone and was calculating the third physics problem. The calculations this time were overwhelmingly extensive, with one question essentially requiring an hour to complete, so seeing Bai Lian hand in her paper at 11 didn't faze Sun Qian, and even Liang Wuyu, who sat in the back row on the right side, lifted her head. Zhou Wenqing, sitting at the front, watched her hand in the answer sheet and then calmly walked out the front door. Bai Lian walked out of the lecture hall, and didn't immediately leave, standing instead at the entrance and looking back up at the inscription in the sunlight, where the handwriting reflected a cold glare. After looking for quite a while, she finally took out her phone, which showed a missed call. It was from Yen Lu. She called back and it was picked up after just one ring by Yen Lu. "Miss Bai," Yen Lu's voice was as usual, only today it carried a cheerier tone. "We've arrived." Yen Lu had come with the Zhang family. "All right." Bai Lian's hand rested on her forehead, blocking the light as she estimated the time. "Ning Xiao and his group will need another half hour." Inside the lecture hall. 11:20. Ning Xiao stood up and handed in his paper. Another person submitted early, and like the other examinees, Sun Qian looked up and was stunned to see it was Ning Xiao, whom she recognized as Bai Lian's high school classmate. 11:30. Tang Ming stood up to hand in his paper. The questions produced by the Tongfeng class aimed to make this group of current year college entrance examinees unable to finish, to feel Tongfeng class pressure in advance. In previous years, even when the questions weren't as difficult, no one would hand in their papers early, as this was more important to them than the college entrance exam. It was bad enough for this year's freshmen to be so audaciously handing in their papers early, but how come there were 3 of them right off the bat? The numerous academic gods in the exam room began to feel disordered. Zhou Wenqing looked at the 3 answer sheets in his hands, the answers written densely across them, and he couldn't help looking for the other 2 students' names, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming. No, who were these 2 popping out of nowhere? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, 251 Epic Gathering, Part 2, _1 Liang Wuyu and Bai Lian as soon as they enrolled, caught the attention of the physics department. Both of them were frequently mentioned by the professors of the physics department. Although Liang Wuyu was not in the Tongfeng class, he had already started working in the lab. Bai Lian's perfect score on the college entrance examination's science comprehensive section was also unexpectedly impressive. If you say she turned in her test early today, that's somewhat acceptable. But Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, the professors haven't even heard of them? Zhou Wenqing pushed his glasses up and looked down at Tang Ming's exam paper. This handwriting, it's too messy. He shook his head, criticizing the handwriting. Zhou Wenqing had barely set down Bai Lian's answer sheet, and as soon as the professor took it to look at Bai Lian's answers, he heard this and went to look at Tang Ming's paper. The handwriting of science students is often squeezed together, and many teachers have to look in the gaps to find the answers. Although Tang Ming's handwriting had not been specially trained, it had become fairly neat under Bai Lian's influence over the year, much neater than that of most science students. Zhou Wenqing, after spending half an hour on Bai Lian's paper, had already begun to disdain other handwriting. The professor thought about his own illegible writing. Forget it, he didn't echo Zhou Wenqing's remark. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Jianghu University-affiliated hospital. Ji Mulan had undergone major surgery and had a special blood type. The baby was still in the incubator and it was going to be several days before discharge. Su-en went to handle work matters, and only the old Madame Su and 2 nannies hired by the Su family remained in the hospital room. These past 2 days, old Madame Su had been watching the baby closely, almost never leaving its side, often going to the incubator for a look. After hearing from the butler that Ji Xiaojun had come to see Ji Mulan, old Madame Su turned and went to the hospital room. She had been much more polite to the Ji family members lately. Upon entering the hospital room, she saw Ji Xiaojun, Xin Qing and an old man sitting in the small living room of the hospital room. This is... The old lady leaned on her cane and looked toward the butler with graying hair. Ji Xiaojun stood up and said to the old lady, "A distant uncle from our family." The butler gave a friendly nod to old Madame Su, who warmly invited him. "Next month is the baby's full-month celebration, you must come." They didn't stay long, and after seeing Ji Mulan, the butler went with Ji Xiaojun to the Shanghai apartment. A single room. Xiaojia was waiting outside for them. When the butler came out, he was somewhat surprised. It seems that Mr. Ji's sister lives much better than Mr. Ji does. As the butler approached the elevator, he didn't speak. Xiaojia knew he must be thinking about Bai Lian, so he did not disturb him further. Shanghai apartment. First floor 103. As the butler and Xiaojia passed by the elevator, they both hesitated. Xiaojia remembered the last encounter at the elevator door with Shanyu and suddenly thought of something. "Do you think, last time Principal Shi, was he there to visit Miss Bai?" The butler did not answer, only followed Ji Xiaojun into 103. When they entered, Ji Heng was chopping large bones. As Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing took over to help, Xin Qing smiled and invited the butler. "Butler, Xiaojia, would you like to have lunch here?" Usually the butler would have declined. But today the butler didn't refuse. As Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing took over, Ji Heng didn't crowd the kitchen. He put down his knife and came out, pulled out his pipe and glanced at Jianghu. A sun umbrella was set up in the yard outside, but since the sun was strong today, Jianghu wasn't playing outside. He was sitting on the carpet by the glass door at the entrance to the yard, with a small table in front of him. On the table was a chessboard. The butler glanced at the living room. Apart from a delicately featured child, there was no one else. His gaze fell on the chessboard with an incomplete game of Gamoku, and he didn't continue to look. "Where is Miss Bai?" The butler had been sitting on the sofa for a while and finally couldn't resist asking. He hadn't seen Bai Lian since Mu Yining returned the last time. Today is Saturday and Jianghu University just started the semester. The freshmen should have no classes. With Ji Xiaojun and Xin Qing both present, and Shanghai apartment so close to the school, Bai Lian should not be staying on campus. Her? Ji Heng opened the glass door and stood at the entrance, looking down to light his pipe. She had an exam this morning, went to lunch with a friend and will be back after lunch. An exam in the first week of school? On the road next to the entrance of Jianghu University. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming received a message from Bai Lian to look for Jiang Fulai's car. He drove the Jiang family's business car today, with a license plate from Xinjiang district that started with an A and ended with a 1. It was easy to find. When the two got into the car, Yang Lin was already in the back seat. Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat without rolling down the window, her elbow resting on the window ledge, her posture relaxed. She raised an eyebrow at them as they entered the car. Tang Ming, upon seeing that the driver was not Ming Dongheng but Jiang Fulai, cautiously perched on the edge of the seat. If Ming Dongheng were driving, his first choice would have been the passenger seat. Jiang Fulai's cool eyes glanced at the rearview mirror, his slender fingertips resting on the steering wheel. His tone was casual and lacking warmth. "How did your test go?" With such a cold tone, it was definitely not a question for Bai Lian. Ning Xiao instinctively sat up straight, his dark, cropped hair falling over his brow. "I've gone over similar questions during the summer. I finished all the ones I knew how to do." His knowledge was not as broad as Bai Lian's, and he had yet to learn certain things. Tang Ming sat next to Ning Xiao, quietly raising his hand. "I did the same." Jiang Fulai's pale eyes swept over Tang Ming, and he started the car towards Yunxiao district. The Zhang family had reserved a private room at the Yunxiao Hotel. Upon arrival at the hotel, Jiang Fulai parked the car at the entrance and he got out of the driver's seat. The valet at the Yunxiao Hotel hurriedly came over to collect the keys. The valet took his place in the driver's seat, having driven countless luxury cars at the Yunxiao Hotel, yet he seldom drove ones with such distinctive plates. Just as he parked the car and returned to the main entrance, another car pulled up, this time a government vehicle. The valet looked surprised at the car. Was there some VIP holding a banquet at the hotel today? He hadn't heard of it. The general manager of the hotel came out from inside and startled upon seeing the person who alighted from the car. "Qi Lu, what brings you here?" Qi Yundai often frequented Xinjiang district and seldom appeared in public, so few people knew him. Qi Yundai handed the keys to the valet, seemingly in a good mood. Just some business. Private room on the 28th floor. Pu Xiaohan was already inside, chatting with Zhang's mom. She was supposed to have military training today, but she had asked for the afternoon off from her instructor. She patted Zhang Shi's chest. You seem to have grown taller, what happened? It's a pity Bebe isn't here, or he could compare heights with you and see who's taller. Zhang Shi's had been out of touch with society for a while. Rubbing his bald nape, he asked, Bebe? Pu Xiaohan paused for a second before laughing. Yeah, it's like that with Wang Qi. The two young people put their heads together as Pu Xiaohan explained the origin of Wang Qi's nickname and then scrolled through her phone to show him the video she had saved. Meanwhile, Yen Lu placed her fisherman's hat aside, sitting with Zhang's mom. As the two schoolmates conversed, Yen Lu didn't interrupt their conversation with Zhang's dad and mom. Pu Xiaohan, halfway through her story, suddenly remembered, Yen Lu, could you give me 2 autographs later? My roommate is a fan of yours. Sure. Yen Lu had been with the Zhang family for the past few days and hadn't brought any photos with her. She looked down and sent a message to Xiaotian, asking her to bring a few photos over. Just at that moment, someone knocked on the door of the private room. Zhang Shi's, who was sitting on the sofa, sprang up. It must be Sister Lian and the rest. He rushed to the door and opened it. Outside stood Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai. Zhang Shi's, who hadn't seen the sun in a long time, had a pale complexion and a buzz cut. Seeing Bai Lian, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, he beamed with joy. Sister Lian. Brother Jiang. Bai Lian was in the front, wearing a simple white t-shirt, her dark almond eyes slightly squinting as she listened to his voice. She reached out to pat his shoulder, much like she did the first time she stepped through the door of Class 15, as if looking at her 1,000 riders under her command, and let out a soft chuckle. Congratulations, Zhang Shi's. Tang Ming squeezed in to chat with Zhang Shi's while Jianghu Lai stood aside quietly observing their reunion. No one would stay in the valley forever, and neither would Zhang Shi's. The people from Xiangqing finally gathered at the Yunxiao Hotel on September 6th. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, 252 strong subordinates have no weak soldiers. Oppressive feeling, first update. _1 Jianghu Lai still stood lazily to one side, holding Bai Lian's book in one hand, which he casually rolled up, his face as calm and downcast as ever. He didn't interrupt the gathering of the few of them. I don't have anything good to give you. Tang Ming handed his own high school error collection to Zhang Shi's. Here, this is the empire that I built for you. Zhang Shi's took over the heavy empire. Yang Lin handed Zhang Shi's a fresh lily, still covered with dewdrops. Receiving a gift from the class genius, colder than the front desk, Zhang Shi's felt surprisingly flattered. As he took the two gifts, his gaze suddenly drifted to Jianghu Lai, standing indifferently to the side. Brother Jiang? Jianghu Lai, with one hand in his pocket, heard him and glanced over with his pale eyes. Tang Ming got startled by Zhang Shi's the kid. Sure enough, someone who had spent a year in jail was different, daring to stir up trouble over teacher Jiang's head. He quickly hugged Zhang Shi's arm. Come on, tell us about your legendary year. How did you get several months off? It's all thanks to Brother Xing, Zhang Shi smiled. But there's one thing I still can't figure out, why he, Tang Ming said casually. Don't worry if you can't figure it out now, there's no rush. You'll forget it in a few days anyway. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Kai Yundai hadn't arrived yet, and these young people were sitting on the sofa chatting. Bai Lian sat on the far left of the sofa, leaning gently against it with her legs casually bent. The sofa was small, so Jianghu Lai didn't squeeze in with them, merely leaning on the armrest next to Bai Lian, his right hand gracefully propped behind her, his appearance cool and haughty, his posture lazy yet stretched out. Next to Bai Lian was Yang Lin, followed by Pu Xiaohan, Ning Xiao, Tang Ming. Zhang Shi's was sitting on the opposite seat, looking at the group across from him, puzzled. So you're at Jiang University, you're at Jiang University, and you're at Jiang University too? His eyes finally landed on Pu Xiaohan. And you're at Media University? Pu Xiaohan had already heard some things and consoled him. Don't feel inferior, good man Zhang. Aren't you also going to apply to University of Political Science and Law? Ah, Zhang Shi's was somewhat bewildered. 10 years? What 10 years? There was a knock on the door from outside. Zhang's parents had only invited a few familiar people over. The visitor was Qi Yundai. Today was Saturday and he had a public lecture, having just finished speaking to the freshmen, still dressed in formal attire. Qi Yundai greeted Zhang's parents and Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian before he leisurely turned his attention to Zhang Xiai's. Zhang Xiai stood up from the coffee table, looking somewhat more restrained than before. Mr. Qi, Qi Yundai responded. Considering Zhang Shi's parents were there, he didn't ask those questions about how he was doing with his studies. Yang Lin also stood up, her bangs a bit long, half covering her pair of black, cold eyes. Mr. Qi Yundai looked at Yang Lin, slightly surprised. I heard you also got into Jianghu University, congratulations. In Xiangqing it was already impressive for someone to make it to Jianghu University. Qi Yundai hadn't expected the girl working part-time at the milk tea shop, deeply entrenched in difficulties, to have also made it to Jianghu University. As the small gathering of people carried on, Zhang's parents continued drinking with Qi Yundai. Meanwhile, Pu Xiaohan, Tang Ming, and the others sat with Zhang Xiai's, discussing roughly what had happened over the year. To Zhang's family, Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Qi Yundai were Zhang Shi's great benefactors. If it weren't for them, Zhang's mother might not have been able to wait for Zhang Xiai's to return. Bai Lian sat beside Jiang Fulai, picking up her chopsticks in an unhurried manner. Next to her, Pu Xiaohan complained to Bai Lian and Yang Lin, it hasn't rained a single day, and I still have 9 days left of military training, and I've turned a whole shade darker already. She lifted her sleeve to show the two of them. Indeed, the color of her arms differed from her face. Bai Lian hadn't experienced military training, but she recalled from her memories the mechanical marching and crawling from Miss Bei's freshman military training. She lowered her eyebrows, curious, and glanced at Jiang Fulai next to her. Jiang Fulai, who always ate little, held a white porcelain spoon, tapped the spoon with his fingertips and raised his eyebrows. Bai Lian picked up some vegetables with her chopsticks, asking lazily, have you ever done military training? Not military training, it was field training. Jiang Fulai's tone was leisurely, and you will too when the time comes. Field training? Bai Lian could roughly understand what it was from the literal meaning. After dinner, the main group was headed back to Shanghai apartment. Shen Qing had already mentioned to Bai Lian that she had stewed soup for these few children. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, 252 strong subordinates have no weak soldiers, oppressive feeling. First update, _2 It was mainly Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. Qi Yundai walked at the back, glancing at Zhang Xiai standing beside. The defiant, bloodshot-eyed yet unyielding appearance of Zhang Xiai's during their first encounter in detention was vivid in his mind. Are you starting school tomorrow? Qi Yundai asked him. Zhang Xiai's nodded, then asked Qi Yundai in a low voice, do you think I can now get into the University of Political Science and Law? The two had already stepped out of the Yunxiao Hotel. The sun shone obliquely through the gap between the Yunxiao Hotel and the surrounding buildings, casting a hazy glow on the youth's figure. Despite everything he'd been through that year, his sharpness remained unblunted. Having gone through so much, Zhang Shi's mentality remained stable, a testament to his strong psyche. Qi Yundai was silent for a moment. I believe in you. This sudden praise baffled Zhang Xiai's, making him think that Teacher Qi had drunk too much. So he turned around and went to talk with Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Having drunk alcohol, Qi Yundai did not drive but stood waiting for the designated driver to arrive. His gaze followed the group including Bai Lian and Zhang Xiai's. He knew Zhang's background well, how he had scraped by indifferently with abysmal grades for many years. Zhang Xiai's was not like the prodigies Qi Yundai had met before. He was like someone wielding a rust-covered long sword, reluctantly blundering through life. Source: Web Novel. Com. Updated on New Omicron. Most people would perish on this nameless journey. But Zhang Xiai's, Qi Yundai watched the girl in the white t-shirt next to him, who lazily listened to Zhang Xiai's speaking. With someone to guide him, Zhang Xiai's would eventually shed the rust from his long sword. The designated driver arrived and Qi Yundai got into the back seat. He watched the group in the rearview mirror. From Yan Lu, who was initially surrounded by negative publicity, to Yang Lin, this was the first time Qi Yundai had such a direct realization of the energy of Bai Lian's core team, these young people. No one was holding them back, not even Zhang Xiai's, who seemed the most out of step. Shanghai apartment. Xinjie was already downstairs waiting 5 minutes ahead of time. She held a stack of photos of Yen Lu, standing downstairs with a Huang beside her, surveying the nearby scenery. Does Sister Lu's friend live here? As the two had walked over, they encountered quite a few Jianghu University students, which made a Huang feel pressured. Xinjie nodded, her gaze fixed on the end of the road. Soon 2 cars arrived one after the other, a van and a Volkswagen. Xinjie immediately noticed Bai Lian getting out of the van's passenger seat and took a step forward to greet her first. Miss Bai. From the driver's seat, Jianghu Lai pulled out the car keys and bent over to get out. He had a carefree air about him. Xinjie instinctively stood up straight and greeted him. Yen Lu asked us to deliver the photographs, Xinjie said as she flipped through the stack of photos. Sister Lu is so nice. Pu Xiaohan hopped down from the back seat and explained to Bai Lian, I asked Sister Lu for 2 signed photos because both my roommates are hardcore fans of hers. How popular was Yen Lu now? Even at Jianghu University, pick any 10 people and 5 of them would be casual fans of hers. Bai Lian nodded, glancing at the photos in Xinjie's hands, and thought to herself that later she should get one for Kong Wei and Yu Ximin too, as both of them were hardcore fans of Yen Lu. The kind who would curse at Jianghu University's internet for not getting her album. The list of nominees for the Huaqiu Award came out. Seeing Bai Lian, Xinjie naturally brought up this topic. For Best Composer, Lyricist, Arranger, several songs are shortlisted. Have you spoken with Dean Jian about it? She looked at Bai Lian. The organizers surely hoped that both Bai Lian and Dean Jian would attend. The influence of the Huaqiu Music Award isn't as great as it used to be, but if someone like Dean Jian, an industry titan, appeared alongside the composition god who arranged music personally, their combined influence certainly wouldn't be any less than Yen Lu's, and could also set off a new trend in the Chinese music scene. Xinjie couldn't help but think that such a scene would be a rare spectacle in the entertainment industry. I don't know, Bai Lian said lazily as she looked at the sun umbrella in Jiheng's courtyard. We'll see about the timing. Nowadays there were hardly any outsiders in the building where Bai Lian lived. Yen Lu got out of the car wearing a long coat and a fisherman's hat, which didn't attract anyone else's attention. In this group of Bai Lians, her presence wasn't the most outstanding. Not to mention Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai, even Ning Xiao had a unique charm. The aura of academic elites was too strong among them. Especially Jianghu Lai, just as Zhang Xiais had described long ago, just one look at him could make you doubt your own intellect. Zhang Xiais himself was once the heartthrob of Xiangqing No. 1 High School, and the year's experience had honed a noticeable aura around him. Okay. Xinjie sighed as she watched them. She chose not to follow them in and disturb them. It wasn't until after they had entered the building that a Huang dared to speak up. Xinjie, who's that guy who was walking next to Lu Jie? Quite handsome. Is he a new face entering the entertainment industry? He had seen Bai Lian and Jianghu Lai before, but this was his first time seeing Zhang Xiais. He didn't dare to ask one thing. It seemed like he saw Yen Lu walking very close to that guy. A newcomer? I wish I could sign him. Xinjie got back in the car and upon hearing this laughed, but to vie with the University of Political Science and Law for talent, Qi Lu is probably not going to let our entertainment industry off the hook that easily. After Come Here Friend, Qi Yundai rapidly became popular online. Even if he didn't show up in public, netizens dug up his impressive achievements on their own. The International Lawyers Group was led by Qi Yundai. His law firm was in a league of its own. A Huang got into the driver's seat and started the car, still confused. What does this have to do with Qi Lu? Xinjie leaned back in her seat and spoke at an unhurried pace. That's the apprentice Qi Lu has his eye on. A Huang? He looked in the rearview mirror. Are they all that incredible? More than that. Xinjie inwardly clicked her tongue. The group included 4 high-achieving students from Jianghu University and 1 from Media University who secretly had 60 million followers and countless official collaborations on their accounts. In the office of the physics building at Jianghu University, several professors were grading the morning exam papers. Zhou Wenqing stood to the side with a teacup, waiting for them to produce the results. The matter of Tongfeng class quota was not to be taken lightly. They had to discuss the performance outcomes each year before finalizing the quotas. This year was no exception. He taught general physics and he wasn't sure about most of the questions, so he just stood there watching the professors discuss the scores. Math and physics combined had 8 problems, each worth 50 points, totaling 400. Most students scored around 240, with the occasional 290 considered a high score. Zhou Wenqing watched the scores being written down. Math 171? Over 150, Let me see. Liang Wuyu, I knew it was him. With physics he should be over 300. When they heard 171, several professors came over to look. As expected of someone admitted to the lab in advance, 171, that's about the score the Tongfeng class kids get. What about Bai Lian? Where's her paper? Someone else remembered another student with high expectations. A few people around began to look. Across the way, a professor grading calculus stared at the answer sheet in his hand, slightly stunned. The handwriting was neat, the exam sheet clean and attractive. He had been grading this question for a while and knew the steps and logic very well. A quick glance was enough to tell that the student had made no mistakes. Despite the orderly handwriting, he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, 253 attended the welcome party, Yen Lu signed. Second update, _1 Bai Lian had been the one to enlighten Jianghu Lai in modern mathematical logic. However, Jianghu Lai's way of solving problems was very direct and aggressive, hardly spending time on an answer that was immediately apparent to him, unlike Bai Lian who excelled in analysis. Through these words, the professor seemed to see a gentle and humble student narrating to him through the text. In his many years of teaching, the professor had never had such a strange feeling. He flipped over the papers, looking down to find the name of this examinee, Bai Lian. Indeed, just as he had expected. Hey, this student got 182 in math? Another professor, after adding up the points of the last problem, pushed his glasses up in surprise. Let me see who it is. Ning Xiao. Upon hearing the name Ning Xiao, Zhou Wenqing walked over directly. He had asked the HR department to check on Ning Xiao and Tang Ming during lunch. They were both from Xiangqing. Tang Ming's results were not noteworthy, but Ning Xiao was in the top 10 in the national examination. He had some impression of him. And this one too, 170, Tang Ming? Unfamiliar. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron 0. Another name he hadn't heard of. The quiet office of the physics department suddenly became lively. The teacher holding Bai Lian's answer sheet put down the papers and said, Professor Zhou, I think her logic fits our Buyuan class very well. Nonsense, Zhou Wenqing said, pressing down on the papers in his hand. That's simply preposterous. Shanghai apartment. 303. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming were in the study, receiving a mental baptism from young Master Jiang. You've written the Galois group as an inverse limit. If L ranges over all finite extensions of K, GK becomes a non-Hausdorff space that's not totally disconnected. Jianghu Lai leaned against the desk with his tall figure, speaking while looking at Bai Lian's desk. Her desk was cluttered with many things. Directly in front of him was a rather large building block, hiding all the small pendulum balls behind it. Jianghu Lai paused mid-sentence. He reached out and calmly moved the large water wheel blocks to the back, then slowly moved his own pendulum balls in front. Tang Ming was frantically recording on his phone. Outside. In the living room. When Zhang Xiais came down with his luggage, Pu Xiaohan had already been getting Yen Lu to sign autographs, while Yang Lin and Yen Lu played Gamoku on the white jade board on the balcony. Jiang He was alone, lounging on Bai Lian's sofa, leisurely twisting a new Rubik's Cube in his hand. It had been a long time since Zhang Xiais had seen Jiang He. Glancing down, he noticed that Jiang He's cube had changed, no longer the extravagant spherical one but a much smaller cubic Rubik's Cube. Bro, you finally increased the difficulty, huh? Zhang Xiais laughed upon seeing that Jiang He's cube was no longer extravagant but as small as a standard 3x3 cube. The TV was still on. At Zhang Shi's comment, Jiang He just looked up at him without saying a word. Inside the study, Tang Ming came out and heard Zhang Xiais bragging, so he squatted next to Jiang He. Bird bro, let him try the cube. Zhang Xiais took the cube. Just as he tried to twist it randomly, he found it didn't move. He paused, looking down. How come the cube, which appeared to be the size of a standard 3x3, had small pieces that were square, rectangular, and even triangular? Was this really a legitimate Rubik's Cube? This is an SQ1, good man, Tang Ming patted Zhang Shi's shoulder. SQ1? Zhang Xiais had no idea what an SQ1 was, but he felt like what he was holding in his hand was his IQ. Tang Ming handed the cube back to Jiang He and had Zhang Xiais sit down at a table nearby. The study god still hasn't figured out one problem. Let me see how you're doing with your studies. Bai Lian was on the phone with Yi Jingxian. Junior, Sun Qian has already agreed. Yi Jingxian, finding room 407 empty, called Bai Lian directly. We can't lose face if we lose the competition, Junior. Junior, I didn't even ask you to join the student council. As the Minister of External Relations for the Students' Union, Yi Jingxian had her own way of being persistent. The performance list has to be submitted this week. Bai Lian, with her right hand resting on the balcony rail, let her red ribbon dangle down, her wrist pale as jade against the light and ribbon, said simply, "Okay then." Yi Jingxian kept talking. Suddenly hearing Bai Lian agree, she exclaimed, "Ah? Junior, you agreed? Great, great," her voice becoming tender. "Let's just sing a simple song and make an appearance." Downstairs, Xinqing had washed 2 large plates of purple grapes and was about to leave with a bag of cherries. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641. 253 attended the welcome party. Yen Lu signed. Second update, Undershu, the dormitory butler actually knew that Bai Lian had just returned, but since Ji Heng hadn't come upstairs, he couldn't find a reason to go up there. Seeing Xinqing leaving, he grabbed his cane and followed her. Where to? Delivering fruit to them. Xinqing was still reserved toward the dormitory butler. In bringing them some fruit. The dormitory butler nodded and followed her to the elevator entrance. "I'll go with you to take a look." Xinqing thought the dormitory butler was rather odd today, but she didn't ask any questions. This was the dormitory butler's second visit to room 303. There were quite a number of people in 303, both in the living room and on the balcony. The dormitory butler's gaze went directly to the balcony, sweeping past the chessboard that was identical to the one downstairs, and settled on Bai Lian, who was standing against the balcony rail. The other person's right hand rested on the half-open windowsill, his slender figure leaning slightly, with a red ribbon fluttering in the wind and his back as ever, inconspicuous and low-key. Feeling the gaze upon him, Bai Lian turned his head in a leisurely manner. His dark apricot eyes swept over the dormitory butler, giving off a very relaxed sense of ease. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New Omicron. 0. Without bringing in any subjective emotions, the dormitory butler could finally sense the pride behind that ease. "You're still studying, huh?" Xinqing, not quite aware of Zhang Shi's situation, just put the fruit on the table and lowered her voice. "Have some fruit first," and shouting, "Come down with Ning Xiao for some soup later. The exam today must have been tough." "There was an exam today?" Zhang Shi's thanked Xinqing before asking Tang Ming, "Is Jianghu University always this intense?" "Not really," Tang Ming picked up a cherry and bit into it. "It's just the second round of recruitment for the Tongfeng class, and the questions are really twisted." "If you say it's twisted, then it must be really twisted." Xinqing put down the fruit and took a few more cherries to Jianghu, who was wrestling with a Rubik's Cube on the sofa. Not wanting to disturb the group of students any longer, she stepped out of the room. By the door, the dormitory butler followed Xinqing out. Once the door to room 303 was shut, Xinqing pressed the elevator button. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving echoed. Only then did the dormitory butler snap back to reality. "Is Miss Bei's friend at Jianghu University too?" "Yes," Xinqing nodded. "Xiaotang, Ning Xiao and Xiaolin are all at Jianghu University." The dormitory butler walked into the elevator, and in the second before the doors closed, his gaze lingered on the door of room 303. First floor. Xiaojie was waiting for the dormitory butler at the elevator entrance. Seeing him emerge from the lift, he came over. "Dormitory butler." The dormitory butler followed him outside. "Let's go back first." Xiaojie, holding the car keys, heard the dormitory butler's voice sounding a bit heavy. "What's wrong, dormitory butler? Didn't you see Miss Bai?" "No." The dormitory butler shook his head. He had heard that Bai Lian had been taking the Tongfeng class exam that morning. Sunday evening. Kong Wei and Yu Simin got involved in the student union by association with the other 2 roommates from their dormitory, and were busy with the student council's recruitment, which was essentially over. Now they were preoccupied with the orientation party at the end of the month. The school auditorium. When Kong Wei and Yu Simin arrived, they saw a crowd forming a circle around the center. Kong Wei looked through the crowd and faintly saw Bai Shaoqi's figure. "Hey, what are they doing over there?" Standing beside him was the class president of the theoretical physics class, Luan Jing, who had joined the student council just like Kong Wei. "I've just arrived and am not clear on the situation," he replied. As he spoke, he quietly turned his head, searching for Bai Lian. Kong Wei, have you heard that Bai Lian is going to participate in the welcome party? Bai Lian was the hot topic on Jianghu University's Wild Forum these 2 days. Everyone was waiting for next week's spots in the Tongfeng class. Yeah, she seems to be singing, Kong Wei explained to him, and upon seeing Yi Jingxian coming out from backstage he called out to her, Senior, what's happening up front? That new student, Song Min, just got a big sponsorship for the Finance College's External Relations Department. Yi Jingxian had more news than they had. Bai Shaoqi has a teacher from Jiangyin, right? This morning when I went to Jiangyin for class I saw Yan Lu, and all these people are asking her about Yan Lu. Yan Lu was returning to Jiangjing this weekend, although it wasn't an official trip. But with Jiangyin starting school, as soon as she went to Jiangjing Music Academy, she was immediately captured by fans, and now major video websites are still featuring the hot search, Yan Lu spotted in Jiangyin. Yan Lu. As soon as Kong Wei and Yu Simin heard about Yan Lu, their gazes swooshed and focused on the group of people in the middle. In the crowd, Bai Shaoqi, holding onto her guzheng, said goodbye to them. If there is a chance to see Yan Lu at Jiangyin next time, I will definitely take more photos for you guys. She left with Song Min. When they passed by Kong Wei and the others, she stopped, remembering that this was Bai Lian's roommate. Hello, we'll have dinner with people from the finance department and your physics student council tonight. Do you want to join us? No thanks. Kong Wei thought about the last encounter between her and Bain Lian that seemed a bit off. The two coincidentally shared the last name, Bai, and he was cautious. I have things to attend to later on. All right then, Bai Shaoqi felt somewhat disappointed. Let's make plans another time. After Bai Shaoqi left, Yu Simin and Luan Jing looked at Kong Wei, especially Yu Simin. Kong Wei, are you out of your mind? Such a good opportunity and you're not going? You might even meet a few big shots. Song Min had secured such a big deal upon arrival. This combined dinner didn't sound like a simple affair. I heard our president will be there too, Yi Jingxian chimed in, stroking her chin. All that's not important, there's Yan Lu. Yu Simin silently stared at Kong Wei. As they were talking, Kong Wei's phone rang. It was a call from Bai Lian. As soon as the call connected, Bai Lian's somewhat languid voice came through. I won't be coming back tonight. I had someone bring you and Yu Simin milk tea. It's made by my aunt. But you're not in the dorm? I'm at the auditorium, Kong Wei answered. Oh, alright, I'll have him deliver it to the auditorium, Bai Lian said casually. Deliver it to the auditorium? What milk tea? Coming here? Yi Jingxian looked at the two of them. Your junior sure is nice to you, but does the school have delivery services to the auditorium? Kong Wei and Yu Simin were unaware. The dorms weren't very far from the auditorium. 5 minutes later, Kong Wei and Yu Simin received a message from Bai Lian. They exchanged glances and walked out of the auditorium. Outside the auditorium doors, a black car was parked at the entrance. Next to the car stood a tall, aloof man dressed in a black t-shirt, holding 2 white plastic bags in his hand. Passers-by dared not get too close. His eyes swept over each person like a hawk, finally settling on Kong Wei and Yu Simin. He strode over and handed them the bags. Classmates, Miss Bai asked me to give these to you. Kong Wei and Yu Simin were still wondering whether cars were allowed to drive into Jianghu University so casually, and then they were startled by the man. She took the bags and noticed that they contained not only milk tea but also seemed to have a postcard inside. Asking for a monthly ticket for Sister Bai, let's drive and duck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, 254 Break Out of the Encirclement, Part 1. _1 Yu Simin and Kong Wei had never seen Ming Dongheng before, but at this moment, Yu Simin could handle things better than Kong Wei. She thanked Ming Dongheng. Thank you. Ming Dongheng gave a slight nod to them and then turned to head for the lab building. His visit to Jianghu University was not just to deliver milk tea but also to bring a document for Jianghu Lai. But first, he helped Bai Lian deliver milk tea to her roommate. The black car drove away. It was then that Kong Wei dared to speak to Yu Simin, holding the plastic bag in her hand. Yu Simin, that guy just now seemed like a gangster from a TV drama. Ming Dongheng, having been around Jianghu Lai for a long time and specially trained, had truly seen blood. His presence was very noticeable, setting him apart from the nearby university students. Yu Simin stood next to Kong Wei watching the car move away, gazing at the rear license plate for a long time, seemingly lost in thought. There were still tasks waiting for them in the auditorium. Yi Jingxian had just moved a chair out when she saw the two. What milk tea did Bai Lian's junior bring for you too? The mention of Bai Lian made everyone else look over. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Omicron, it's made by her aunt, Kong Wei said with a smile, pulling out the milk tea, which was in a plain paper cup sealed with tape on top and a compostable straw on the side. Still thinking about that stranger, she inserted the straw and took a sip. A unique tea fragrance that Kong Wei had never tasted at any other milk tea place. Kong Wei immediately sent a message to Bai Lian telling her how delicious the milk tea was. What's this? Luan Jing picked up a registration form, his tasks for the day done, ready to have a meal with his dorm mates when he noticed postcards packed separately in a bag beside him. It came with the milk tea. Yu Simin reached out and took 2 postcards from the bag, feeling they were probably labels of some sort. Bai Lian's aunt's milk tea is really good. She was cut off mid-sentence when she saw the cover of a postcard. It was a signed photo of a woman with misty blue short hair, dressed in a white tank top, with a leather jacket draped over her, turned sideways to the camera, with all her blue hair slicked back behind her ears. Golden marker flourished around the edge of the blue hair, signing the name Yen Lu. Damn, Luan Jing exclaimed, looking at the signed photo. A Yen Lu autograph? Everyone knew the impact of a blockbuster drama, especially since Yen Lu had personally endorsed it, and now the name Yen Lu was stamped with Bai Xiangjin's label. Any mention of this historical figure first brought Yen Lu to mind. The appearance of the Yen Lu autograph caught the attention of the boys and girls present. A crowd from the student council gathered around. Yu Simin and Kong Wei realized what was happening and each clutched a postcard close to their chests. You two are so stingy? A girl squeezed over. Let me see my wife's autograph. Is it really real? Where did you two get these? After the crowd caused a commotion, Yi Jingxian saw Yu Simin pulling the signed photo out of the bag. The milk tea had been sent over by Bai Lian. So, the junior sent each of you a signed photo? Yi Jingxian clutched her chest. Kong Wei gasped. Yes, the first time we met was at a scramble for an album. She knows I and Yu Simin are fans of Sister Lu. Yi Jingxian forced her eyes away. She rose wearily to go backstage. I don't feel quite right going out first. Yu Simin, Kong Wei, senior sister, it's the body. But the milk tea was really good. The two of them bowed their heads and took another sip. At Shanghai apartment, when Ming Dongheng returned to report, he looked expressionless at the old Banjiang tea base. Shenqing was stewing for the milk tea. Xiaoming, would you like some? Shenqing held out the last cup of milk tea to Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng took it. Thank you. Shenqing couldn't tell good tea from bad, so she didn't know that Bai Lian's regular dwelling was especially pricier old Banjiang tea for the past year. Old Banjiang tea had doubled in price over the past year, and Jianghu Lai was largely to blame. Ming Dongheng thought it was best not to let Shenqing know just how much good tea he had managed to take advantage of. Upstairs, Jianghu Lai was sitting in Bai Lian's study, wearing comfortable home clothes, leaning slightly against the chair back, the study light harshly illuminating his features. He wore a Bluetooth earphone, tapping a light-colored graphite pencil between his fingers unhurriedly, using its top end to adjust his glasses on his nose bridge, briefing the team members. So, none have been confirmed? Jianghu University online meeting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, 254 Break Out of the Encirclement, Part 1, _2 The utmost dedicated research group, consisting of 12 people online, including He-Wen, didn't dare to speak. Their eyelashes hung low, and even through the screen, the others could feel the piercing chill emanating from behind young Master Jiang's light-colored eyes shielded by his glasses. When Bai Lian entered, Jianghu Lai was cleansing the laboratory with ruthlessness. He paused at the sight of the figure outside the door. He pressed the mute button, his hand resting on the desk as he slowly lifted his head. What is this? Bai Lian placed the milk tea Shenqing had given to him beside him, knowing he had turned off the mute at his speaking. Aunt made the milk tea, give it a try. Okay. The indifference on his face slightly softened as Jianghu Lai's fingers touched the milk tea cup. Do Ning Xiao and the others have any issues? No, Bai Lian shook her head. You go on with your meeting. She closed the door of the study and left. Jianghu languidly turned off the mute button again, his slender fingers holding the white porcelain cup. His eyelashes raised slightly as he spoke calmly and unhurriedly to his team members. This graph, the ton scale sensitivity at 10 GV, if enhanced from 10 to the minus 40 to 10 to the minus 50, would basically confirm the mass of the WIWP and the size of its interaction cross-section with ordinary particles. On the other side of the computer, He-Wen's expression remained unchanged as his hands busily sent a message to Bai Lian. Thanks with flowers. JPG 303 The Lobby. Source Web Novel. Com, updated on Omicron New 0. Bai Lian sent a 1 to He-Wen and continued scrolling. It was a message from Dean Huang. Dean Huang, this is the list we've just discussed. Dean Huang, congratulations, this is the schedule for the Tongfeng class. Dean Huang, Tongfeng class is in Physics Building 307, the last lecture hall. Dean Huang, classes start formally tomorrow. The Tongfeng class had its own dedicated classroom, and the Tongfeng specialized courses had no large-sized classes. Normally, such information should be notified by the monitor of Tongfeng class or the counselor, but Dean Huang had personally informed Bai Lian ahead of time. Bai Lian opened the two images sent by Dean Huang. One was the class schedule, and the other was the list of admitted students to the Tongfeng class. In these past few days, Jianghu University's forum was filled with speculation about this year's Tongfeng class admissions quota. At the networking event of the School of Finance and Physics, Ba Shiming was drinking with the president of the School of Finance, and when others mentioned the matter, he couldn't help but look up. If they are admitting two, it's probably those two, there's no suspense about it. Hearing this, the president of the Finance Students' Union remarked with admiration, "Your school is really lucky this year, holding the first, second and third places in the national rankings. Your School of Finance isn't too shabby either, with juniors like Song Min and Bai Shaoqi." Ba Shiming politely toasted to the duo across from him on the sofa. Will Bai Shaoqi perform in the freshman show? Next to him, Gu Xiaoge was scrolling through the forum on his phone. Hey, the forum has announced the quotas, seems like it's a bit different from what we expected. As soon as the 8 spots were revealed, insiders leaked the information. While Gu Xiaoge spoke, many people took out their phones to refresh the forum. Song Min remained unmoved, but Bai Shaoqi beside her lowered her head to check her phone, her voice dropping. Sister must have made it into the Tongfeng class. Song Min did not respond, only swirling her drink in her glass. Bai Shaoqi had already clicked into the forum. The first post on the homepage was marked with the word hot. I can only say that after the allocation for the Tongfeng class was announced, professors in the physics department were shocked. Without further ado, Heiress the screenshot. Bai Shaoqi didn't want Bai Lian to qualify, knowing that if Bai Lian got into the Tongfeng class, her and her brother's path ahead would be even more challenging. While thinking this, she clicked on the post. Upon entering, she saw a neatly organized list. Bai Lianing Xiaoyang Wuyu Tang Ming Su Jiue, 5 people. Bai Lian Liang Wuyu Su Jiue, these were anticipated by netizens and no one was surprised, but Ning Xiao? Let's not talk about Ning Xiao, I could still find him in the top 10, but where did Tang Ming pop up from? My goodness, my grandma, my coat, my jacket. Good, I'm relieved seeing this. We in Beijing went through the same thing. Who understands, I was peacefully staying in second place in Beijing, my family even prepared a banquet for the second top scholar, but after the college entrance exam, guess what, I dropped to 6th overnight. Luckily there's someone surnamed Yang not on the list. This is terrifying, folks. Did anyone notice all 3 of them are from Xiangqing? Damn Xiangqing, speaking of which, I still haven't gotten a high-speed train ticket. Haven't even seen Wallow Street or the Xingyi Martial Arts School. What's wrong? Song Min saw Bai Shaoqi's lack of reaction for a long time and looked over. She caught sight of the list at a glance. Ning Xiao Tang Ming. They were once her teammates at the Buyuan base and friends of Bai Lian. This past week, Bai Lian stormed to fame throughout Jianghu University City with those 2 anchoring images. And following the Tongfeng class examination, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming surged into the sight of all Jianghu University, in a way no one could have imagined. The next day, Monday. Bai Lian dressed in a white, mandarin-collared shirt and black skirt, composedly coiling her hair. She finally picked up the blue badge of Jianghu University laying beside her and pinned it on the left side of her chest. In that instant, the identity of being part of Jianghu University etched itself into her heart. Below Building 11. Zhang Xiais was reciting from a book while waiting with Ning Xiao and the others for Yang Lin and Bai Lian to come downstairs. As the two joined them, he straightened up. Sister Bai, I'm reporting to the affiliated high school today. I can probably only return on the weekend. Sure, Bai Lian replied, holding her laptop as they left the residence together. It was just past 6, the sun had not yet fully risen. Zhang Xiais took the bus to the high school while Bai Lian and the others headed for Jianghu University for classes. Outside the quaint gate of Jianghu University, Bai Lian lifted her head slightly to behold the powerfully inscribed characters, Jiangjing University, and murmured with a gentle smile, "Let's go." The sun quietly peeked out. 1,000 years passed. The last descendant of the Bai family went on behalf of his elder brother to Xiangqing, where he was buried with its people. As a border town, Xiangqing saw nearly no development. Today this scion of the Bai family returned to Jianghu University, breaking out with the students of Xiangqing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, 255 Versatile Alien, Second Update. _1 Jianghu University's 3 special classes have access to the best resources of the university, especially the Tongfeng class and the Buyuan class. Even the classrooms are fixed. The Tongfeng class is located in room 307 of the physics building, a large, multifunctional tiered classroom with 10 seats in the middle row and 5 seats on each side. By the time Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming arrived at room 307 of the physics building, most members of the Tongfeng class had already gotten there, taking seats in the center. The row wasn't full, with just a few people seated, spanning 6 rows. The 3 of them then took seats in the first row on the left. The Tongfeng class had a very strong academic atmosphere. Most of them were students from the national team. They had represented their district on the international stage in various physics and mathematics competitions. In a way, they had already formed their own groups. Upon the arrival of the new students, a very small number of people glanced up, but most kept their heads down, continuing with their own work or quietly discussing topics. Bai Lian sat on the inside, opened her laptop and browsed through files. Another 10 minutes passed, and Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu entered with notebooks and pens in hand. Su Jiyue, wearing a Jianghu University t-shirt, glanced over and immediately noticed Bai Lian, taking the seat behind her with her notebook. A few members of the Buyuan class who were acquainted with Liang Wuyu from the laboratory greeted him. "Liang Wuyu, do you want to sit here?" Source, web novel. Com, updated on New Omicron. The boy in the second row in the middle pointed at an empty seat beside him, as the scions of academic factions knew each other. Liang Wuyu scanned the 3 people in Bai Lian's row and noticed Su Jiyue sitting behind Bai Lian. He hesitated in his step, declined the boy's offer, and took the seat behind Tang Ming. He too was counted as an acquaintance. Tang Ming chatted with Liang Wuyu for a bit, while Su Jiyue didn't really look up much to speak. At 7:50, Zhou Wenqing entered. His gaze first swept towards the left side, and after introducing himself he said, "I am the counselor as well as the head teacher of the Tongfeng class. As everyone knows, our class has exceptionally admitted 5 new students today. Student Bai Lian, please stand up and introduce yourself to everyone." Bai Lian reached out to close the lid of her laptop and stood up. Most eyes in the Tongfeng class turned towards her. "Ning Xiao, stand up and introduce yourself." Zhou Wenqing called on each of the 5 people to stand up and introduce themselves. Finally, leaning on the desk, he inquired, "Which research group has the fewest members? Take in the new students for now." The others in the Tongfeng class looked at each other, and eventually, a bespectacled boy in the third row stood up. "Professor Zhou, it's our group. We have 6 people." The other groups in the Tongfeng class let out a sigh of relief. The thing they feared most was taking on new students. "All right," Zhou Wenqing glanced at them and nodded. "Bai Lian, you guys will familiarize yourself with the procedures with Ding Wenyang's group for now, and we'll reassign the groups next month. The Tongfeng class has only 2 lessons a day, 4 hours per lesson with a break in between." Zhou Wenqing taught mechanics all morning, and during the break he took his teacup to the office. Ding Wenyang sat next to Tang Ming, proactively greeting them. "The one on the farthest side is Wang Shi, the prodigy of our group. Wang Shi, say hello to the new students." Wang Shi glanced at Tang Ming and the others, nodded his head, then continued to look down at the printout in his hands. Don't mind Wang Zai's aloofness. He joined the Jiangjing Training Camps app 3 years ago and is now ranked 99th in overall points, Ding Wenyang said, sitting beside Tang Ming. At these words, Su Jiyue and Liang Wuyu both looked up involuntarily. Liang Wuyu had just left the newcomers' leaderboard, now barely passing 1,000,000 points, ranked in the thousands. To break into the overall leaderboard's top 100, one would need around 7,000,000 points. Tang Ming appeared to be much more composed. So, Brother Ding, what does our research group need to do? Ding Wenyang leaned back and spoke casually. Actually, there isn't much to the research group. It's just to familiarize ourselves with the atmosphere in advance. Every 2 weeks, we have to report our learning outcomes and complete the paper reviews assigned by Professor Zhou. The paper review is the important part. We're doing paper reviews now? Asked Tang Ming. Both he and Ning Xiao had a very limited foundation and had almost never read any research papers. Only by Lian Hat he knew. Could it be that these national team members in the Tongfeng class also read them? Yeah, new student. The boy from the second row who had called Liang Wuyu over before walked up, overhearing Tang Ming's question and couldn't help but laugh, then turned to ask Ding Wenyang, has the new student studied advanced physics? Did you ask them? Jianghu University's advanced physics was not open to outsiders. Saying this, he gave Ding Wenyang a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Advanced physics? Tang Ming looked up, puzzled. Ding Wenyang also remembered this detail and stood up to fetch 5 books from Zhou Wenqing's office and brought them back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, 255 Versatile Alien, Second Update, _2 Tang Ming greeted Wang Shi amicably and took the book from Ding Wenyang. So this is the book you mentioned? 5 volumes, with a familiar gem-green cover and in white lettering on top. Physics at Jianghu University. Below was the editor-in-chief, Jianghu Lai. As soon as Tang Ming saw the familiar name, he started to speak but stopped midway. Seeing Tang Ming staring at the book, Ding Wenyang thought he was curious about it and instinctively lowered his voice. You must have heard about this book, right? Only undergraduates like us can read it. It contains many experiments from the main institute. We finished it in our 3rd year of high school at the national level. You guys need to work hard to keep up. No, I meant the editor-in-chief of this book. Shu. Ding Wenyang talked freely about other professors, obviously having taboos about this one. He stood up. Class is about to start. Familiarize yourselves with this physics book first. Tang Ming handed the book to Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. Bai Lian received the Jianghu University physics book. Not far away. Ding Wenyang returned to his seat and the person next to him asked in a low voice, they haven't systematically studied big physics, can they keep up with us? Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. Upon hearing this, Ding Wenyang didn't reply but his gaze shifted to the young man beside Tang Ming. Dressed in a long coat, his front bangs were kept long, and he only occasionally lifted his head to reveal a pair of slightly gloomy eyes. Like a cheetah lurking in the shadows. Ding Wenyang diverted his gaze and looked at Bai Lian once more, who was wearing a white shirt with sleeves a bit wider than normal clothes, tapping on the keyboard unhurriedly, a red ribbon falling on the keys. Unsure what she was looking at. Further back, Su Jiyue had hardly lifted her face from the beginning to the end. From the look of it, among these 5 people, only Liang Wuyu, who seemed to have some lab experience, appeared somewhat reliable. I don't know. Don't just not know, his group mate whispered. This also affects our GPA. Don't you want to go to the Ross summer camp? The Ross summer camp is a sacred place in the hearts of the university students, and the most important thing to join it is a recommendation letter. It will be from the School of Physics and they only recommend students with high regular GPAs. Every 2 weeks the topic group also has a scoring system. To put it simply, everywhere in the Tongfeng class is competitive. Ding Wenyang lowered his gaze. We'll be switching groups next month anyway, we'll talk about it then. Evening. Student Union of the School of Finance. The art department handed the program list to the president of the student union. This is the program list agreed upon with the School of Physics. Take a look. Wait. The president of the School of Finance scanned the list from top to bottom and instantly noticed 2 items. By Lian Song, Rewriting the Past. By Shaoqi Gujing, Rewriting the Past. Rewriting the Past has been the most popular song since the college entrance exams and is still topping the charts across major music apps. Guaranteed traffic. Although it's a joint orientation party between 2 schools, there is also a silent competition. Aren't these 2 the same? The president of the School of Finance pondered briefly. Go negotiate with the folks from the School of Physics, have them change to another song. Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min are both freshmen at the School of Finance this term. Song Min is the biggest financier of this welcome event as he started a business in Jianghu this summer, and not just the head of external affairs, but even the president of the finance school would show face to Song Min. Everyone knows the relationship between Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min. And Bai Xiaoqi's online fame goes without saying. Most people are looking forward to this welcome event just because of her fame. The School of Finance will certainly stand on their own side. Bai Lian returned to the dormitory just after 9 o'clock. Room 407, Kong Wei leaned against her wardrobe, struck a pose and asked the other two roommates, "Ladies, what do you think? Is my welcome pose standard enough?" Yu Simin placed a small bouquet in her hand. "With you like this, it'll just clap from the side when the time comes." "Sun Qian, what do you think?" Sun Qian was somewhat diplomatic. "I think Bai Lian is probably not someone who appreciates such formalism." "Forget it, your opinion isn't important." Yu Simin dismissed Sun Qian's remarks. As Bai Lian stepped into room 407, bang, a small confetti cannon burst and Kong Wei shook her bouquet welcoming her in. Sun Qian with arms crossed leaned aside giving Bai Lian a look that said, she tried to warn them. Bai Lian stood at the door of the dormitory, her posture straight, wearing a white blouse and black skirt with an ancient style, the jade hairpin coiling atop her head gleaming even more amidst the dormitory's light. Her slender fingers plucked off a piece of confetti from her forehead. "Thank you." She sighed, feeling somewhat regretful. When Yi Jingxian came to room 407, Yu Simin and Kong Wei were humming Yen Lu's songs while sweeping. However, she wasn't really in the mood to ask the two about it as she looked quite unsettled, having just had an argument with Ba Ximing and some people from the art department. "Junior sister," Yi Jingxian looked at Bai Lian who was leisurely sitting in her spot, unsure how to speak. Bai Lian leaned back in her chair, still holding the phone, and told the person on the other end, Jianghu Lai, "Hold on, my senior sister is looking for me." "Senior sister, go ahead." "It's about the finance department." Yi Jingxian explained the whole situation in one breath, finally turning to Bai Lian, "Junior sister, it's my fault for mishandling this. Why should we be the ones to change the song?" Kong Wei tossed the broom aside and frowned. "The finance department is playing hardball, talking about investments." Bai Lian listened quietly, her cold white fingertips tapping the screen. Yi Jingxian was observing Bai Lian's expressions. The finance department is probably afraid of junior sister's song as well. They want to make a name for their department during this orientation. She knew Bai Lian didn't wish to participate in the event initially and felt quite sorry for barely persuading her. "How about this, junior sister, for this time well just?" Bai Lian picked up the phone, pushed her swivel chair to the side and one leg lazily folded, her black and gold skirt swirling open. "Fine, then I won't sing. It'll change to something else." "Ah." Yi Jingxian and the others from room 407 didn't expect this response. "Change to what?" Bai Lian tilted her head, her body exuding a languid yet unyielding air. She replied casually, "Sword dance, spear, guzheng, choose one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 646. 256 picked exactly what she's best at. My Institute academician invites to a meal _1 on Bai Lian's desk lay a basic music theory book, and at first glance Yi Jingxian thought she had learned vocal music. Later, when persuading Bai Lian, Yi Jingxian didn't demand too much of her. Instead of involving her in a choreographed dance like Sun Qian's, Yi Jingxian simply let her stand there and sing a song, which Bai Lian didn't refuse. When it came to selecting the song, Bai Lian only mentioned that she was more familiar with Yen Lu's songs. After much contemplation, Yi Jingxian chose rewriting the past for her. Tonight, coming to discuss with Bai Lian, the best outcome Yi Jingxian had hoped for was for Bai Lian to change her song, but she had also considered the possibility that Bai Lian might not continue participating in the National Day and Fresher celebration. Sword dance, long spear, guzheng? Wait, junior sister, Yi Jingxian looked Bai Lian up and down, her eyes growing brighter. You also know all these? Bai Lian still leaned against the back of the chair, her posture slightly indolent, her features clear and bright. It's been a long time since I've tried. She last handled the long sword at Xiangqing No. 1 middle school. Maybe the guzheng? Sun Qian, who had caught up, suggested. Seeing Bai Lian's delicate and languid appearance and her attire which suited the classical beauty of the guzheng well, knives and spears are too dangerous. She chose a guzheng that matched Bai Lian's temperament. The guzheng won't do. Yi Jingxian had another thought as she had already received the program list and knew that Bai Shaoqi was performing the guzheng at the Fresher celebration. Source: web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. C0 The finance school wanted the physics school to change their song because the two schools' music clashed. Bai Shaoqi was very popular on her short video account. Both she and Song Min were good at winning people's hearts. The students' union of the finance department got along well with them, and Yi Jingxian felt that the finance school students' union president had already started grooming Song Min as the next president. Most importantly, Bai Shaoqi had publicly claimed she studied under a teacher from Jianghu. Her guzheng playing was definitely strong. This time the program included solo singing, instruments and dance sketches, but what Bai Lian had suggested, sword dance and long spear, were not listed. Not just for this Fresher celebration, Yi Jingxian hadn't seen them on other stages either. Quite novel. In the past 2 months, because of Great Yong, there were many edits related to the backhand spear, and Yi Jingxian remembered Bai Lian owned a signed photo of Yen Lu. It seems she was also a fan of Yen Lu. Not just Yi Jingxian, Kong Wei also chimed in. After sweeping the floor, she tossed flowers on the table. Senior sister, why not let her try the long spear or sword dance? I've never seen a performance like that. Bai Lian was fine with either. Resting her hand on the armrest, she said, You decide. Junior sister, are you sure you can manage the long spear? Yi Jingxian thought for a moment. I'll sign you up for the long spear. When asked about this, Bai Lian just raised her eyebrows slightly toward Yi Jingxian. Compared to the guzheng, she was more familiar with the long spear that had accompanied her for years. Her senior sisters had quite the knack for picking. Okay, Yi Jingxian said, seeing her expression and settling the matter, then I'll sign you up for that. Do you have any requirements for the costume and props? Yi Jingxian and Bai Lian finalized the details. Bai Lian squinted slightly. Her old spear had a specific height and hardness, but that was for battlefield use, not for school performances which weren't so detailed. Besides, the material she preferred couldn't necessarily be procured by Yi Jingxian and the others. The spear can be a bit heavier. Bai Lian was used to it, but the accustomed material would have enabled a better performance. You don't need to worry about the costume, I'll talk to my grandfather. During the day, Jianghu, now that he wasn't busy, liked to take a chessboard to the nearby park to play gamoku with university students or look for opportunities to go fishing with Chief Chen and others. Now he had added another activity, visiting Ji Molan at the Su family. He had numerous descendants, but he hadn't seen the likes of Bai Lian and Ren Wanxian at birth. Ji Molan's premature child was the only grandchild he had seen. Your grandfather can make clothes? Yi Jingxian and Kong Wei were somewhat surprised. Bai Lian lowered her gaze and smoothed her sleeves. All of my clothes are made by my grandfather. This outfit too is made by your grandfather? Kong Wei approached Bai Lian and touched the delicate stitches on her clothing, impressed. Your grandfather's craftsmanship is really good. Sun Qian also bent down to observe Bai Lian's clothes and was surprised. The last time Bai Lian had given each of them a hairpin, Sun Qian had a hunch about something. Bai Lian's clothes had no brand label, but each piece was stitched and tailored to perfectly fit her body. With Sun Qian's discerning eye, it was clear these were privately tailored. Their ready-to-wear clothes were customized a season in advance. Sun Qian had assumed Bai Lian's were too, but to her surprise, Bai Lian's clothes were actually made by her grandfather. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647. 256 picked exactly what she's best at. My Institute academician invites to a meal _2 The people in the dormitory gathered around for a while to admire Bai Lian's clothes. Yi Jingxian finally stood up. Alright, I'll go talk to the president about the details tomorrow. As for the clothes, that's up to your grandfather, junior sister. If there's anything else you need, just say the word and we'll fulfill your requests. Not only did Bai Lian not pull out of the performance, but she also changed to a different act, which was an unexpected joy. Yi Jingxian was very satisfied with her trip tonight. When she was about to leave, she saw the books on Bai Lian's desk. Jianghu University Physics. Isn't that for next semester? Oh, you're in the Tongfeng class, it's different for you. After the roster for the Tongfeng class was leaked last night, only those in theoretical physics class 1 were crying their eyes out. Once Yi Jingxian had left, Kong Wei patted Bai Lian on the shoulder. "How's your spear skills coming along?" Bai Lian looked down at her phone, which was still on a call. "Not bad." She turned her chair back around, gestured to Kong Wei that she was going to make a call, then, bracing her hands on the desk, stood up and walked to the balcony. Leaning against the small table on the balcony, she lowered her gaze and continued speaking to Jianghu Lai. "It was my senior sister just now." On the other end of the phone, Jianghu Lai had turned on the speakerphone. While Bai Lian was speaking with Yi Jingxian and the others, he leisurely took away the Rubik's Cube from Jiang He, who was sitting on the carpet. Hearing Bai Lian speak, he casually stuffed the partially solved cube back into his hands, stood up, grabbed his phone and turned off the speakerphone. "Does your college have a welcome party? The senior sister has been looking for me several times." It was not air-conditioned on the balcony, and Bai Lian lazily stretched her legs. Jianghu Lai asked, "When is it?" Source: Web novel. Com. Updated on Omicron New 0. At the end of the month. I didn't ask for the exact date. In room 302, Jiang He looked at the Rubik's Cube in his hands that was almost completely solved. Looking up at Jianghu Lai, who had his back to him, he got up from the carpet with the still not completely restored cube, opened the door of room 302 and went downstairs. The door of room 301 was open. Ming Dongheng followed Jiang He all the way to room 103 and only went back after the door to 103 was closed. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Bai Lian got up on time. She changed into a set of sportswear and took out several pieces of iridium to tie on her arms and legs. Wearing Bluetooth earphones, she listened to English while running 2 laps downstairs. Now living at school, she couldn't see Jiheng every morning, and she couldn't teach Jiheng as she used to. It was so early that there weren't many early risers at Jianghu University. Most of them had gone to the library to reserve seats. Bai Lian ran 2 laps around the dormitory building's main road before going back and took a shower, changing into casual clothes. Physics building, room 307. At a little past 7 in the morning when Bai Lian arrived, almost everyone from the Tongfeng class was already there. Bai Lian and a few others, including Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, sat in their usual spots. When Bai Lian arrived yesterday, the Tongfeng class was studying seriously. Today the Tongfeng class was more agitated, with groups whispering together about something. In addition to the Tongfeng class, Bai Lian noticed there were 2 rows of non-Tongfeng students sitting in the last 2 rows of the classroom. Tang Ming, as the representative of this group, went to inquire about what was happening. "You don't know." Ding Wenyang's group was very excited. When Tang Ming asked, they suppressed their excitement and said, "We have topology on Tuesday mornings. Gao Yuan told us that this year's class will be taught by Academician Ma." Hearing the title of Academician Ma, Su Jiyue, sitting behind Bai Lian, couldn't help but lift her head. An Liang Wuyu evidently knew that Academician Ma was coming to teach today. After listening, he involuntarily looked towards the door. Ding Wenyang wasn't surprised by his reaction. "That group of PhD students in the back are here to listen to the lecture. Do you see that Dr. Gao in the middle?" He lowered his voice. "Dr. Gao Zhechen?" When Bai Lian heard Academician Ma was coming to teach, she just slightly nodded her head, then nodded again without saying anything else. Unlike Bai Lian, Tang Ming's reaction was dull compared to the others. This wasn't Tang Ming's first time hearing Academician Ma. Academician Ma had previously attended a lecture at Buyuan Base, sitting behind a long row of professionals in the field, which had made Tang Ming very nervous. However, during the summer, Tang Ming had seen Academician Ma from a distance, who had also spoken to Bai Lian for a while. Now hearing that Academician Ma was going to teach their class, he was quite accepting of it. Ding Wenyang looked at Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian, chuckling in embarrassment, wondering if their team accidentally got 3 outside students. 8 o'clock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, 256 picked exactly what she's best at. My Institute Academician invites to meal under 3 room 307 quieted down, and all eyes turned towards the main door. The classroom door swung open and 2 individuals entered, led by an elderly man wearing glasses. He was dressed in loose clothing, his hair somewhat disheveled and his attire unkempt. As soon as he appeared, everyone, including the group of doctoral students still studying in the laboratory behind, turned their gaze to him, their eyes filled with eagerness. Zhou Wenqing followed Ma Institute's academician, helping him turn on the projector and open his presentation. Ma Institute's academician, please use this. He handed the remote control to the Ma Institute's academician. Thank you, Ma Institute's academician coughed softly. He hadn't brought a teaching plan or books and just stood at the podium. I didn't bring any books today, but everyone can rest assured, I know all the content in the books. The classroom was very quiet. Everyone including Zhou Wenqing listened to Ma Institute's academician's lecture. Bai Lian glanced down at her topology book only briefly, the name of the editor-in-chief teacher printed clearly on it, Ma Tongfeng. Topology was also from 8 to 12, and even during the mid-session break no one from the Tongfeng class left for a rest. Close to 12, Ma Tongfeng left a topic. He pointed at the question on the PPT, this is the assignment I am leaving for everyone. Hand it in to me next Tuesday. Zhou Wenqing had been sitting in the first row all along, serving as a temporary assistant to Ma Tongfeng. Source, web novel. Updated on Omicron New. 0 with still half an hour to go, Ma Institute's academician picked up his phone and left early. Behind him, the group of doctoral students sitting in the last row also stood up, with Gao Zhechen catching up with his notebook in hand. Ma Institute's academician. The rest of the Tongfeng class remained seated in the classroom. Zhou Wenqing, seeing the last 2 rows had emptied, then addressed this year's Tongfeng class. You are all very lucky this year because the Ma Institute's academician is teaching you. Of course, you all know that the Ma Institute's academician left a problem. I hope everyone will do well and you can discuss it within your team. All these will be recorded in Ma Institute's academician's topology course individual contributions. As soon as he said this, the students of the Tongfeng class grew louder in their discussions. Gao Yuan, it's really the Ma Institute's academician. Your brother was right. The rest divided into groups for their tasks, each person equally excited. Ding Wenyang's group was also discussing. The problem given by the Ma Institute's academician is very important. Let's discuss it over lunch together at the cafeteria next door. He casually invited Tang Ming and Ning Xiao along. Bai Lian glanced at her phone for the message from Ma Institute's academician, pondered for a moment, and then handed Jiang Fulai's meal card to Tang Ming, telling Ding Wenyang, he'll treat everyone to lunch. I have other things at noon and I will share my thoughts in the group later. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, guessing a bit, took Bai Lian's meal card. All right. Hearing Bai Lian offering to treat them to lunch, Ding Wenyang did not show any reaction. After all, she was a newcomer. He just took it as an opportunity to get to know everyone better and did not expect Tang Ming and the others to come up with some excellent suggestions. Ding Wenyang went to inform the rest of his group about the lunch. Wang Shi packed up his books, not having been to the restroom all morning, had just finished using the restroom and washing his hands. Upon hearing Ding Wenyang's words, he pulled out a paper towel and slowly wiped his fingers, looking up. She's not participating in the discussion? Yeah, at cafeteria too, replied Ding Wenyang, who left the restroom first. Well, wait for you. After he left, Wang Shi took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, scrolled down, found Zhou Wenqing's contact and sent a direct message. Professor Zhou, hello, I would like to request a change of groups. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, 257 allocated positions, your niece's beam body is well written, second update. _1 academician Ma had a special resting room at Jianghu University. Bai Lian had to ride the campus bus to get there due to some distance from the physics building. Having just alighted from the campus bus, she saw people from the finance college waiting at the bus stop. Bai Lian had become quite popular at Jianghu University these days. Her face and the restrained temperament she carried were highly recognizable. She wore a simple long tee today with black jeans. Jiheng always liked to embroider something on her clothes. Today's t-shirt featured a simple yet lazy-looking black cat on the left side. The loose top made her look slender, and wearing Bluetooth earphones with an upright posture, she discouraged those who wanted to approach her for her WeChat. That's Bai Lian from the physics college. Yan Jiming, the minister of the finance college, turned to speak with Song Min beside him. Indeed, she's this year's People's Choice for Campus Belle. Did you know she has a performance at the welcoming ceremony? Song Min looked at the receding figure, came back to his senses and remembered having seen Bai Lian at Jiangyin, feeling a slight stir in his heart. What performance? Singing? Yan Jiming scratched his head. I think so, but am not sure. Song Min came back to his senses and nodded without asking further. The two returned to the finance college and Song Min mentioned this to Bai Xiaoqi. Bai Xiaoqi asked her senior sister about it. Source, web novel. Com, updated on N0 New. Omicron, you are talking about this, huh? The senior sister from the finance college chuckled on the phone. She was originally going to sing but it clashed with yours so our president had them change the song. Let me see, she now switched to rifle spinning. But whatever they changed to, it won't impact you much. I saw many of your fans say they want to come to our finance college's welcoming evening. Bai Xiaoqi's influence was not small, and this was also a good publicity for their finance college. As for making Bai Lian change her program, the finance college didn't really care much. They didn't think it would impact them at all. The resting room for Academician Ma was in the comprehensive building on campus. Most of the professors had gone to lunch at this time. Inside the resting room, Dean Huang was sitting and talking with Academician Ma at the meeting table. Seeing Bai Lian, Dean Huang was not surprised and greeted her with a smile. Student Bai. Academician Ma, Director Huang, Bai Lian greeted each in turn. Assistant Yun already knew Bai Lian was coming. He was holding a disposable cup, preparing tea for Bai Lian. Sit down. Academician Ma took off his glasses and casually pointed at the seat next to him. I heard you participated in the mathematical modeling competition? Yes, she even won first prize, Dean Huang added from the side. Academician Ma's face showed satisfaction. It's good to participate in more competitions. How did you find today's course? Understanding Academician Ma's lectures wasn't easy for a freshman. He had something in common with Jianghu Lai, tending to skip topics he found too trivial and obvious. Being accustomed to Jianghu Lai's teaching style, Bai Lian could keep up with the pace. It was okay. Bai Lian took the tea assistant Yun poured for her and thanked him. Academician Ma was naturally pleased with someone he had taken a liking to at first sight, and of course he would be even more pleased if Jianghu could be packed up and follow him as well. He had just returned and given Bai Lian several academic reports. Now he asked her several questions which she was able to answer one by one. Dean Huang sat beside Academician Ma, holding his teacup while nodding and watching. There will be a research symposium in the middle of the term where one team from your Tongfeng class will be selected to participate in a project. Academician Ma finished asking questions and brought up business matters. Perform well, there aren't many engineering projects that first-year students can be involved in. At this stage, what is tested is the team's ability to cooperate. I understand, Bai Lian nodded. Also, there's a new quantum field literature that I'll send you later. Academician Ma considered for a moment, analyze it well and try to make a report. By now, Bai Lian had read enough reviews, and Academician Ma hoped she could get more academic exposure. After Bai Lian had left, Dean Huang put down his teacup and exclaimed, her comprehension is really high. The dining hall. Tang Ming and Ding Wenyang's group made a grand entrance and swiped their cards. Having found a place to sit, Ding Wenyang went to order food with Tang Ming. How come Bei's student card is different from ours? The new student cards all featured Jianghu University's gates and the sky, exhibiting a blue color. The card Tang Ming had, although also from Jianghu University, was predominantly brick red in color. This card belonged to Jianghu Lai, Tang Ming casually said. Bai glued a sticker on hers. A sticker? Why didn't she stick stickers of celebrities? However, Ding Wenyang didn't think much of it because the next second he saw the balance on the card. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, 257 allocated positions, your niece's beam body is well written, second update, _2998114. 8. Ding Wenyang was a local of Jiangjing and his family was fairly well off, but no matter how wealthy, he had never seen anyone recharge their meal card as if it were a bank card. Looking at the balance on the card, he fell into silence. Even when a group of people gathered together for a meal, Ding Wenyang still hadn't quite gotten over it. Today's lecture by Academician Ma was too complex. Someone at the table started to discuss the topology class they had attended, with few understanding it. Liang Wuyu, did you get it? Liang Wuyu was beside them, scrolling through her phone while eating, and upon hearing the question she looked up. I followed most of the class content, but the direction for the assignment isn't very clear. Lacking direction was quite normal. Ding Wenyang was also completely clueless. Tang Ming was looking at the group chat he had with Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai when Jiang Fulai sent just 2 words. 8 o'clock. He started to slowly pick at his food, wondering whether he should bring an extra voice recorder tonight. Hey, where's our group's ace, Wang Shi? Seeing that Wang Shi had not arrived, Tang Ming asked Ding Wenyang. Ding Wenyang said that Wang Shi was the key figure in their group. Source, web novel. Com, updated on Omicron New. 0, he'll be here soon, Ding Wenyang was saying when he saw Wang Shi coming through the main entrance. He quickly waved to Wang Shi, over here. Wang Shi approached and nodded to them amicably. Hello everyone. The Tongfeng class had lessons from 2 to 5:30 in the afternoon. The subject in the afternoon was electromagnetism. There were no lessons in the evening, but there was self-study time, which was also when study groups exchanged and discussed academic matters. Aside from the assignment given by academician Ma, there was also a literature report assignment for the group meeting. Ding Wenyang and Wang Shi were quite familiar with the process. Professor Zhou asked us to find new literature to report on. I found several. Let's go with this one on quantum theory. Also need to look up some data to support it. He shared the literature in the group chat, mainly to ask the new students for their opinions. Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue had no objections. Ding Wenyang turned his gaze to Bai Lian and the other two. Bai Lian was receiving a paper from academician Ma, and looked up briefly. That's fine. Neither Ning Xiao nor Tang Ming had much experience with reading papers, but both had collected data before. Liang Wuyu pushed up her glasses and spoke up. He'll handle the review. Bai Lian can do the main report, Tang Ming suggested. As the regular performers in their group, the reporter was also crucial, someone who could calmly deal with questions from professors. Bai Lian's previous presentation at Buyuan Base had made a memorable impression on Tang Ming and Su Jiyue. Hearing this, Ding Wenyang looked at Bai Lian. She sat in an elevated position, her back straight, her slender fingers resting on the keyboard, looking up as they spoke, her brows like distant mountains, her demeanor quite relaxed. Liang Wuyu and Su Jiyue had both seen Bai Lian's spirited performance at the podium and had no objections. Seeing that even Liang Wuyu didn't object, Ding Wenyang also thought it viable. The professors would certainly appreciate such a clean, attractive and highly intelligent student. Alright, that's settled then. Bai Lian, familiarize yourself with the paper, and make a PowerPoint along with a summary. Okay, Bai Lian had intended to do the data and write the research background. She had reviewed a lot of literature, especially since the topic of this report aligned with her research direction. But since they decided to have her present, she didn't refuse. At 7:30, Bai Lian left with Tang Ming and Ning Xiao. You're leaving already? Ding Wenyang looked up, and Su Jiyue also glanced towards Bai Lian. Seeing the others still studying intently, Tang Ming spoke in a low voice. We're going to learn from the experts. Don't worry, when I figure out academician Ma's question, he'll explain it to you. Solving academician Ma's question thoroughly wasn't easy at the moment, unless one had doctoral-level guidance like Gao Yuan. However, Ding Wenyang didn't want to knock Tang Ming's confidence. Alright, I'll wait for you. At this time, there were no study rooms available in the library. Nor could they find any empty lecture halls with tiered seating. Jiang Fulai was at the coffee shop beneath the number 1 doctoral building. The doctoral building was frequented by many who punched the clock, but the pressure it imposed on Jianghu University students was significant, and few dared to enter the coffee shop below it to enjoy a coffee. By the time Bai Lian and her 2 companions arrived, Jiang Fulai had already been seated on a sofa against the wall inside. He sat slightly leaned back with his laptop before him, his features cold and stern as he tapped a few words on the keyboard to reply to a thesis, while his other hand impatiently drummed on the table. He exuded an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. The waiter, holding a cup of coffee, hesitated to approach, standing 5 meters away from him. Bai Lian walked over, reached for the coffee on the waiter's tray. He'll bring it over for you. She approached Jiang Fulai, sat down beside him calmly and slid the coffee towards him. Professor Jiang, your coffee. At the sound of her voice, Jiang Fulai looked up, took off his glasses and slowly straightened up. Did academician Ma give your class today? Yes, but he wasn't as clear as you. Bai Lian took out her phone, flipping to the exercises academician Ma had left them that morning. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao sat down opposite them with a hint of restraint. Only then did Jiang Lai reach out for her phone, his demeanor nonchalant. Oh. After a quick glance, he already understood the gist and with some patience went over it twice. Of course, considering Tang Ming's intelligence on the other side, he was quite thorough. 10 o'clock. The mini-lecture ended, and with Jiang Lai there, both Tang Ming and Ning Xiao tactfully packed their bags and left first. Oh, your grandfather mentioned to me. Jiang Lai casually walked with her towards the female dormitory, recalling the matter. About the 1-month celebration for his great-grandson, he invited me. Are you going? No one dared to broach this topic with Bai Lian, except for him with his audacity. Su Jiue had seen Bai Lian for so many days, and although he often harassed her on WeChat, he never mentioned it either. Bai Lian stepped into the shadows of the trees, glancing sideways at him. Why are you asking me? Jiang Lai's delicate brows raised in a manner that suggested, if not you, then who should I ask? And he spoke evenly, if you go, I'll go, if you don't, why should I go? He took it for granted. He was carrying Bai Lian's laptop while she casually clasped her hands and slightly tilted her head. Let's talk about it later. Meanwhile, at the Mu family, the butler also conveyed this message to Mu Yining. The 1-month celebration? Mu Yining had just finished her work, still smelling faintly of alcohol. She took off her jacket and considered for a moment. I'll check my schedule. If nothing else, Bai Lian was someone they had to show respect for. The butler poured her a glass of water, glanced around and mentioned, the son-in-law hasn't returned for a while. When the time comes, you can't avoid meeting the old master. You should bring the son-in-law to see him. By son-in-law, he referred to Mu Yining's husband, Dong Xiaobai, someone involved in the arts and seldom staying at the Mu family home. The Dong family was also quite prestigious in Jianghu, a family of literary tradition, ranking alongside the current Lung family. Lately he seems, Mu Yining paused and thought, to be getting quite close with Wan Xian. Miss Rin? The butler hadn't heard that name in a long time. And he hadn't seen Rin Wanxian much in recent days either. Yes. Mu Yining spoke as she took out her phone and dialed a number, which Dong Xiaobai answered quickly. Yining, from the other end of the phone, Dong Xiaobai sounded quite surprised. I'm still out. Did you know your niece's calligraphy surpasses both you and Mu Zhao by a lot? Her Liang style is also full of strength, though there's still room for improvement. I didn't expect your Mu family to have such a talented child with an artistic streak. My old man really likes her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.